Chapter 1961. At the very least, he wouldn't dare to do it himself. At most, he would use someone else to do it. However, with the power of her, the 8 mythical beasts, and the entire M.O. palace, as long as he didn't do it himself, it wouldn't be easy to find someone he could borrow. Ning Xiuma tidied up the flower bed while thinking about her next move. First, she would improve her alchemy skills, then look for herbs. She also had to restrain the entire M.O. palace and make them be careful with their words and actions. She didn't want Luo Jiuchen to find a reason to take revenge on her. She believed that this bastard would do it. Devil Master, Lord Luo, is here to visit. Speaking of the devil, General Manager He Mu reported from outside. Ning Xiuma frowned. She had been avoiding him all this time. She was afraid that this fellow would find another reason to come again. She would just deal with whatever came her way. In the hall, General Manager He Mu personally welcomed Luo Jiuchen in. He didn't sit in the guest seat, but at the head of the table. When Ning Xiuma came in, he was leisurely drinking the tea General Manager He Mu served. Seeing Ning Xiuma's pale face, as if she would be blown away by a gust of wind, the teacup in his hand paused. He stood up with a smile on his face. "Amo." Ning Xiuma looked at where he was sitting. She didn't say anything and just nodded at him. Then, she took out a few flowers from nowhere and placed them in a small vase beside the guest seat. The flowers were very beautiful, and they looked even more delicate when set off by the milky white vase. Luo Jiuchen didn't know what she was doing, so he just sat there and looked at her elegantly. After she was done, Ning Xiuma took 2 steps back, as if to see if there was anything wrong. Luo Jiuchen was also a distinguished person. Flower arrangements were often done by distinguished and elegant scholars, so he naturally had his own taste. He was also an expert in flower arrangement. He looked at the vase of flowers that Ning Xiuma had arranged. It was beautiful, but there were still flaws. His heart skipped a beat, and he walked over with a smile. "I know a thing or two about flower arrangements. Do you want me to help you?" Ning Xiuma glanced at him. "You know how?" "Of course." Luo Jiuchen wanted to show off his ability in front of her, so he began to arrange flowers. After rearranging the flowers, he took a step back and said with a smile, "How about this? Your Excellency's skill is indeed not bad." Ning Xiuma's voice rang out not far away. Luo Jiuchen raised his head and was slightly startled. He didn't know when Ning Xiuma had returned to the main seat and was looking at him lazily with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Luo Jiuchen." Ning Xiuma waved to the guest seat and said, "Please sit down." The little lass had actually managed to trick him without batting an eyelid, allowing him to regain control of his position. Not only that, with a wave of her hand, a gust of wind from her sleeves caused the cup of tea that he had just placed on the main table to fall to the ground with a bang. Ning Xiuma exclaimed, "I'm sorry." She then instructed Manager He Mu, "Go and prepare another cup of fragrant tea for Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo is an honored guest, so he should have the best tea. Let's use the circle tea I obtained from Tianpeng Mountain." Manager He Mu paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement and went to prepare the tea. Luo Jiuchen muttered to himself. After all, he hadn't been out in the world for 50,000 years. He had heard of Tianpeng Mountain, but he had no idea what circle tea was. After a short while, Manager He Mu brought over a porcelain cup and gently placed it in front of Luo Jiuchen. "Mr. Luo, please enjoy." The tea in the cup was a dark yellow color, and the smell was a bit strange. Chapter 1962. "Mr. Luo, please." Ning Xiuma made an inviting gesture to him. "I picked this myself that day. The smell may not be that good, but the taste is still very authentic. Mr. Luo will know once you taste it." It was rare for Ning Xiuma to be so warm to him. Although Luo Jiuchen was a bit suspicious, he still picked up the cup. He often studied poisons, so he could tell whether or not this cup of tea was poisonous with just a sniff. He knew that this cup was indeed tea and that she didn't do anything to it. In order to win her favor, Luo Jiuchen braced himself and took a sip. As soon as the tea entered his mouth, his stomach churned, and he almost vomited. What strange taste! It was bitter and astringent, with a faint smell of sweat. Luo Jiuchen was also a person who had tasted countless good teas, but he had never tasted such a disgusting tea in his life. Ning Xuema looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. How is it? Isn't the taste quite special? She looked like she was really giving him a cup of excellent tea. Luo Jiuchen suppressed the strange taste in his stomach. He wanted to rinse his mouth, but he couldn't find anything to rinse his mouth with. Hearing Ning Xuema's question, he reluctantly said, "The taste is a bit strange." Ning Xuema smiled slightly. "This is the characteristic of this tea. Just like stinky tofu, it smells bad, but it tastes quite good." Luo Jiuchen's lips twitched. This was clearly smelling bad, but drinking it smelled even worse. His eyes flashed. "IMO, this kind of good tea shouldn't be enjoyed by me alone. You should also have a cup." He had already vaguely guessed that she was messing with him. Ning Xuema smiled calmly. "This kind of tea can only be drunk by men. Women can't drink it. This seat only serves this kind of tea to male guests." Luo Jiuchen looked at the sunken tea in the teacup. The more he looked at it, the stranger it seemed. It didn't look like tea, but more like grass. He was also an expert. After a moment of observation, he finally recognized the original appearance of this thing. This was clearly the mat grass used to weave straw hats. And looking at the color, it wasn't fresh. Instead, it had been used for a long time. It was already dark and shiny. He secretly gritted his teeth, and his gaze fell on Ning Xuema. "I wonder how this tea was made?" Ning Xuema said seriously. "The method of making this tea is extremely complicated. It took the grandson of Marshal Tian Peng to carefully refine it for a year." Head steward Heimu's lips twitched as he listened. This so-called pen tea was actually disassembled from a broken straw hat, and the straw hat that was given to Luo Jiuchen had been trampled by pigs countless times in the pigsty. Luo Jiuchen knew that he had been tricked by her, but every word she said was so dignified and enthusiastic that he couldn't lose his temper for a while. What's more, he still had the idea of trying to win her back with gentle tactics. He didn't want to fall out with her, and he couldn't find a reason to do so at the moment. Just because of a cup of tea that you don't like? If word got out, it would be bad for his reputation. Therefore, he had no choice but to suffer in silence. He put down the cup of tea and changed the topic. "Amo, I heard that you were unwell a few days ago. Are you better now?" Ning Xuema smiled. "It's all thanks to you." Her injury was completely caused by him. Luo Jiuchen naturally heard the sarcasm in her words, but he pretended not to hear it. He took out a small crystal bottle from his chest and handed it over. "Imo, this medicine is very good for your illness. Consider it a little gift from this king." Chapter in 1963. Ning Xuema took it and glanced at it before throwing it back to him with a smile. "Thank you, but I don't need it anymore. I have something better." She casually took out a bottle of medicine left by Shan Juli and shook it. Luo Jiuchen was speechless. Although he had been snubbed several times, he didn't have any intention of leaving. Instead, he continued to chat with Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema didn't want to socialize with him anymore. She picked up the teacup. "Please have some tea." This was the standard way of sending a guest off. Luo Jiuchen finally stood up and suddenly smiled. He looked at Ning Xuema. "Amo, although the supreme divinity is gone, I'm still here. You're an orphan and widowed mother, so you need someone to rely on. I'm willing to be your support." Ning Xuema stood up with a smile. Her voice was gentle, but her tone wasn't. "I'm the Devil Lord. I don't need anyone to rely on. Mr. Luo, please go back. Himu, see the guest out." She directly asked him to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden noise outside. The noise was unusual. Manager Himu immediately went out to contact the guards at the door. The guards reported that the venerable of the cultivation sects in the human world had brought a group of people to see the Devil Lord. There were 3 monarchs in the human world, but the real power was held by the venerable of the cultivation sections. He was also the state preceptor of the 3 countries. His martial arts were amazing, and his power was overwhelming. No one dared to underestimate him. In the sealing of the purple demon, this state preceptor had come and helped. Why did he suddenly come here? And why did he bring a group of people with him? Ning Xuema couldn't refuse at this time, so she ordered the guards to bring people in. A moment later, the state preceptor came in with 18 subordinates. They obviously didn't come with good intentions. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the subordinates were holding a person with a devil-locking chain. Manager He Mu's eyes widened at the sight of this person. Feng Huang. The person being held was one of the 8 male guardians of the devil realm. Ning Xiuma narrowed her eyes when she saw her own protector being dragged in like a dog. State Preceptor Kong Jing. What is the meaning of this? Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing was also furious, but he still bowed to Ning Xiuma and Luo Jiuchen according to etiquette. Devil Master, this man suddenly ran into my Mirror Heart Palace yesterday and raped my wife. He even killed and injured 4 of my trusted disciples. If I hadn't arrived personally and brought people to capture him, I'm afraid my Mirror Heart Palace would have been destroyed by him. I've always been respectful to the Devil Lord, and I have never dared to overstep my boundaries. Now, this person has come to destroy my Mirror Heart Palace. What is his intention? Before Ning Xiuma could say anything, Head Steward He Mu said decisively, "Impossible. Feng Huang had never been close to women. Why would he rape your wife?" Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing said angrily, "He was caught in bed by my trusted disciples. Who would accuse him in front of so many people?" He was evidently prepared early on, and he actually took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball belongs to my bedroom, and it inadvertently recorded the entire process. If the Devil Lord doesn't believe me, this one is willing to open this crystal ball. He even brought a short video. Since he brought it, it was only natural to play it as proof. Ning Xiuma had no intention of refusing. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing opened the crystal ball as expected, and the crystal ball displayed all sorts of scenes. The State Preceptor's wife was dressing up at the table when Feng Huang jumped in through the window. She had just cried out when Feng Huang covered her mouth. Chapter 1964. The State Preceptor's wife was dressing up at the table when Feng Huang jumped in through the window. The State Preceptor's wife had just cried out in shock when Feng Huang covered her mouth and pushed her onto the bed. He stripped her clothes, struggled, and raped her. The scenes were extremely clear. It was indeed irrefutable evidence. It didn't look photoshopped at all. There shouldn't be such things in this era. After the rape scene was played, the demon generals in the hall, who had been enraged by the capture of their companion, looked at each other, speechless. After Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing finished playing, he raised his head proudly and looked at Ning Xiuma. "Demon Master, can't you believe me after seeing all this?" He then looked at Luo Jiuchen, who was sitting on the side and watching the show. "Lord, this matter concerns my reputation. Please make a decision and redress this humble one's grievances." Luo Jiuchen nodded slightly. He looked at Ning Xiuma and sighed. "Amo, this time there are both witnesses and material evidence. What do you think? Now that the 6 realms were at peace, no matter which realms people committed a crime, they would be treated the same. That was why Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing dared to come here in such an imposing manner. Not only did he come to her door, but before Ning Xiuma could say anything, someone came to report that the Underworld's Underworld King, the Beast King of the Beast World, and even a heavenly king from the immortal world had arrived. The demons in Mo Palace all paled. The people from these realms had all come together. Obviously, they had heard about Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing's matter, or perhaps Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing had informed them in advance. That was why they came together to be witnesses. No matter how calm General Manager He Mu was, his expression changed at this moment. He felt that this matter was a bit tricky. He couldn't help but look at Ning Xiuma, feeling guilty. His demon master had just woken up and had to face such a complicated situation. He was afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Ning Xiuma didn't bat an eyelid. She waved her hand and asked someone to invite them in. They were all venerables of their respective realms. They each brought in a few subordinates and bowed to Ning Xiuma and Luo Jiuchen. In just a short while, the extremely spacious meeting hall of Mo Palace was actually a bit crowded. These people were really invited by Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing. According to Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing's explanation, it was to invite more people to be witnesses. Actually, it was because he was afraid that Ning Xiuma, the demon master, would show favoritism. When these people arrived, Imperial Tutor Kong Jing became even bolder. Looking at Ning Xiuama, there was even a hint of coercion in her gaze. Devil Master, since things have happened here, shouldn't you give little Ku an explanation? The other kings also said, don't worry, Imperial Advisor Kong Jing. The Demon Lord is the Demon Lord of the Six Realms. She won't favor the Demon Realm. She will definitely give Imperial Advisor an explanation. That's right. This Feng Huang is too bold. He actually did such a shameless thing. I believe that the Devil Lord will not be biased. Demon Master. Everyone spoke one after another. Almost all of them were flattering Ning Xiuama on the surface, but in reality, they were all praising her. It was as if she didn't cut this Feng Huang into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to appease the anger of the Six Realms. It would also make the people of the Six Realms bitterly disappointed. After all, Ning Xiuama was only a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She had just arrived on the Gods Demons continent a few years ago. Since these people had seized this opportunity, and with Luo Jiuchen by her side, they wanted to bully her because she was young and inexperienced. They wanted to completely suppress her this time. It was obvious that they wanted to suppress her momentum as the Devil Lord. Naturally, they also wanted to show off their strength to the Demon Realm, which was already like adding oil to the fire. In a situation where the leaders of the various realms were present, if Ning Xiuama favored Feng Huang and didn't punish him, it would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of these people. They might even follow Luo Jiuchen and directly rebel against her. Chapter 1965. If what Feng Huang had done was true, then it was a crime punishable by death. If Ning Xiuama put righteousness before family and executed Feng Huang, the elders of the Demon Realm would definitely be displeased. After all, Feng Huang was one of the 8 great guardians of the Demon Realm. He was usually loyal to Ning Xiuama and had contributed greatly to the rise and fall of the Demon Realm. If he was executed just like that, the people of the Demon Realm might be disappointed. Moreover, this person was Ning Xiuama's right-hand man. If he was executed, it would be the same as cutting off one of their own arms. This was a difficult situation to deal with. Countless gazes gathered on Ning Xiuama, waiting for her to give an answer. Ning Xiuama sat there the whole time, leisurely twirling a cup of tea in her hand. No emotions could be seen on her beautiful face. These people spoke one after another. She seemed to be listening, but at the same time, she didn't seem to be listening. When everyone was almost done, Ning Xiuama slammed the teacup on the table. Are you all done? This casual sentence caused the entire hall to fall silent. Ning Xiuama spoke again lazily. Since you're all done, let me say a few words. Everyone looked at her. Ning Xiuama looked at Imperial Tutor Kong Jing. Imperial Tutor, do you want to show the scene in your crystal ball to these people who came later? Do you want them to be your witnesses? Imperial Tutor Kong Jing snorted. What's so difficult about that? He immediately played it again. After all, the scene contained many things that were not suitable for children. The people of the Demon Realm didn't think much of it, but the people of the other realms couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when they saw this scene. This was especially so for Xian Bo from the Celestial Realm. When he saw the home run, he immediately closed his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to see it. After playing it again, the Imperial Tutor said proudly, "This is ironclad evidence. Everyone, please uphold justice for me." The crowd was stirred up once again, and a new round of criticism began. They all requested that Feng Huang be dismembered or dismembered. When the group of devils saw it a second time, the impact was not as great. The people of the Devil Realm usually did not care about trifles. For some devils, killing, arson, burning, and plundering were common activities. However, after Ning Xiuama took over the Devil World, she was able to obtain a good territory for the Devil World, allowing the devils to truly recuperate and build up their strength. Only then did they manage to live peacefully for a few years. Ning Xiuama then issued a series of decrees, forbidding them from doing those evil things. Only then did they turn over a new leaf. After living for so long, which one of these devils was clean? In their hearts, even if Feng Huang really did it, it was no big deal. Some of the hot-tempered ones even began to quarrel with people from other realms. So what if I raped your wife? You're such a big imperial preceptor's residence, yet you're so lax in guarding it. Your wife deserves to be raped. That's right. Besides, your wife is so ugly. Protector Feng is giving her face by sleeping with her. As soon as these words came out, Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's handsome face was so angry that even his beard stood up. All of you, shut up for this king. Ning Xiuma shouted at the irascible devils who could not do anything right, but were more likely to spoil things. General Steward Himu also felt that these devils were too unreasonable, so he simply cast a silence curse on them to make them shut up. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was furious. Devil Master, can the devil world rely on the Devil Master's support to bully others like this? The other kings also expressed their condemnation. Luo Jiuchen's handsome face also sank as he looked at Ning Xiuma. IMO, you can't side with them anymore. They're too unreasonable. IMO, if you can't bear to punish the main culprit, how about this king handle it for you? Chapter 1966. Clearly, he wanted to take the opportunity to establish his authority and suppress her in front of the kings of all realms. This plan was most likely planned by this bastard behind the scenes. If Ning Xiuma did not handle it well, she would either lose the support of the people in the Devil Kingdom or become the target of the other 5 realms. If she let Luo Jiuchen handle it, not only would the people of the Devil Kingdom be disappointed, but her prestige in the 6 realms would also be greatly reduced. This bastard had a good plan. It was a good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone's eyes turned to Ning Xiuma again. Some were angry, some were looking forward to it, and some were waiting to see a joke. Most of them felt that this little devil master was going to be embarrassed this time. The generals of the Devil Kingdom glared at the people who were shouting fiercely. Naturally, the people from the other realms were not convinced. They held their weapons and confronted each other coldly. It seemed that if a spark was thrown into the field, it would explode with a bang, and it would be out of control. They were all waiting for Ning Xiuma's next sentence. If she said something wrong, they were afraid that a fight would break out. The 8 mythological beasts probably heard the movement here and rushed over with little Nianma. They supported Ning Xiuma unconditionally and stood silently behind her. The power of the 8 mythological beasts was still very shocking. After all, any one of them could beat up most of the guards brought by the king 100 times over. The kings and state preceptor Kong Jing turned to look at Luo Jiuchen. My great lord, you have to do justice. Luo Jiuchen slowly stood up. His handsome face, which always had a smile, was now full of frost. Amo, you and I are friends, but I am the guardian of the heavenly law. Naturally, I have to uphold justice for the 6 realms. You, as a guardian, have committed a heinous crime. If you're not executed, it will not be enough to appease the people. Since you can't bear to do it, let me do it for you. A purple light quickly gathered in his palm. Ning Xiuma slowly stood up and said slowly, Justice? The truth is not clear yet. What justice can you give to the 6 realms? Her voice was clear and loud, and everyone in the hall could hear it. Everyone frowned. Luo Jiuchen also said, Mo, the truth is very clear. The witnesses and evidence are all here. How can it not be clear? Ning Xiuma smiled faintly. Wait for me to interrogate him. If Feng Huang has indeed committed a grave mistake, I will not show favoritism. All of you shut up. The last sentence was spoken with a stern expression. She now had a kind of dignity. When she shouted like this, those who were still making a racket felt an indescribable chill in their hearts. Sure enough, they shut their mouths. Ning Xiuma's gaze swept across the crowd. Next, I'll interrogate you. Whoever I ask, you'll have to answer truthfully. Luo Jiuchen's eyes flashed slightly, and he smiled. Okay, it's better to ask clearly. He sat to the side. Everyone's eyes turned to Ning Xiuma, but Ning Xiuma's gaze landed on Feng Huang. Feng Huang's acupoints had obviously been hit, and he was injured. His handsome face was red, but he couldn't say a word. Let him go first, Ning Xiuma ordered. Everyone wanted to make a fuss again, but Ning Xiuma added, if he really did do such a thing, I will personally punish him. I won't allow him to escape. But if he was innocent and was framed, then wouldn't he have been tied up for so long in vain? This sentence silenced everyone. Manager Himu hurriedly stepped forward and used a spell to untie the demon trapping rope on Feng Huang's body. He also unsealed Feng Huang's acupoint. As soon as Feng Huang was free, he immediately knelt. Devil Master, this subordinate has been wronged. State Preceptor Kong Jing's eyes widened, and he wanted to scold her again. Ning Xiuma coldly glanced at him. State Preceptor, don't be impatient. What's false can't be true, and what's true can't be false. I'll just give you the truth. Chapter 1967. Ning Xiuma glanced at him coldly. Imperial Tutor, don't be impatient. Lies can't be true, and the truth can't be false. I'll just tell you the truth. As expected, Imperial Tutor Kong Jing shut his mouth again. Feng Huang, you can speak now. Ning Xiuma spoke. Yes. Feng Huang's face was filled with grief and indignation. Reporting to the Devil Master, Feng Huang was ordered to go to the human world 3 days ago. Someone ambushed me from behind and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found myself in the dungeon of Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's residence. I was so angry that I broke in and killed 3 of his guards and injured one. I was about to break out when Imperial Tutor Kong Jing arrived. He captured me and brought me here. Devil Master, I don't even know what his wife looks like. I don't even know where his bedroom door is facing. How can you talk about rape? Nonsense. My crystal ball clearly recorded your despicable actions. You can't deny it. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was furious. Ning Xiuma glanced at him and said coldly, Imperial Tutor Kong Jing, you've been in the human world for a long time. You're in the court of the human world. What's the punishment for yelling at the court without the permission of the official? Imperial Tutor Kong Jing. This, Ning Xiuma's voice was indifferent. Are you saying that the Imperial Tutor doesn't know the law as well as the common people? This time, Ning Xiuma grasped the reason. Even if the other kings wanted to side with Imperial Tutor Kong Jing, they couldn't. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was tongue-tied. He snorted and said, I know my mistake. Please ask again, Devil Master. Ning Xiuma turned to Feng Huang and asked, This shows that you're lying. I know a thing or two about your demonic techniques. You can't get close to ordinary people. According to what I know, even if 2 Imperial Advisor Kong Jing were to join forces, they would not be your match. Why was it that you were captured the moment he arrived? Feng Huang lowered his head. Everything I said is true. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing might have been hiding his strength. After he appeared, I was indeed no match for him. I was defeated within 30 moves. Ning Xiuma smiled and turned to look at Imperial Advisor Kong Jing. Kong Jing, he said that you captured him. Is that true? Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing choked for a moment before saying, I was indeed the one who captured him. However, he didn't come out of the prison as he said. He came out of my palace. So you're saying that it's true that you captured him? That's right. Ning Xiuma smiled again and said, It seems that the Imperial Preceptor has been hiding his strength all the time. That time, when we quelled the Purple Evil Riot, the Imperial Preceptor still wanted to hide his strength at such a critical moment. The Imperial Preceptor really hides his strength well. State Preceptor Kong Jing didn't expect her to say this. I didn't hide my strength. I wasn't feeling well during the Purple Evil Riot, so I didn't perform at my normal level. As for capturing him this time, it's also because this guy is in prison. Speaking of this, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately changed his words. It's because he was overworked and didn't have enough strength, so he was captured by me so quickly. After saying this, he almost broke out in a cold sweat. He was almost tricked by Ning Xiuma and said the word starved in prison for 2 days. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and changed his words in time. Ning Xiuma was good at reading people's expressions. Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing thought that he had changed his words seamlessly, but she had already seen through the clues. She had a rough idea of what was going on in her heart, but she didn't show it. She just smiled and said, Feng Huang, are you still a man? You just flirted with that woman for about 15 minutes, and you're already overworked and don't have enough strength? Feng Huang's handsome face turned red. Demon Lord, I really wasn't. Chapter 1968. Ning Xiuma continued. Regardless of whether that person was you or not, let me ask you, how long were you bound by the demon trapping rope this time? Did you replenish your food and water along the way? Feng Huang didn't understand why Ning Xiumo was asking these questions, and the others naturally didn't know either. Many of them felt that her questions had strayed too far from the topic. A few of them opened their mouths and wanted to speak, but they held themselves back. In the end, Feng Huang answered honestly, I was first trapped in prison for 2 days and didn't eat anything. After that, I was captured and bound by the demon trapping rope for an entire day, and I didn't eat anything either. Ning Xiumo turned to Imperial Tutor Kong Jing. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing, is it true that he was bound by the demon trapping rope for an entire day and didn't eat anything? I'm only asking this one question, and you only need to answer this one question. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing paused for a moment. Yes, but what he said about being in prison is false. Ning Xiumo stood up and waved her hand, causing the demon trapping rope to fly into her hand. She tugged at it and said indifferently, according to what I know, not only can the person bound by the demon trapping rope not move, but their demonic power will also be depleted. Her gaze landed on the celestial world Xianbo. This item was created by you. So, I wonder if what I said is correct. That Xianbo nodded. That's right. Then, according to your understanding of this item, how much demonic power will be depleted after being bound by it for an entire day? That Xianbo frowned. About 30% to 40%. Ning Xiumo nodded and didn't ask any further. She turned to Imperial Tutor Kong Jing and asked, Imperial Tutor, your cultivation has increased greatly recently. Did you eat some kind of spirit pill? Imperial Tutor Kong Jing didn't understand what she was trying to say. I didn't eat any spirit pills. I just recovered. Ah, that's really worth celebrating. Ning Xiumo smiled. Imperial Tutor, you were full of energy just now, and your face was glowing. It seems like you're in good condition. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing nodded. Well said, well said. Ning Xiumo changed the topic. Since that's the case, then please capture Feng Huang again. Let me see the Imperial Preceptor's divine power. As soon as she said that, everyone was stunned. They really couldn't understand why Ning Xiumo's trial had gone so far away. Demon Master, what is the meaning of this? Now is the time to investigate Feng Huang's rape case, not for them to compete. Luo Jiuchen was the first to speak. The others naturally agreed as well. Ning Xiumo said indifferently, I have my own reasons for judging the case. Don't worry, this martial arts competition won't change anything. I just want to verify one thing. His gaze then shifted to Imperial Tutor Kong Jing and Feng Huang. The two of you must do your best. No one is allowed to go easy on them. It doesn't matter if you kill them or injure them. Feng Huang's eyes lit up. Understood. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's expression changed. This, Ning Xiumo asked, could it be that state teacher is afraid? Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing was furious. Why would I be afraid? If I can catch him once, I can catch him a second time. Ning Xiumo nodded. You're ambitious. The two of you, please come to the training field. Mo Palace's martial arts training field was also incomparably huge. Everyone stood still in a martial arts training field. Ning Xiumo stood beside Luo Jiuchen intentionally or unintentionally. The 8 mythological beasts stood behind her. Little Nianmao, on the other hand, walked to Ning Mo and stood in front of him excitedly. He loved watching people fight. He had a good relationship with Feng Huang, so he cheered for Feng Huang happily. At this time, the two people in the field had already begun to fight. They went back and forth, and there was a storm brewing. Chapter 1969. Gongzi Luo, who do you think will win? Ning Xiumo asked Luo Jiuchen with a smile. Luo Jiuchen looked at her and smiled. Gongzi Luo? This seat. Gongzi Luo hasn't ascended to the throne yet, so it's a bit early to call you Lord. I will ascend to that throne. Let's wait and see. Ning Xiumo smiled like a flower. She was born very beautiful, and her smile was like a flower blooming in the morning. Luo Jiuchen's heart swayed, and he narrowed his eyes. I hope you'll be there on that day. Ning Xiumo nodded. I will be there. She changed the topic. Gongzi Luo, The Lord of heaven and earth must be impartial and impartial. I wonder if Gongzi Luo can do this? Her voice wasn't soft, and it attracted the attention of the people who were watching the fight. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Jiuchen naturally couldn't say anything else. Of course. Ning Xuema smiled again. Then this seat can rest assured. It seems that Gongzi Luo won't side with either side in this fight. Luo Jiuchen. Of course. Ning Xuema turned to the 8 mythological beasts. Did you all hear Gongzi Luo's words? The 8 mythological beasts nodded together. Yes, 8 pairs of bright eyes looked at Luo Jiuchen, paying attention to his every move. Luo Jiuchen's expression wasn't very good. "IMO, what do you mean?" Ning Xuema laughed in a clear voice. For the sake of fairness and impartiality, everyone should supervise each other. If anyone dares to side with anyone, then that person will be considered as going against justice. Everyone can gang up on them. Such an order was very fair, and no one had any objections. Of course, those who wanted to play tricks in the dark naturally didn't dare to act rashly under the eyes of so many experts. The 2 people in the field were already fighting fiercely, and after half an hour, the outcome was finally decided. Feng Huang won. Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing lost miserably. If it wasn't for Ning Xuema's timely intervention and pulling him out, Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing's head would have been smashed to smithereens by Feng Huang. Imperial Advisor Kong Jing's face was pale. I didn't perform well today, and he is also in his best condition. Ning Xuema chuckled. Imperial Preceptor, you're wrong. Feng Huang hasn't eaten for 3 days, and he's been tied up by the demon trapping rope for a day. It's good enough that he can use 60 to 70% of his power. How can he be in his best condition? Imperial Tutor, you lied just now? Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was taken aback. How did I lie? Ning Xuema said coldly. Feng Huang was not caught by the state preceptor himself. It was someone else. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's expression changed. Demon Master, you're wrong. I was the one who captured him. Feng Huang can testify to that. Ning Xuema looked at Feng Huang. Feng Huang, is the move he used today similar to the move he used to catch you? Feng Huang took a deep breath and said, the moves are similar, but the power of that day was more than 10 times stronger than today. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught within 30 moves. Ning Xuema looked at Imperial Tutor Kong Jing. What did the state preceptor say? Did the state preceptor's power suddenly deteriorate today? However, I see that the state preceptor's performance today is similar to when he destroyed Zisha. It doesn't seem like he's performing abnormally. The reason for this situation is that the state preceptor who caught Feng Huang is not the state preceptor today, but someone else. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's expression was very ugly, but he couldn't refute it. Chapter 1970. Luo Jiuchen spoke from the side. Mo, even if Feng Huang was caught by someone else, what does this have to do with Feng Huang raping the state preceptor's wife? Mo, what you need to investigate is the case, not these minor details. Everyone chimed in once again. Ning Xuema smiled leisurely. Who says it has nothing to do with it? Since State Preceptor Kong Jing has an indistinguishable substitute, who knows if the person who broke into the State Preceptor's bedroom and raped the State Preceptor's wife wasn't someone else? Perhaps someone impersonated Feng Huang and did this kind of shady thing, and then put the blame on Feng Huang, making him unable to defend himself. State Preceptor Kong Jing's old face turned green and red. The Devil Lord is clearly biased towards his subordinate. I have caught him in the act. Could it be that the current Feng Huang is also a fake? Is someone pretending to be him? Ning Xuema indifferently said, the current Feng Huang is naturally the real one. However, your testimony is clearly different from his. He was plotted against in the mountains and then locked in your prison. When he was caught again, he was only caught for breaking out of prison and was not caught for committing any immoral acts. He lied. State Preceptor Kong Jing was furious. Now it's proven that you were the one who lied first. Ning Xuema stopped him. State Preceptor Kong Jing choked. Even if this lord did make a mistake in catching him, it is true that he broke into this lord's bedroom and raped my wife. That crystal ball is irrefutable evidence. Ning Shuama's lips curled up slightly. Then this lord will ask State Preceptor a few more questions. State Preceptor must answer truthfully. Okay, where is the State Preceptor's crystal ball placed? In this lord's bedroom. Where is the bedroom? On the table. Is that table facing the State Preceptor's bed? Yes. Then can this crystal ball record by itself? Or does it need to be controlled by someone? State Preceptor Kong Jing paused. It is activated by itself. According to State Preceptor, it will record everything in the State Preceptor's bedroom at any time. It should be so. Ning Shuama smiled and said, I didn't know that State Preceptor had such an interest in the boudoir. Could it be that when State Preceptor and Madam made love, this thing also recorded itself? Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's face turned red. This seat will close the crystal ball at that time. Then why did the Imperial Tutor place the crystal ball there? Are you here to keep an eye on your wife? Are you afraid that she'll cheat on you? Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing, that's not it. This crystal ball belongs to my wife. It actually belongs to Madam. Then she must know the function of this crystal ball? Of course. That's even more wrong. Any woman would be shy about this kind of thing and not want others to know about it. Could it be that she likes to record the fun of you and her in the boudoir and likes to watch it for fun when she has nothing to do? Nonsense. This seat's wife is a lady from a noble family. How would she like to do such things? This seat said that this seat and this crystal ball is closed. That's even more wrong. Since this crystal ball has the ability to record itself, and your wife is a lady from a noble family, why would she place this crystal ball in such a position to record the things in bed? Isn't she afraid that one day she will forget to close it and accidentally record you and her that shouldn't be in the picture? She has a good memory. She won't forget. It's better to be safe than sorry. If she knew that this crystal ball had this function, she would have placed it in a more inconvenient place and not in this position. Chapter 1971. Unless he wanted to record it on purpose. Everyone, if you had such a thing in your room, would you let it face the bed all day and night? Everyone shook their heads. Normal people wouldn't do that. Ning Shuama looked at Imperial Tutor Kong Jing with a cold gaze. Unless Imperial Tutor Kong Jing wanted to record something, he wouldn't do that. And what he wanted to record, everyone can see at a glance now. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing clenched his fingers in his sleeves. It's me who has this special hobby. Seeing everyone's subtle gazes, he gritted his teeth and said, I have a hobby of recording the music of my boudoir. I didn't record him specifically. Then according to what Imperial Tutor said, there are other contents recorded in this crystal ball. Why not play a part? Ning Shuama pressed on. How can I record the music of my boudoir in public? Devil Master, you're making things difficult for me. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was angry. I didn't ask Imperial Tutor to record the music of my boudoir. Before Feng Huang invaded Imperial Tutor's room, he should have recorded many scenes of your wife alone in the room, right? Why not play it? Because the crystal ball can hold two little things. The things inside are removed every day. That's even more wrong. Could it be that before Feng Huang entered the bedroom, the crystal ball had just removed the things in front, and Feng Huang just happened to start recording as soon as he entered? Then it closed immediately after recording? That's right. Then it closed on its own? After all, Imperial Tutor's wife had just been violated and couldn't cry over it. It's impossible that she jumped up and closed it right after it was done. Imperial Tutor, don't you think so? Yes. Then why did it close on its own? Could it be that the content inside just happened to be full? It couldn't store anything else? Yes. The content was full, so it closed on its own. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing nodded. You're lying again. Ning Shuama sneered. I've already seen the crystal ball. It can record for at least another 2 hours. If you don't believe me, I can use the crystal ball to continue recording. Imperial Preceptor, do you dare to take out the crystal ball and let me personally verify it? Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's face flushed red. Ning Shuama's questions came one after another. She asked them too quickly and beat around the bush, catching him off guard. It was too late to change his tune now. He steeled his heart and decided to play shameless. I remember wrongly. It was my wife who turned it off the moment she regained her freedom. Ning Shuima smiled. Then Imperial Preceptor's wife is really generous. At that moment, he still wanted to jump down and turn it off. All right, you're right. But why isn't there a scene of the State Preceptor's wife pouncing over to close the crystal ball? You can't be telling me that this crystal ball can be destroyed with a single finger, right? When Imperial Tutor Kong Jing closed the crystal ball's image, he had used his finger to press a red dot on the crystal ball. It was impossible for him to use the void finger. At this point in the case, the situation was more or less clear. The crystal ball was deliberately placed in that position to record this. Moreover, after recording the evidence, someone immediately turned it off. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was almost speechless. Ning Shuima continued. Also, when I saw the scene in the crystal ball just now, Imperial Preceptor's wife didn't struggle violently. Instead, it seemed like she wanted to resist, but welcomed it. She even cooperated a few times in the middle. Looking at Imperial Preceptor's wife's situation, it didn't seem like she was looking at a stranger. Instead, it seemed like she was looking at her husband. Chapter 1972. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's old face flushed red. Nonsense. Nonsense. My wife is a chaste woman. How could she be willing to do that? Ning Shuima clapped her hands. That's right. Your wife should know that the person who raped her was her husband in disguise. So, Imperial Tutor Kong Jing sneered. According to Demon Master's words, this king pretended to be Feng Huang and recorded this with my wife to frame Feng Huang. Ning Shuima smiled. Wrong. It's true that you deliberately framed Feng Huang, but the man and woman in the crystal ball are not you and your wife. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing was stunned, and the others couldn't help but say, where did Demon Master's words come from? Could it be that Demon Master knows Imperial Tutor's wife? Ning Shuima shook her head. I don't know. This king deduced this because of the current Imperial Tutor Kong Jing. Let me ask you, if the man and woman in the crystal ball were Imperial Tutor and his wife being intimate, even if they pretended to be someone else, he would still have a psychological shadow. How could he still play it over and over again so calmly? If this king's guess is correct, that man and woman are both pretenders, and Imperial Tutor found someone to put on a show. Which one of these people wasn't a wily old fox? At this moment, their hearts were like mirrors. Countless people looked at Imperial Tutor Kong Jing, waiting for him to give a reasonable explanation. The people of the demon race were all filled with righteous indignation, glaring at Imperial Tutor Kong Jing, all of them rubbing their fists and angrily rebuking him. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing didn't expect Ning Shuima's reasoning ability to be so strong at such a young age, to be able to directly deduce the truth of the matter. However, it was impossible for him to admit to framing Feng Huang. He smiled coldly. Although Demon Master's words are clear and logical, they are just inferences. It's hard to accept. Luo Jiuqin also shook his head and sighed. IMO, these are all your deductions. They can't be true. There were always exceptions to everything. Who knew if this Feng Huang did the exact opposite this time? Demons generally can't be inferred with common sense. His words were obviously biased towards Imperial Tutor Kong Jing. The people from the other realms also looked at each other. Originally, they had believed Ning Shuima's deduction, but now that they heard Luo Jiuqin's words, everyone was suspicious. After all, the demon race had left a very bad impression on the other realms. They were described as cunning, cruel, vicious, and so on. Ning Shuima frowned slightly. It was obvious that Luo Jiuqin was the mastermind behind this matter. His purpose was to force her to submit. Just as she had expected, the fake state preceptor who had captured Feng Huang was Luo Jiuqin in disguise. This state preceptor Kong Jing had been bribed by him, so he had set up such a trap to force her. Now, all the evidence was against her. She had used her sharp tongue and powerful reasoning skills to turn the situation around, but Luo Jiuqin's simple words had wiped out all her efforts. He had a smile on his face the entire time and even looked at her with tender eyes, but he had spared no effort in setting her up. This incident seemed to be a coincidence, but had been carefully planned. After Luo Jiuqin's smooth operation, the king of the underworld, the king of the human realm, and the king of the beast realm seemed to have been won over by him. Even the immortal realm was watching. And seeing the leaders of the other realms come here at the same time, it was clearly not a coincidence. These people didn't really want to witness the truth, but followed Luo Jiuqin to trample on her demon realm. Sure enough, the king of the underworld and the king of the beast realm spoke one after another, echoing Luo Jiuqin's words. Chapter 1973. Sure enough, the king of the underworld and the king of the beast realm spoke one after another, agreeing with Luo Jiuqin's words. The general idea was that it was impossible to know the truth based on speculation alone. The demon realm had to come up with decent evidence to prove their innocence. If they couldn't come up with it, the other realms would not be convinced. The other realms might completely break off relations with the demon realm when they were in danger. If a wolf wanted to eat a sheep, no matter what reason the sheep came up with, the wolf would refute it. The demon realm was in such a situation now. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a man who is down. The demon realm had been very high profile these few years, which inevitably caused the other realms to be dissatisfied. Especially the human realm and the beast realm, who were the most bullied. They couldn't wait to drag the demon realm down and step on them. The immortal realm had a large territory snatched away by the demon realm, so they naturally wanted to take the opportunity to get it back. When Shun Jiuli was alive, he was the supreme god, the supremacy of the 6 realms. He and the demon master worked together, so the other realms didn't dare to say anything. Even if they were dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it. But Shun Jiuli's soul had been scattered, and the new supremacy was born. His skills were also extremely high, almost unfathomable. The new supremacy and the demon master didn't seem to get along, and the new supremacy wanted to step on the demon master. The others were all smart, so they naturally followed suit. Firstly, they wanted to curry favor with the new supremacy, and secondly, they all wanted a piece of the pie, so they were desperately trying to find the weak points of the demon realm. Even if they couldn't find a weak point, they had to create a weak point to grab. Although Ning Xiuma was still the demon master, she had not recovered from her serious injuries, and the new supremacy skills were obviously higher than hers. It was the best time to bully her. People liked to step on the weak and flatter the strong, and it was even more so between countries. There were no eternal friends, no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, since these people could ascend to the position of the head of a realm. Which one of them wasn't two-faced? Which one of them was a kind little white rabbit? They were all lions and wolves that ate people without spitting out the bones. When faced with great danger, these people could work together against a common enemy. But when the danger was gone, they naturally began to make plans for their own territories. After all, Ning Xiuma had been a secret agent for so many years. What she understood most was human nature. At this moment, when he saw the expressions of these people, he could naturally guess what they were thinking. Although she despised him in her heart, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She had to find more evidence. Otherwise, the devil realm would be in imminent danger once these people got hold of their weakness and attacked them together. But where would new evidence be easy to find? Luo Jiuqin added fuel to the fire. Imo, do you have nothing to say? Ning Xiuma frowned. Just as she was about to speak, Feng Huang, who had been keeping his head down, seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and said, "Don't make things difficult for my devil lord. If I can prove my innocence and prove that this is a false accusation, how are you going to punish the person who framed me?" Everyone looked at each other. Luo Jiuqin didn't take it to heart. "How are you going to prove yourself? Young Master Luo, please explain how you will deal with the person who framed you." Feng Huang insisted on his opinion. Luo Jiuqin only thought that he was desperate to threaten him. After all, Feng Huang was the person involved. If he could prove his innocence, he would have done so long ago. Why would he wait until now? So Luo Jiuqin was happy to act selfless. "If it is proven that this is a false accusation, not only will I restore your honor, I will make the decision to make State Preceptor Kong Jing Cao to you 8 times. Chapter 1974. Ning Xiuma sneered. You did such a slanderous thing and almost harmed my devil race's law protector's life. Yet you think you can just count out 8 times and be done with it? If Master Luo is really the master of the 6 realms, is he really so selfless? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Luo Jiuchen was stunned by her words and snorted. Then what will the demon master do? Ning Xuema's gaze fell on Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's face. This lord wants his life. Let others know the price of framing others. Imperial Tutor Kong Jing's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look at Luo Jiuchen. Luo Jiuchen gave him a calm look and looked at Ning Xiuma. The demon master is going too far. If Feng Huang can't prove his innocence, then what will the demon master do? Ning Xiuma said, I will kill him with my own hands, then use this lord's life to pay for it. This was an unprecedentedly huge bet. Luo Jiuchen's expression changed slightly. He didn't want to force Ning Xiuma to submit and then admit defeat, but he didn't want her life. Imo, what kind of status do you have? How can you bet your life on a subordinate? Ning Xiuma raised her head and smiled. That's because this lord believes in him. This lord's subordinate will not be bullied by anyone. Her words warmed the hearts of all the demons. The demon master who advanced and retreated with them was the king they would die for. Since she said this, Luo Jiuchen couldn't say anything else. Everyone's gaze fell on Feng Huang, waiting for him to prove his innocence. Feng Huang secretly gritted his teeth. This subordinate will never rape a woman because this subordinate is a natural eunuch. It was earth-shattering. Everyone's eyes widened, and even Feng Huang's companions were shocked. They had known him for so many years and only knew that he didn't get close to women, but they didn't expect him to be a natural eunuch. This natural eunuch was naturally easy to prove. They just had to examine it. Feng Huang was brought to a quiet room, and each realm sent a person to examine it. Moments later, these people all came out and reported to their masters that Feng Huang was truly castrated. There was not the slightest bit of exaggeration. Since he was a natural eunuch, then the man who had entered the imperial tutor's bedroom and made love with the imperial tutor's wife for so long was naturally not him. Everything seemed to have come to light. Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing probably didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. His face turned pale for a moment, and he couldn't help but look at Luo Jiuchen. High Lord, he seemed to want to say something, but Luo Jiuchen said coldly, I hate framing the most in my life. Kong Jing, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Without waiting for Kong Jing to speak, Luo Jiuchen had already launched a thunderous attack. This farce ended with Imperial Preceptor Kong Jing being executed by Luo Jiuchen. The people from the other realms could not stay any longer and left one after another. Before Luo Jiuchen left, he smiled at Ning Xuema. Mo, you're very smart. Ning Xuema's lips curled. Thank you for the compliment. Mo, it's not that I don't want to pursue the matter, but I can't bear to see you lose your life. Mo, you're heartless to me, but I can't be heartless to you. These words were transmitted by Luo Jiuchen with deep affection. Luo Jiuchen, I also know that you're behind all of this. I'm giving you face by not exposing you. Ning Xuan also transmitted her voice, not backing down. Ha ha ha, Mo, you're really too smart. I really admire you. So, I will never give up on you. Luo Jiuchen laughed and left. In this dispute, the demon realm seemed to have won, but Ning Xiuma was not relaxed. Chapter 1975. In this dispute, the demon world seemed to have won, but Ning Xiuma didn't feel relaxed. She knew that as long as she didn't yield, Luo Jiuchen would continue to target her, and even the entire demon world. This incident was just the beginning. He would probably have many more schemes in the future. Right now, what she needed to do was to be cautious and careful. She had General Manager Himu give the order that no one in the demon world should move recklessly or go to other realms to do things. They should know their place and not let other realms catch them. General Manager Himu naturally did as he was told. The demons in Mo Palace were better off. After all, they were under Ning Xuema's direct control. Even if they felt stifled, they were still very obedient and behaved with their tails between their legs. However, the demons in Mo Palace weren't the only ones in the demon world. Most of the demons were outside. Besides, demons had always been unrestrained and liked to wander around. If they were confined to one place, it would be better to just kill them. Therefore, there were many demons in the demon world who obeyed in public but opposed in private. They agreed verbally, but they still did whatever they wanted in secret. Speaking of which, it was strange. As long as they left the demon world, they usually didn't return. First, they disappeared, then they would find all kinds of miserable corpses in some place. Every demon's inexplicable death would cause a small commotion in the demon world. When these demons sneaked out, no one told on them. However, once they died, their families would cry injustice and complain to Mo Palace, begging Mo Palace to find justice for them. This kind of thing happened endlessly. General Manager Himu had to deal with this mess every day. He was in a terrible fix. However, he was afraid that Ning Xiuma would be worried, so he didn't report these things. He sent people to deal with them as much as possible. Ning Xiuma was also very busy these days. She stayed in the medicine refining room every day to refine medicine and raise her level. This kind of thing happened again and again, making the already irascible demons even angrier. General Manager Himu, how long are we going to keep acting like cowards every day? A high-ranking demon general finally couldn't help but ask. That's right. Someone is clearly targeting us. As soon as we leave the demon world, no matter if we do evil or not, we will be schemed against by the other realms. Are we going to keep enduring like this? I can't take it anymore. Why should we act like cowards? I want to go out and fight a bloody battle. I don't want to suffer from this coward's humiliation. That's right. This time, someone is targeting our demon realm. Ning Xiuma, who was passing by, heard the noise coming from the front hall. She paused and thought for a moment. Then, she turned around and walked in. In the hall, the demon generals were making a racket. When Ning Xiuma suddenly came in, the entire hall quieted down. Head steward Himu's expression changed. He was afraid that Ning Xiuma would be distracted, so he didn't report to her. Now that she heard about it, he was afraid that she would be sad, fiend-lord. He took a step forward. Just as he was about to say something, Ning Xiuma waved her hand. She looked around at the demons and said, "Everyone here is a leading figure in the demon world. I'm sure you are familiar with the affairs of the demon world. Before this lord came, what was the situation when the people of the demon world went out?" The demons looked at each other. Demons weren't very popular in the 6 realms. They lived in remote places and had to disguise themselves every time they went out to fish. Once their identities were exposed, they were like street rats that everyone wanted to beat up. In fact, the situation was even worse than now. Chapter 1976. It was just that after Ning Xiuma unified the devil world, she gave them a few years of peace. After such a long time, it was natural for them to feel uncomfortable and aggrieved when they returned to the dark days. When the demons thought of what happened at that time, the injustice in their hearts finally faded a lot. Devil Master, we all understand your difficulties, and we don't mean to complain. It's just that we've been bullied by people from other realms and feel uncomfortable. Someone bowed and apologized. Ning Xiuma looked at them and sighed secretly. These people were all hot-blooded men, and it was indeed wrong for them to be cooped up like this every day. Everyone, this kind of life won't last long. Hold back your anger for now and wait for an opportunity. Do you understand? Ning Xiuma could only say so much. Sometimes she couldn't say too much, so as not to fall into the ears of people with ulterior motives. Her eyes were shining, and although her voice was not loud, it had the power to stabilize people's hearts. The demons finally calmed down. Ning Xiuma said again, "Pass down my order. No one in the devil world is allowed to leave without orders. If anyone violates this order, they will be permanently expelled from the devil world. Mo Palace will not be responsible for anything that happens in the outside world." The demons dispersed. Ning Xiuma sat there in a daze for a moment, then slowly walked to the medicine refining room. When she passed by a small garden, she heard the conversation of the 2 little demons again. I really don't know when this kind of cowardly life will end. Yes, yes, our devil master is really cowardly now. She's being bullied like this and doesn't even dare to fart. I don't know where her original prestige went. Yes, now she only knows how to show off in the devil world. She's nothing when she goes out. I heard that Supremacy Luo held a Six Realms talk in the celestial world 2 days ago, but he didn't send her an invitation. Actually, I'm curious. Why does she stay in MO Palace every day? Why can't she go out and communicate with other realms? This way, the people of the devil world won't be inferior when they go out. Who knows? Now, except for our devil world, the other realms are all trying to curry favor with Supremacy Luo. I heard that the other 5 realms got a lot of benefits from him. Sigh. In fact, our devil master should also curry favor with that person. Does she think it's still the time when the supreme divinity was still around? Who is she showing her aloofness to? Exactly. Things were different now. In the past, the supreme divinity was on our side. Even if he didn't stand up for the devil realm, he wouldn't go against them either. But now, this future supremacy doesn't care about this. After all, a mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Naturally, he won't tolerate our devil lord. In the future, we will have to suffer even more. The 2 little she-devils talked more and more happily. Later on, they complained and complained about the injustice. Steward Himu, who was by Ning Xiuma's side, frowned when he heard their discussion. He wanted to go over and berate them, but Ning Xiuma stopped him with a wave of her hand. The more head steward Himu listened, the angrier he became. Ning Xiuma, on the other hand, remained calm and collected. When she heard the last part, she smiled faintly and turned to leave. Some people can only enjoy happiness together, but they can't share trials and tribulations. It's fine if you lead them to lead a good life, but once you're bullied, they won't think about helping you turn the tables, but will only complain. This was good too. It helped her see some people and things clearly. Steward Himu didn't wait for her order and went to deal with the 2 little she-devils who were gossiping. During this critical period, any disloyal subordinates couldn't stay in MO Palace. Chapter 1977. During this critical period, any disloyal subordinates could not stay in the MO Palace. Those who should be expelled, and those who should be punished. This was the only way to stabilize the people. When Ning Xiuma passed by that small courtyard, she leisurely walked in. The little lotus in the garden had already grown 3 green leaves. Each leaf was about the size of a coin. They swayed gently in the wind, and the growth was quite satisfactory. Ning Xiuma squatted there and touched the leaf gently with her fingers. She sighed softly. Jilly, I am very sad. When will you come back? That bastard is getting more and more arrogant. The little lotus leaf swayed gently, as if to comfort her. I haven't seen you for half a month. I really miss you. However, my alchemy skill has been upgraded to level 8. As long as I level up, I can make the heavenly water poison and assassinate that bastard. No matter what, I must make you come back. Nianma and I both need you. Ning Xiuma had been working hard these days. She stayed in the alchemy room day and night to improve her level. When she was tired, she would just take a rest. It was not an exaggeration to say that her head was hanging on the beam. As for little Nianma, he was also working hard. Too many twists and turns had made him mature early. He also worked hard every day to practice the martial arts that his father had left for him. Since his father was not around, he had to work hard to become the strongest. He would cultivate to become a god. His father's position must not be occupied by that bastard who dared to bully his mother for too long. He would protect his mother and not let anyone bully her. Ning Xiuma knew that everything that happened recently was Luo Jiuqin's doing. He was forcing her to do whatever he wanted. Just like the male lead in some CEO novels, in order to get the female lead, he deliberately created a lot of trouble for the female lead and her family. He even made the female lead's family bankrupt or sent her family members to prison. In the end, the female lead was forced into a corner and had to beg the male lead. The male lead took the opportunity to sleep with the female lead. Then, both of them loved and hated each other. In the end, they had a happy ending. Ning Xiuma sneered every time she read this kind of novel. Now, she began to suspect that Luo Jiuchen was the male protagonist of that kind of novel. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. Yes, Luo Jiuchen did use those scum male lead schemes. Unfortunately, she, Ning Xiuma, did not have the temperament of a little white rabbit female lead. One day, she would make Luo Jiuchen pay the price in blood, make him regret provoking her. In her previous life, little Xiuma had been completely used by this scumbag and plotted to her death. In this life, she, Ning Xiuma, would never walk down the same old path. She would take revenge for her past and present lives. In the past few days, when she was extremely tired or sleepy, she would run to this small flower bed and talk to Xiaohe for a while. The weight in his chest eased. After all, Xiaohe was just a plant. She had been listening quietly. At most, she could only sway her body in the wind, which couldn't give her any extra comfort. Ning Xiuma did not realize that every time she came, Xiaohe's body would sway more than usual. Even the leaves would take the initiative to touch her fingers. In fact, Ning Xiuma did not really expect any response when she talked here. She just found an emotional garbage to pour out her feelings. After she finished, she would feel better and continue to work hard. Julie, that bastard has been targeting me. In fact, I have also thought of leaving the Devil Kingdom with Nianma and even leave this continent. I don't want him to find me again. Chapter 1978. Julie, that bastard has been targeting me. In fact, I have thought about leaving the Devil Kingdom with Nianma and even leave this continent. If he can't find me, he might let go of the Devil Kingdom. However, I can't find a way to go to other continents. The Celestial Devil Continent is too strange. There is no passage to other continents. If I hide with Nianma, that bastard will create more chaos in the Devil Kingdom to force me out. The situation in the Devil Kingdom will be more chaotic than it is now, and it will be more difficult. She was too tired. As she spoke, she felt a little sleepy. She squatted there, and her body swayed. Then, she fell to the ground. She was shocked and suddenly woke up. When she saw that she had knocked down a large number of flowers and plants, she was shocked. She hurriedly jumped up and looked at her body. She was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. The little lotus was tilted to one side. Obviously, it was hit by her. God, he wouldn't be crushed to death, right? Ning Xiuma quickly stretched out her hand to help it. Strangely, the leaf of the little lotus was struggling to roll one of her fingers. Slowly, it straightened up. Ning Xiuma's entire body stiffened. She looked at the leaf in disbelief and whispered, Julie. Xiaohe's other leaf stretched out and rubbed against her palm. The delicate leaf gently slid across her palm, bringing with it a faint itch. Ning Xiuma's eyes suddenly turned sour. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her heart was beating wildly. When she saw the little lotus, she only hoped that it was the incarnation of Shun Jili. However, deep in her heart, she still did not believe it. After all, there were so many lotuses in this world. It was not too strange for a lotus to grow in a dry land. She thought that it was the incarnation of Shun Jili. It was a very weak hope, and she did not dare to have too much hope. However, now that she saw the little lotus, her hope suddenly doubled. Shun Jili had made such thorough arrangements for his funeral. It was obvious that his soul had dissipated and he would never come back. Based on his character, he would not bear to part with Gu Shijio and little Nianma. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would work 100 times harder to come back. If he couldn't do it himself, it meant that the chances of him coming back were extremely slim. Now that this lotus had suddenly sprouted, was it because of what happened 50,000 years ago, or had she changed it a little? Did it give him hope of rebirth? In order to hide from people's eyes, Ning Xiuma had also planted other slightly taller flowers in the flower bed, protecting Xiaohe in the middle. This way, when Xiaohe really grew up, it would not be too eye-catching. At this moment, Ning Xiuma was sitting on the ground of the flower bed, deep in thought. According to what happened before she came back, it was impossible for little Xiuma to be possessed by the devil. However, the purple evil should have happened, and the 6 realms were destroyed at that time. Otherwise, the 6 realms would have changed. How did the Zisha happen at that time? Could it be caused by the substitute? The substitute was created by Shun Jili. so it shouldn't have a normal mind, right? Could it be that she also had a strong resentment when she was tortured? More importantly, the substitute was, after all, a substitute and not the real Devil Lord. Even if the substitute had resentment, she did not have the ability to kill so many people, right? What happened after that? Ning Xiuma found that the days when she traveled to 50,000 years ago were the same as the days here. Since she had been back for more than half a month should have passed in the other world, right? Chapter 1979. How would Shun Julie react when he realized that the girl in his arms had turned back into little Xiuma? How did he spend the past half a month? She sighed faintly and stood up. She lowered her head and flicked the dust off her clothes. When she looked up, her body suddenly stiffened. A purple figure slowly appeared in the courtyard. He had white hair and a pair of eyes that were full of smiles as he looked at her. I am Luo Jiuchen. Ning Xiuma suddenly took a step back and tripped over the soil under her feet. She sat down with a plop and smashed a bunch of flowers and plants. Luo Jiuchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He walked over to help her. However, she took a step back in the flower bed and crushed a few more flowers and plants. Then, she supported herself with both hands on the ground and jumped up. With this support and jump, she crushed a few more flowers and plants. Luo Jiuchen. Ning Xiuma finally landed outside the flower bed. She looked coldly at Luo Jiuchen. Mr. Luo, entering without an invitation is tantamount to stealing. As the future lord, how can you do this kind of shady business? Luo Jiuchen sighed. Imo, you think too much. I just came to see you. I haven't seen you come out these days. Don't worry, Ning Xiuma said. She waved her hand and flicked the dust off her clothes. Then, she turned and left. Imo, why do you have to be so unapproachable? I'm here to deliver the invitation personally. He flicked his finger, and a golden invitation card fell into Ning Xiuma's hand. The day after tomorrow, the Tianji Palace of the Celestial World will hold a meeting. Imo, I hope you can attend. Ning Xiuma snorted. I'm very busy. I'm not free. She opened the door. The 8 mythological beasts guarding outside heard the commotion and gathered around. They stared at Luo Jiuchen like tigers watching their prey, guarding against any sudden attacks. Luo Jiuchen smiled. Imo, don't be so nervous. I won't force you. He turned and disappeared. Ning Xiuma stood in place for a moment and waved her hand to disperse the 8 mythological beasts. Then, she turned around and returned to the flower bed to inspect the flowers and plants that she had destroyed. The way she fell, sat, and retreated just now seemed to be in a hurry, but she actually had a plan. She definitely wouldn't crush the tree she cared about. Luo Jiuchen's sudden appearance was definitely not a coincidence. He was most likely here to investigate her. If he found out that she was particularly interested in this flower bed, he would definitely investigate it carefully. From her actions just now, he could see that she didn't care about the flowers in the flower bed. Instead, it dispelled his suspicions. Fortunately, her skills were outstanding now. Although that bastard was invisible, she was still able to smell his scent in time. If she left the flower bed immediately, it would seem deliberate. Therefore, she continued to pat and play with the flowers and plants without batting an eyelid. Then, she got up and pretended to be startled by the sudden discovery of someone and fell down. As she had expected, there was a traitor in her M.O. palace. The dense forest was verdant and lush. Normally, no one would come here easily. At this moment, there was a man in purple standing under a tree. He seemed to be waiting for someone. A moment later, a woman in blue flew over. When she saw the man in purple, she hurriedly knelt down. My lord! The man in purple was Luo Jiuchen. He glanced at the woman in blue. Is there any new news? The woman in blue reported. After my lord left, the Devil Lord threw a tantrum at General Manager Himu. He scolded him for not guarding the place well enough and letting someone in. Then, she went back to her bedroom and hasn't come out since. Chapter 1980. Luo Jiuchen nodded slightly and said coldly, You said that she likes to stay in that side courtyard. I've already checked it out, and there's nothing worth noticing. The woman in blue said she often takes her son to that side courtyard to stay for a while. I heard that it used to be the residence of the supreme divinity. Maybe she went there to look at it and miss him. Luo Jiochin snorted. Since he had already checked it out, he naturally didn't care about that side courtyard anymore. Besides, there was no trace of Shun Julie's aura in that side courtyard. It seemed that the woman still couldn't accept this reality. Keep a close eye on it. If there's anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Luo Jiochin ordered. Yes, but I'm just a lowly cleaning maid in Mo Palace. Usually, I can't get close to the Devil Master. The woman in blue sighed. Just ask around. Do you need me to teach you this? Luo Jiochin's voice was even colder. Yes. The woman responded again, but lowered her head. My lord, Mo Palace has strict rules, and rewards and punishments are clear. If someone finds out that I'm a spy, I'm afraid it doesn't matter. Just be careful. Huan, you'll suffer there for the time being. After everything is done, I won't mistreat you. Luo Jiochin's expression became gentle again. The woman threw herself into his arms. But Awan is still a little scared. Don't be afraid. I'll give you the benefits you want in the future. I just want to stay by your side. I can be your servant. As long as you do well, I'll leave a place for you. Luo Jiochin promised. The woman in blue left with satisfaction. Luo Jiochin stood there, but the corners of his lips curled up, and there was a touch of mockery in his eyes. A lowly little demon wanted to stay by his side? Dream on. I've had thousands of people around me, but I only want you in my heart. Only you have the qualifications to stand by my side. I used you 50,000 years ago. Thinking of this, he paused. His memory seemed to have deviated. In his original memory, it seemed that he had forced little Xiuma to become a demon, but now that he thought about it, it didn't seem to be the case. It wasn't little Xiuma who turned into a demon, but someone else. His original memories were quite clear, but now they were a blur. The memories from 50,000 years ago seemed to be disappearing from his mind. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows and didn't really care. Perhaps it was because he'd been trapped in the heavenly Tao bell for too long, but his memories of the bell were gradually becoming blurry. When he first became aware of this situation, he was a little anxious, but as time went on, he did not take it to heart. What he wanted was the present and the future that he could grasp. If he couldn't remember the past clearly, then so be it. He didn't need to take it to heart. He only needed to know what he wanted now. Shun Julie's soul had already dissipated, so IMO would be his sooner or later. She couldn't run. He just needed to put in more effort behind her back. He didn't believe that when she was abandoned by everyone, she wouldn't obediently throw herself into his arms. When the time came, he would give her the best compensation. Before that, he still had to do what he had to do. Devil Master, it's been investigated. The traitor this time is Ahuan. In the secret room, General Manager Himu reported to Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma nodded. It was as she had expected. Fortunately, that demoness wasn't by her side, but just a maid who cleaned. Chapter 1981. Thinking of this, her heart skipped a beat. She had been mesmerized by Gong Huanyan's obedient and clever facade, so she hadn't been too wary of her. If Shun Julie hadn't chosen her as his companion, perhaps Gong Huanyan would still be by her side now. People like Gong Huanyan were the easiest to bribe in times of crisis, so the traitor now might be Gong Huanyan. If Gong Huanyan was the traitor, she would definitely be more dangerous than Ahuan. And Shun Julie seemed to have expected this day, so he took action in advance to get rid of this unstable factor for her. Devil Master, should we get rid of Ahuan? General Manager Himu asked. Ning Xiuma shook her head and suddenly smiled. Don't alert the enemy. We can also make use of her. The so-called Six Realms Talk Conference was similar to a modern cocktail party. The venue of the conference was also chosen to be a magnificent and incomparably high-class place. The Red Cloud's Palace of the Immortal World was especially suitable for this. The Red Cloud's Palace was located at the top of a mountain, and the only passage was the White Jade Path. Early in the morning, the kings of the various realms arrived with their elites on various kinds of transportation. Some were riding rare birds and strange beasts, some were riding cloud palanquins, and some were riding horse carriages. Of course, the horses pulling the carriages weren't ordinary horses, but the famous Pegasus. All kinds of auspicious clouds lingered, and all kinds of propitious vapors rose. Now, that Luo Jiuchen was very popular in the Six Realms, it could be said that he was destined to be a person who could cover the sky with one hand. Naturally, the people of the Six Realms didn't dare to provoke him and had to give him face no matter what. Therefore, no one dared to not come when he sent an invitation. When they met on the road, they exchanged greetings with each other, and it was quite lively. The king of the underworld was a smooth and slick person. He was also very scheming and was very close to Luo Jiuchen. He was now considered Luo Jiuchen's confidant. He came on a blue lawn because he didn't like to have many people, and this time he came for a talk, so he only brought 4 subordinates. It was easy for him to follow. His 4 subordinates' mounts weren't as fast as his bird, so he was at the front. Seeing the Red Cloud's palace in front of him, he was about to urge the blue lawn to go down when suddenly a clear bird cry came from behind him. A person riding a fire phoenix caught up to him. Hell King. The Netherworld King turned his head subconsciously and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to meet this person, but he still saluted him on the back of the green phoenix. Demon Lord. The woman on the fire phoenix was none other than Devil Master Ning Xiuma. She was dressed in red and riding a fire phoenix. Her entire being was as dazzling as a burning cloud. Ning Xiuma smiled. Since we've met, it must be fate. Let's go together. She flew side by side with him. Naturally, the Nether King couldn't reject her. Although he knew that the Devil Master wasn't on good terms with Lord Luo seemed to be interested in her. It was hard to say if they would become a family in the future. What's more, he also understood this demon lord's martial arts. Even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be her opponent. If he really offended her, he was afraid that he would die very miserably. Ning Xiuma and he traveled together. They chatted about this and that, and seemed to be very close, but they didn't talk about anything important. The Nether King didn't know what her purpose was, so he could only deal with it. Naturally, they met several groups of people from other realms along the way. Ning Xiuma was also strange. Whenever she saw other people catching up with them, she would slightly distance herself from the Nether King. After those people greeted them and overtook them, she would fly side by side with him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the main venue. Ning Xiuma was slightly behind and smiled at the Nether King. Nether King, you can go down first. I have something else to do, so I'll go later. Chapter 1982. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the main hall. Ning Xiuma was a little behind them. She smiled at Pluto and said, Pluto, you can leave first. I have something else to do. I'll go later. Pluto was looking forward to her saying that. Luo Jiuchen was suspicious by nature. If he found out that she was close to the Devil Lord, he might misunderstand. Therefore, he casually bowed to Ning Xiuma and said, Then I'll leave first. Then, he hurriedly left as if there was a ghost chasing after him. Ning Xiuma rode on the fire phoenix in the sky and then slowly flew down. After all, Ning Xiuma was the Devil Lord. 3 years ago, she had swept across the 6 realms and defeated all the troublemakers. Her deeds were still fresh in people's minds. Therefore, the leaders of the 6 realms did not dare to offend her. Although they were puzzled by her sudden arrival, they still had to greet her. In the past half a month, the situation had changed drastically. Everyone in the 6 realms knew that the new Lord and the Devil Lord were not on good terms and were deliberately targeting each other. In the past half a month, the Devil Realm also behaved themselves. Almost no one in the Devil Realm left their realm. Obviously, the Devil Lord was not as good as the new Lord. Since the new Lord was targeting her, the others naturally did not dare to be close to her. After a few words of greeting, they dispersed as if they were afraid that she was infected with germs. Although there were many people in the hall, Ning Xiuma's surroundings were empty. There was not a single person around her. Ning Xiuma did not care. The layout of the hall was really a bit like a banquet. There were tables for all kinds of fruits, wine, and dishes. There were all kinds of food, sea, land, and air. There were also all kinds of flowers in the middle. Maids and servants walked around, adding all kinds of things. These big shots were not here to eat and drink, but to bond. Therefore, they stood in groups of 3 or 5, standing there and talking. Only Ning Shuima stood by herself. No matter where she went, the people there would find an excuse to leave on their own accord. Ning Shuima smiled slightly. She was used to this scene in the human world, but she did not expect the people in the six realms to be so snobbish. She did not purposely join anyone. Instead, she sat alone in a corner and slowly tasted the wine. In fact, the Netherworld King had been paying attention to her all this time. He was afraid that she would try to get close to him again, so he didn't know whether to reject her or not. He had even thought of all the excuses he would use to leave if Ning Shuima came over to talk to him. However, he didn't expect that after Ning Shuima came in, she didn't have any intention of talking to him. She didn't even look at him. When she came down, he had no choice but to come over with the others to greet her. Her expression was also indifferent. Her eyes swept over his companions, but never met his gaze. It was as if she was deliberately distancing herself from him. The more she acted like this, the more uncertain the Nether King felt. When she was unusually close to him, he was worried and wished he could push her away and stay far away from her. She purposely gave him the cold shoulder. While he was relieved, he couldn't figure out what she was up to. He couldn't help but look at her from time to time, and all of this fell into a pair of eyes that were constantly monitoring this place. The owner of this pair of eyes was Luo Jiuchen. Of course, with his noble status, he would not go so early to avoid losing his status. Although he didn't come, it didn't mean that his eyes didn't. At this moment, he was sitting by the lake in Fantion Palace. In front of him was a water mirror. The mirror showed the scene inside and outside Yinsha Palace. Chapter 1983. The scenery shown in the water mirror could be adjusted at will, and he could look wherever he wanted. From the moment Ning Shuima appeared on the water mirror, her appearance was reflected. Ning Shuima's every action, every word, and every action were all clearly recorded on the paper. Of course, there was only a picture on it and no sound, but it was enough for Luo Jiuchen to see something clearly. He naturally saw the cold treatment Ning Shuima received in the hall, and he couldn't help but smile. This girl knew that the six realms were no longer the six realms of the past. If she wanted to live well in the six realms, she had to hold the thigh of the new lord. Only he could give her what she wanted, including status, identity, and love. Ning Shuima rode the Fire Phoenix and flew side by side with Pluto in the sky. The two were talking and laughing, and Luo Jiuchen naturally saw them. In fact, he didn't like Ning Shuima to be too close to any man, and he felt uncomfortable when he saw them. However, in the end, he was still a gloomy person. His schemes were quite deep. Seeing Ning Shuima and the Hell King talking and laughing, he couldn't rule out the possibility that she was aware of her awkward situation and wanted to form an alliance with the Hell King to her side. However, later on, he saw that Ning Shuima and Hades were deliberately avoiding people when they were chatting. Furthermore, Hades was also acting a little sneakily. Thus, he began to have some suspicions in his heart. However, his suspicions were not big. Now, Ning Shuima ignored Pluto in the hall, and Pluto peeped at her from time to time. There seemed to be something wrong between the two of them. The underworld, the demon realm, and the devil realm were the easiest to form a faction, and their relationship was better than the other factions. Was there really a secret relationship between Pluto and Ning Shuima, the Devil Lord? Luo Jiuchen was originally a suspicious person, and now he was even more suspicious. He also paid more attention to the subtle interaction between Ning Shuima and Pluto. He saw that Pluto finally finished chatting with others and went to the dining table to get food alone. Ning Shuima just stood up and went to the dining table to get a flat peach not far behind Pluto. And Luo Jiuchen had seen Pluto pick up the flat peach and put it down. After Ning Shuima took the flat peach, she left the dining table and went back to her seat. Ning Shuima was not in a hurry to eat it. Instead, she let the peach spin in her palm. A faint white light flashed, and something seemed to fall out of the peach. Ning Shuima quickly hid it in her sleeve. After that, she looked to her left and right. There was no one around her. She smiled and rested her hand on her forehead as if she was taking a nap. However, her pair of eyes looked at her sleeve for a moment before pursing her lips. She lowered her sleeve, and a small wisp of light white smoke came out of her sleeve and drifted away. Luo Jiuchen's fingers suddenly clenched. Yesterday, a Huan spy, who was hiding in Mo Palace, sent a message to him that there seemed to be something wrong between the Devil Lord and Pluto. The Devil Lord received a new letter, which was personally handed to him by General Manager Himu. Ah Huan happened to be nearby, and after seeing the Devil Lord receive the letter, she took a look at it and let General Manager Himu follow her into the hall. Ah Huan quietly followed them to eavesdrop. Her cultivation was low, and she was afraid that the two people would find out, so she didn't dare to get too close. She faintly heard something like Pluto, insider, and can't be known to others. She didn't hear the details, but she suspected that Pluto and the Devil Lord were involved, so she sent a message to Luo Jiuchen. Luo Jiuchen was already a little suspicious of Pluto, and now that he saw this scene in the water mirror, his suspicion almost burst out of his chest. Chapter 1984. Pluto. Good. Pluto. One suspicious action could be explained as a coincidence, but with so many suspicious things connected together, it was impossible for Luo Jiuchen not to be suspicious. This Pluto was the first to surrender to him and acted as if he was loyal in front of him, but it turned out that he was a spy for the Devil Lord. Ning Xiuma's actions were quick and efficient. She looked at the things in her sleeves and directly destroyed them without making a sound. There were so many people in the hall, so no one noticed. If Luo Jiuchen hadn't been watching her with the help of the water mirror, he wouldn't have seen all this clearly. No one knew that he could condense a water mirror to monitor the lower realm, except for Shun Juli 50,000 years ago. Shun Juli was dead, and before he died, Luo Jiuchen was not released from the Heaven Dao Bell. Shun Juli wasn't a talkative person, so he probably wouldn't tell Ning Xiuma about Luo Jiuchen. Ning Xiuma didn't know that he had this kind of power, so it was very unlikely that she was deliberately acting in front of him. In all likelihood, Pluto was her confidant and deliberately surrendered to him to be a spy. Fortunately, he had the water mirror to see all this. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that he was betrayed by Pluto. Luo Jiuchen's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. At such a critical time, he wouldn't allow anyone to be disloyal to him. His eyes were fixed on the water mirror, staring at Ning Xiuma's delicate face. He reached out his finger to touch the water mirror, as if he was touching her delicate cheek. Mo, you will be mine. Back then, I was the one who found you first, so I am your fated one, not that man. The water mirror shook, and a person suddenly appeared in the water mirror. To be exact, he appeared next to Ning Xiuma. That person was an immortal, handsome and tall, wearing a blue robe that fluttered in the wind. Luo Jiuchen's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew this person. It was the strongest person in the immortal world, Yi Tianli. Luo Jiuchen knew about Yi Tianli. He knew that he almost became Xiuma's fiancé. He also knew that one of his hands was destroyed by Ning Xiuma. The relationship between the two of them was actually a little subtle. Luo Jiuchen stared at the mirror and saw that Yi Tianli seemed to say something to Ning Xiuma with a smile. Ning Xiuma was lazy and ignored him. However, Yi Tianli sat opposite her with a glass of wine in his hand. He smiled and seemed to be saying something. Ning Xiuma's fingers tightened around the wine cup. She coldly glanced at Yi Tianli and said a few words. The two of them seemed to have quarreled with each other, causing the other people in the hall to look at them. Ning Xiuma raised her hand as if she wanted to do something, but she restrained herself and turned to leave. Luo Jiuchen touched his chin. Although he couldn't hear what the two of them said, he could tell from their expressions that they didn't get along well. In all likelihood, Yi Tianli took advantage of Ning Xiuma's downfall to take revenge on her. He said a few strange words that made Ning Xiuma unhappy, and the two of them parted on bad terms. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Luo Jiuchen understood this very well. Perhaps he should pull Yi Tianli under his command. Although one of his hands was disabled, it wasn't incurable. If he cured Yi Tianli's hand, he wouldn't have to worry about Yi Tianli's loyalty. Luo Jiuchen was thinking when the voice-transmitting talisman on his waist suddenly lit up. He glanced at it and picked it up. A delicate female voice came from it. "My lord, should we set off?" Chapter 1985. Luo Jiuqian was calculating when the sound transmission talisman on his waist suddenly lit up. He glanced at it and picked it up. A crisp female voice came from it. "Lord, should we set off?" Luo Jiuqian smiled. "Okay." It was time for him to make an appearance. Luo Jiuqian's appearance was very grand and solemn. He came in a golden carriage pulled by 8 heavenly horses. The carriage was given to him by the Sky Emperor. It was very luxurious and tasteful, and also very suitable for his status. He came in a purple robe, which was very eye-catching, as if he was the only one in the world. When the carriage appeared in the sky above Yunxia Palace, the sky was filled with rosy clouds and auspicious lights, almost blinding people's eyes. Everyone heard the noise and came out. They watched as his carriage slowly circled around the Red Cloud's palace. This time it flew down. Because he had not officially ascended to the position of the Lord of Heaven and Earth, according to the rules, everyone did not need to kowtow to him. They only needed to bow and clasp their sleeves. The higher the level, the more rules they paid attention to, so no one present was rude. Everything was done according to the rules. He didn't come alone. The person who came down from the carriage with him was a woman with a cloudy hairstyle. The immortal world did not lack beauties, and this woman was obviously the best of the best. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. She looked cold and strong. Ning Xuema recognized this beauty. She was the Heavenly Emperor's younger sister, a fairy who had achieved enlightenment in cultivation. Her name was Tianwan Clam. It was said that this woman had very high standards and would not marry anyone who was not the world's #1 man. She once liked Yi Tianli. However, Yi Tianli did not care about any woman at that time. She gave up after being rejected by him. Later, Yi Tianli took the initiative to pursue Lord Amo. Although Yi Tianli did not succeed because of Shun Jiuli's interference, it still made this fairy very uncomfortable. When she saw Ning Xuema, she always felt an inexplicable hatred and did not like her. Fortunately, Ning Xuema did not travel much in the 6 realms, so the two of them had very limited opportunities to meet. Ning Xuema had been in the Gods Demons continent for more than 3 years, but she had only seen this fairy twice. After Ning Xuema became the Devil Master, she had always been lazy. As long as no one provoked her, she would not find trouble with anyone. Naturally, she didn't have any interactions with this heavenly illusion puppet. Ning Xuema only faintly felt that this woman had a trace of hostility towards her, but she didn't take it to heart. Now, she was with Luo Jiuqian. She actually walked down from the carriage hand in hand and stood side by side with Luo Jiuqian. She seemed to have accepted everyone's greetings. Ning Xuema sat there without moving, playing with a glass of wine in her hand. She was the Devil Master. Even though Luo Jiuqian had secretly mocked her, her status was still there. Even if Luo Jiuqian ascended to the position of Master of Heaven and Earth, she would still be on the same level as him. Moreover, he had not ascended to this position yet. Naturally, there was no need to bow to him. Luo Jiuqian exchanged greetings with everyone. He looked noble with a sense of alienation, and in that alienation, there is a sense of intimacy between a superior and a subordinate. In short, his posture was very good. His eyebrows were dissolute, and he looked proud of himself. He exchanged greetings as he walked inside. Finally, his gaze fell on Ning Xuema, who had been sitting there without moving. He smiled slightly and greeted her condescendingly. "The Devil Master is also here. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." Chapter 1986. He cupped his hands at Ning Xuema. Ning Xuema smiled faintly. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Luo." She still didn't get up. Seeing her sitting there lazily without any intention of lifting her, but Tian Huansher's pretty face tensed up slightly. She said, "Demon Master, Lord Luo is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Isn't it unreasonable for you to just sit there when he greets you?" Ning Xuema's eyes slightly shifted as she shot a glance at the heavenly illusion puppet. She indifferently asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Tian Huanmei, the celestial Thearcha's sister. Your brother has to bow to me." "Who are you? You're poking at me like that. Do you want to talk to me about reason?" Tian Huanmei was speechless. She blushed. I'm I'm Lord Luo's fiancé, Ning Xiuema smiled. Oh, really? Congratulations. He then changed the topic. Don't even mention that you're his fiancé. Even if you're already his wife, he's still not the master of heaven and earth. When you see me, you should still bow down. Tian Huanmei was speechless. She couldn't help but tug at Luo Jiuchen's sleeve. Lord, she wanted him to stand up for her. Luo Jiuchen had been staring at Ning Xiuema's face, hoping to see a trace of disappointment on her face. She didn't look disappointed at all. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Ning Xiuema with a smile that wasn't a smile. Devil Master, for my sake, can you forgive her for this bow? Ning Xiuema twirled her wine cup and answered absent-mindedly, I've never cared about these customs. If it wasn't for your excellency's fiancé who came to me to ask for a courtesy, I wouldn't bother to bicker with her. This small disturbance passed just like that. The conference officially began. Tian Huamei had said that she was the new Lord Luo's fiancé, and he didn't refute it. She had been calling herself the new Lord Luo's fiancé throughout the conference. This caused everyone who came this time to intentionally or unintentionally curry favor with her. Gradually, with her as the center, they would toast to her from time to time. On the other hand, Ning Xiuema sat there alone. No one came to talk to her. With her as the center, there was a large empty space around her. It was unavoidably lonely, and it gave others a feeling of desolation. As for Luo Jiuchen, he was like the sun at this moment, attracting all the light to himself. No matter where he went, he was a dazzling and invincible existence. Although he had not yet ascended to the position of leader, he already had the strength of a leader. It could be said that he was the most pleased with himself at this conference. Ning Xiuema was drinking wine when a shadow appeared in front of her. A person was standing in front of her. Ning Xiuema raised her head and saw a handsome face full of pride. Child Luo, what's the matter? Luo Jiuchen sat down opposite her, shaking a glass of wine in his hand. Nothing. I came to have a drink with you. Ning Xiuema curled her lips and didn't say anything. She casually glanced at Tian Huanmei. Aren't you afraid that she will be jealous? Luo Jiuchen stared into her eyes. IMO, if you are willing, I am willing to give you your halo. Ning Xiuema smiled. Thank you, but I don't want it. Luo Jiuchen sighed softly. IMO, why are you so stubborn? If you continue like this, your days will be very difficult. Why don't you walk on the sunny road and walk on the single-plank bridge? Ning Xiuema took a sip of wine. Maybe the single-plank bridge suits me better. Chapter 1987. Luo Jiuchen saw that she was so stubborn, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. Mo, you will regret this. Ning Xiuema sighed. I've heard you say this countless times. Luo Jiuchen smiled. Is that so? I believe this will be the last time you hear it. As if he had decided something, he got up and walked away. Ning Xiuema still didn't move. She took a sip of the wine in her cup, and a waiter poured her another cup. Before she could touch her lips, her vision darkened again, and a woman sat down in front of her. There seemed to be a lot of flies and mosquitoes today. Ning Xiuema looked up and saw the smug face of the sky illusion puppet. Devil Master, you look so lonely. Snow Shark, come and have a drink with you? Ning Xiuema didn't say anything and just took a sip of wine. The sky illusion puppet looked a little condescending and smiled slightly. Devil Master, there's a saying that a wise man submits to circumstances. Why do you always have to go against the Lord? Ning Xiuema still didn't bother to pay attention to her. The sky illusion puppet was obviously here to persuade her, and she said a lot more. The general idea was that now was different from the past. Now it was the Lord's world, and she, the Devil Master, was just a king in the devil realm. She had to be respectful to the Lord. She said a lot, but Ning Xiuema just sat there and ignored her. When the sky illusion puppet first said these words to her, she was afraid of angering her, so she didn't dare to say anything too outrageous. Naturally, she didn't dare to get close to her. Later, when she saw that the other party didn't respond, she thought that Ning Xiuema was afraid. The more she talked, the more excited she became. In the end, she even said that Ning Xiuema, the Devil Master, should kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times when she saw her, the future queen, before she could finish her proud words. A cup of wine poured directly over her head. She didn't look like she was drenched by a cup of wine, but more like she was drenched by a bucket of wine. Her hair and clothes were wet from head to toe, and the wine dripped down her dress. What was even stranger was that a wine glass was placed upside down on her head, shaking with her movements. The fragrance of the wine was so strong that the sky illusion puppet froze. After a while, she screamed, "You!" The wine glass above her head seemed to be unable to withstand her high decibel and exploded with a bang. She screamed again, and the pieces of the wine glass fell to the ground, making a crisp, tinkling sound. The commotion here had obviously alarmed everyone in the hall, and countless gazes were directed in this direction. Ning Xiuma sat there without moving, but the wine cup in her hand was gone. Although the buildings in the immortal world were steaming with auspicious energy, they were full of immortal aura. However, the heavenly prison was just like any other heavenly prison in the mortal world. It was narrow, dark, and the corners of the walls were covered with straw. Beneath their feet were cold jade bricks produced in the extreme north. When they stepped on them, they felt extremely hard and cold. Ning Xiuma was sitting on a pile of straw. She was bound by chains that locked her psychic power. Whenever she moved, the chains would jingle. The heavenly prison in the immortal world was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The lighter crimes were in the highest level, where there were beds, tables, and even windows. Through the windows, one could see the sky outside. The heavier crimes were in the middle level, where the rooms were narrower and the beds were bare wooden beds. In any case, the rooms were still clean, and there were no rats or fleas jumping around. The lowest level was underground. It was dark and damp, narrow and small. If a person turned around, they would be able to touch the wall. Moreover, it was only half a meter high. Even Ning Xiuma, who had a petite figure, would not be able to stand up. She could only sit or squat down. Chapter 1988. There was no bed here, only a bundle of straw that could barely block the cold air from the ground. Ning Xiuma was no stranger to prison after crossing over, but this was the first time she was in a prison in the immortal world. And she was in the first place, sitting directly on the lowest level. She sat cross-legged on the straw, and even the straw couldn't block out the cold air from the cold jade brick. It drilled into her skin, and she felt as if all the blood in her body was about to freeze. She sighed softly. This was really a bloody case, caused by a glass of wine. She just poured a glass of wine on the head of the heavenly illusion clam. Of course, this glass of wine looked like a glass of wine, but it was actually a barrel of wine. But Ning Xiuma didn't use any telekinesis, and the heavenly illusion clam was a 5th-level heaven realm cultivator. Not to mention a barrel of wine. Even if a jar of wine was poured, it should be nothing but embarrassing. But she didn't expect the heavenly illusion clam to be so weak. Not long after being poured, her whole body started to tremble and quickly froze. Before anyone could see what was going on, she directly froze into an ice lump and exploded with a bang. Her flesh and blood were all over the hall. If it was just a glass of wine, it would at most be a prank. But the person died because of this glass of wine, and in such a tragic way. The other party was the Heaven Emperor's sister, and could be considered princess. This unforeseen event naturally caused an uproar. And Ning Xiuma, the Devil Lord, became the target of the arrows. She came to the banquet alone this time, and didn't even bring a servant with her. Once she was surrounded, there was no one to help her. Moreover, her power hadn't fully recovered, and in the end, Luo Jiuchen personally took action. So in the end, Ning Xiuma was caught and sent to the prison to wait for the joint trial of the 6 realms. Luo Jiuchen even found a prison partner for her, and this partner was none other than Hell King. This was because Luo Jiuchen found out that the sky illusion clam wasn't killed by the wine. Instead, it was poisoned by an ice nether poison in the wine. This ice nether poison was very powerful. If someone drank a drop of it in the wine, it would freeze their internal organs. If the wine was mixed with half a bottle and poured over a person's body, it would create the same effect as when the sky fantasy clam died. This poison was the Nether King's signature treasure, and he was the only one in the 6 realms who knew how to make it. The wine was poured by Ning Xiuama, and the poison was poured by Yama. Therefore, in Luo Jiuchen's brief judgment, it was obvious that the 2 of them colluded to kill the Tianhuan puppets. As a result, Ning Xiuama and the Nether King were captured and locked in different prisons. The Nether King naturally cried out loudly, but Luo Jiuchen found the other half bottle of ice nether poison on him. With such a witness and material evidence, it was useless no matter how loudly the Netherworld King cried out. Ning Xiuama heard that the Netherworld King was locked up in the prison next door. However, the soundproofing of the prison was very good. She didn't hear any movements from the Netherworld King. Even if he was shouting, he was probably tired. The prison was surrounded by walls, and even the walls were made of cold jade bricks. You couldn't lean on them, because once you leaned on them, you would be frozen. If you wanted to break free, you would have to shed a layer of skin. Ning Xiuama knew the power of the cold jade bricks, so her sitting posture was very standard, and she didn't touch the wall at all. You couldn't see the door in the prison. Only when the prisoners were interrogated, the front wall would slowly open a big hole, and the prisoners would be pulled out or thrown in. Ning Xiuama had been sitting inside for 2 days. Because her psychokinesis was sealed by the chains on her body, she was now like an ordinary person. Chapter 1989. Ning Xiuama had been sitting there for 2 days. Because her psyche power was sealed by the chains, she was now like an ordinary person. Sitting in this position for a long time inevitably made her waist and legs sore. She sat there and moved her arms and legs. She felt that all her joints were stiff and frozen into ice lumps. After a while, she slowly reached out and touched the corner behind her. An umbrella-shaped mushroom had grown out. The mushroom was cold and soft, and it was quite smooth to the touch. Ning Xiuama touched it gently with her fingers. Then she bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on it, hoping that the mushroom would grow faster. The ingredients of this poison of heavenly water were too abnormal. No wonder Shun Julie only made 46 kinds of mushrooms. The other 3 kinds grew in very strange places, and the growing conditions were very harsh. Among them, this cold underworld red mushroom was the most strange. It only grew in the darkest prison in the immortal world, and the ground was cold jade bricks. And this prison must have held a few prisoners who had been sentenced to death. Because the prison was not exposed to sunlight all year round, the resentment of the prisoners would condense and linger in the prison all year round. The most important point was that there must be a powerful demon in the prison. The demon's blood was used as a fetus to absorb the resentment of the prisoners. Only then could this strange mushroom grow. This was the most crucial ingredient to concoct the heavenly water poison. Ever since Ning Xiuama knew about this herb, she had been pondering over it. After pondering for half a day, she felt that she was the only one who could complete this difficult task. So she came to this meeting with the idea of getting into big trouble and being sent to prison. She knew that Luo Jiuchen always wanted to find trouble with her and teach her a lesson so that she could really surrender to him. As long as she gave him this opportunity, he would definitely seize it. It was easy to get into big trouble at such a meeting. When Ning Xiuama was thinking about it, the Tianhuan puppet came to her door. Ning Xiuama's original intention was to provoke the Tianhuan puppet, and then they would fight. Then she would beat the other half to death, which would be enough for her to be sent to prison for a few days. Who would have thought that the heavenly fantasy clam would freeze and explode after being doused with a glass of wine? Ning Xiuama was extremely intelligent. When Luo Jiuchen found out that the Nether King was her accomplice, she completely understood. It turned out that Luo Jiuchen also had the idea of locking her up. The heavenly illusion puppet was just a chess piece that he casually threw out. After being poured a glass of wine, the heavenly illusion puppet turned around and threw herself into Luo Jiuchen's arms. Luo Jiuchen took the opportunity to poison the heavenly illusion puppet with the ice nether poison. It seemed that Luo Jiuchen was really suspicious of the Netherworld King. This move could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Vicious and spicy enough. As a result, Ning Xiuama was sent to the celestial prison as a matter of course. Moreover, It was very much to her liking. She lived in the most important prison in the celestial prison. That bastard Luo Jiuchen was too understanding. And in order to teach her a big lesson, after locking her up in the celestial prison, he did not ask about her at all. He probably wanted to lock her up for 10 days to half a month to dampen her spirit and then interrogate her. The small mushrooms that Ning Xiuema planted could only be harvested after 3 days. Now that 2 days had passed, she only needed to wait for one more day. When the small mushrooms were fully grown and ready to be harvested, she would be able to leave this damn place. She would be able to leave freely without taking away a piece of cloud. Since she dared to come here with a plan, she naturally had a way to escape. Now, she just had to wait for the small mushrooms to grow up. She closed her eyes to rest. Suddenly, the wall in front of her creaked and slowly split to both sides. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be? He was going to interrogate her today? That bastard Luo Jiuchen couldn't keep his cool. Chapter 1990. A person appeared at the door. He wore a flowing purple robe, had a tall and handsome figure, and slightly curved lips. Even if he wasn't smiling, he seemed to be smiling. It was Luo Jiuchen. Ning Xiuema had been in the dark for a long time. When she saw the light outside, it was a little dazzling, so she closed her eyes. She didn't move. The moment the door opened, she used the back of her robe to cover the small mushroom. Amo, I've made you suffer. Luo Jiuchen bent over and walked in, sitting across from her. He looked her up and down, and pity appeared in his eyes. You've lost weight. Ning Xiuema ignored him and was too lazy to open her eyes. Amo, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you, but the situation forced me. You shouldn't have killed her. Now that the Celestial Emperor has lost his sister, he's unwilling to forgive you. Luo Jiuchen said. Ning Xiuema's lips curled up, but she didn't say anything. From what she knew, the Celestial Emperor and this sister didn't have a good relationship. This sister of his was strong and domineering. She liked to use her brother's name to cause trouble, but she didn't respect her brother at all. When she was angered, she once pointed at the Celestial Emperor's nose and called him a good-for-nothing. She and her 3 sisters-in-law were like fire and water, saying that they were outsiders and that she and the Celestial Emperor were blood relatives. Ning Xiuema felt that the Celestial Emperor's family might be setting off firecrackers to celebrate the death of this Tian Huanclang. Unwilling to forgive? Even if he really was unwilling to forgive, it was instigated by Luo Jiuchen. This was originally a vicious scheme to frame her, and it was led by Luo Jiuchen. At this time, it was useless to talk to him, and it would be a waste of her saliva. So no matter what Luo Jiuchen said, Ning Xiuema didn't say a word. Luo Jiuchen said a lot, but it was nothing more than that he pitied her in his heart. However, as the leader, he had to be fair. If he forcefully stood up for her, the 6 realms wouldn't accept it. His words were full of helplessness. In the end, he changed the topic. Imo, the situation is very unfavorable for you. If this goes on, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the Lightning God platform. Even if I want to protect you, I'm afraid I can't do it without a proper reason. Only if you change your identity, then I can stand up for you. The Lightning God platform was equivalent to the Immortal Execution platform, and it was the place where the Immortal Realm punished criminals on death row. Generally speaking, once someone was on that platform, they could forget about coming down. The criminals would be struck by heavenly lightning on that platform. If it was light, the lightning would scorch their flesh and leave behind a few strands of their soul for reincarnation. If it was serious, it would directly cause one's soul to scatter and vanish from the world. Ning Xiuema finally opened her eyes. What identity? Luo Jiuchen looked at her clear black and white eyes, and his heart swayed. Even he didn't know what was wrong with him. Every time he saw IMO like this, he had the urge to hug her. He stared at her. The best identity is my wife. No one would dare to make things difficult for the wife of the Lord of heaven and earth. She knew that this was his ultimate goal. Ning Xiuema smiled and declined to comment. Isn't it said that if the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people? Luo Jiuchen chuckled. That's just an excuse to fool the common people. People with honorable identities naturally dissociate themselves from the law. Ning Xiuema glanced at him. Isn't the heavenly Tao particular about fairness? Aren't you afraid that the heavenly Tao will punish you? Luo Jiuchen sighed. Mo, you're too naive. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. How can there be so much fairness in this world? The heavenly Tao only protects the six realms. It's fine as long as it doesn't go astray. Chapter 1991. Luo Jiuchen sighed. Mo, you're too naive. Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. How can there be so much fairness in this world? The heavenly Tao only protects the six realms as long as it doesn't go astray. The heavenly Tao doesn't care about small things, whether it's fair or not. Ning Xiuma sat there hugging her knees and smiled. So that's how it is. No wonder you keep doing evil. The heavenly Tao doesn't care about small things. Luo Jiuchen was stunned and blinked. Mo, what are you saying? I don't understand. Ning Xiuma chuckled. Luo Jiuchen, let's not do anything underhanded. There are no outsiders here, so let's be frank. I know you're the one behind all this. There's no poison in the wine I poured on Tian Huanlei. It's your hand that's poisonous. The poor Tian Huanlei relied on you and threw herself into your arms when she was wronged. But you took the opportunity to poison her and take her life. She became a chess piece that you used to threaten and frame me. It's fine if you frame me. There can't be two tigers on one mountain. You want to be the master of heaven and earth, so it's reasonable that you can't tolerate me. But why did you frame the Netherworld King? He's loyal to you. Aren't you afraid that you'll disappoint the people who follow you? Luo Jiuchen looked at her for a long time, sighed, and smiled. Mo is really smart. You figure out the key point so quickly. I like it. His lips curled up again. You don't care about yourself, but you want to get rid of the Netherworld King? Ning Xiuma took a breath. He's innocent. There's no need to implicate the innocent in our grudge. Luo Jiuchen sneered. Innocent? He's relying on me. But secretly he's your spy. He wants to be a spy by my side. How can I tolerate him? Ning Xiuma frowned. Who said he's my spy? My relationship with him is ordinary. What are you suspecting? He's innocent. If you still have a conscience, let him go. The more Ning Xiuma pleaded for Pluto, the angrier Luo Jiuchen became. He suspected that Pluto was disloyal to him. Luo Jiuchen smiled coldly. He definitely can't let it go. I have to give the six realms an explanation for this. If I want to protect you, I can only sacrifice him. Mo, if you know what's good for you, you'll agree to my request. I'll push all the blame onto the Nether King and bring you out safely. The premise is that you have to cooperate with me. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. She didn't know if she had heard it or not. Luo Jiuchen didn't rush her. I'll give you 3 more days to think about it. Miss Mo, he's still waiting for you at home. Can you bear to let him lose his mother again? Ning Xiuma suddenly opened her eyes. Luo Jiuchen, one of the 3 conditions you agreed to was not to harm anything that originally belonged to Shun Jiuli. Nianma was his son. If he dared to hurt him, it would be a violation of the oath. You will never be the master of heaven and earth again. You will be locked in the heavenly Tao Bell. Luo Jiuchen smiled. Don't worry, I will remember. I don't even want to hurt you. If you didn't do anything wrong this time, I wouldn't be able to arrest you. Well, you can think about it again. Do you want to walk on the sunny path or walk on your lonely wooden bridge? He turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, his nose twitched. Why is there a smell of blood here? Ning Xiuma raised her hand. The chain on her wrist made a clanking sound. A layer of skin on her wrist was scratched by the chain, and blood oozed out. Chapter 1992. She didn't speak, but it was obvious where the smell of blood came from. Luo Jiuchen's footsteps paused. You've suffered again. He took out a bottle of medicine from nowhere and wanted to apply it on her. Ning Xiuma abruptly withdrew her hand. Luo Jiuchen's finger stiffened. He took a deep breath and indifferently said, This place is not a good place. You should leave a way out for yourself. He placed the bottle on the ground and walked out with large strides. The prison closed again. Ning Xiuma let out a sigh of relief. She waved her sleeve and swept the bottle of medicine left by Luo Jiuchen to a corner. With a flip of her wrist, a blood-red talisman slowly appeared in her palm. She looked at the talisman for a moment and gently stroked it with her fingers. The talisman lit up, and there was a conversation inside. It was the conversation between her and Luo Jiuqin. Ning Xiuma's lips hooked up. She let out a sigh of relief and put the talisman back into the storage space again. Luo Jiuqin still underestimated her. When she was caught, Luo Jiuqin used a spell to search her clean. Even the things in the storage space were not spared. So when Ning Xiuma first came into the prison, it could be said that she was empty-handed and had nothing. Her telekinesis was trapped by the demon sealing chain, so she couldn't condense any other magic treasures. That was why Luo Jiuqin was so unscrupulous when he spoke just now. He dared to admit and say anything, because he knew that his words couldn't be spread outside and the people outside couldn't hear. And Ning Xiuma couldn't do anything to him. Even if she ran out and yelled, who would listen to her? He didn't expect that the demon sealing chain on Ning Xiuma's body had been tampered with. Ning Xiuma still had 1/3 of her mental power. It was easy to secretly condense a blood-red sound storage talisman. With this sound storage talisman, it would be an irrefutable evidence to overthrow Luo Jiuqin in the future. Putting away the sound storage talisman, Ning Xiuma turned back to look at the strange little mushroom. The little thing was unharmed and stood there red. It looked exceptionally delightful. Ning Xiuma let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. Everything is going according to plan. As for the pain she is suffering right now, it's just a little flesh wound. For her, it's nothing. She only needed to endure for one more day, and she would almost succeed. A day passed very quickly. At noon on the second day, the small mushroom finally lit up, and the mushroom cap grew bigger. Ning Xiuma immediately picked it up. After processing it a little, she put it into her storage space. She let out a long sigh of relief. Success! Now, all she had to do was to wait for reinforcements to arrive at midnight. Because this little mushroom needed to be nourished by her blood at all times, she had to give it a drop of blood every hour. Ning Xiuma had cultivated it with great difficulty, so she didn't dare to lose it. Therefore, she didn't even sleep for the past 3 days. Now that the little mushroom had been successfully harvested, Ning Xiuma let out a sigh of relief, but also felt sleepy. She yawned and closed her eyes, wanting to take a nap to pass the time. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he immediately fell asleep. The sparkling lake, the winding wooden corridor, the soaring serpent, and the black tortoise squatting on both sides of the road. Everything was so familiar. Ning Xiuma floated in the air and looked at the little girl fishing by the lake. She was a little confused. She had transmigrated. She transmigrated again. Chapter 1993. She had traveled back in time again. The little girl by the lake was the little devil, Xiuma. She still looked 12 or 13 years old. At this moment, she was squatting by the lake and fishing seriously. There were already a few fish bubbling in the bucket next to her. Her fishing posture was a little strange. She squatted there with a golden knife. It was the first time in Ning Xiuma's life that she had seen such a fishing posture. She could not help but take a few more glances. She had little Xiuma's memory. Little Xiuma was lively and could not sit still. Today, she was squatting here and fishing without moving. It was rarer than the West. Ning Xiuma was also very familiar with this big lake. It was the big lake in the Fantion Palace that was covered with colorful rays. This big lake was full of spiritual power, and the fish in the lake were also colorful. From time to time, there were colorful waves flashing in the fish bucket. Little Xiuma held the fishing rod firmly in her hand, but there was a little impatience on her face. She muttered, "Fish, fish, take the bait. Fish, fish, take the bait." Ning Xiuma looked at her bucket and saw that there were already 8 fish bubbling in it. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. She knew very well how difficult it was to catch the fish in this lake. The bait needed to be very special, and the hand holding the fishing rod could not shake even a little. As long as the hook was cast, it could not move before the fish was caught. It was silent like a statue for a long time. This kind of fish was also known as the time-sharing fish. As long as the fishing method was right, one could catch one in 2 hours. In the beginning, the characteristics of this fish were told to her by little Nianma. At that time, she commented, This is a crazy fish raised by a crazy person. It turned out that this kind of fish existed 50,000 years ago. She had personally fished it 50,000 years ago. Ning Xiuma looked at little Xiuma. She did not expect this little girl to be so patient. Looking at the fish in her bucket, she had been here for 16 hours. Where was Shun Jili? Where was he? Ning Xiuma already knew that the time in her time travel was parallel to the time in the other world. A few days had passed over there, and a few days should have passed over here as well. According to what Mother Earth said, little Xiuma fell into the hands of the devils and was tortured for 10 days before being rescued by Luo Jiuchen. In that case, the substitute should have fallen into Luo Jiuchen's hands. That bastard was not an ordinary kind of shrewd. She wondered if he had realized that the one he had rescued was a substitute. How did Shun Jili spend the past half a month? Before changing history, when little Xiuma was suffering in the demon world, Shun Jili was recuperating in a nameless mountain. By the time he recovered, little Xiuma had already begun to destroy the world, creating a disaster. But this time, Shun Jili was fine. He should have gone to check on the substitute, right? At the very least, he should see what Luo Jiuchen was up to. Could it be that he wasn't here now because he was keeping an eye on Luo Jiuchen? Ning Xiuma tried her best to think about the history that Mother Earth had once told her. In that history, little Xiuma was rescued by Luo Jiuchen 10 days later. She then recuperated at Luo Jiuchen's place for 7 days before recovering completely. At that time, Luo Jiuchen used some unknown method to make little Xiuma recover to her original state in a short span of 7 days. Her cultivation even doubled a few times. On the 8th day, little Xiuma killed her way back to the demon realm and massacred that place. According to that history, exactly 18 days had passed. Could that substitute have replaced little Xiuma to destroy the world? Did Shun Jili get rid of her? Countless thoughts whizzed to and fro in Ning Xiuma's mind, and her heart thumped wildly. Chapter 1994. Countless thoughts whizzed through Ning Xiuma's mind, and her heart thumped wildly. She really wanted to find Shun Jili. She had not seen him for only half a month, but she already missed him a lot. However, ever since she transmigrated here, her soul had been floating around little Xiuma. She couldn't go more than 3 feet away from her, and she couldn't look for him anywhere else either. Since she couldn't move, she could only float in the air and watch. She actually wanted to pounce on little Xiuma and possess her. However, she didn't know if it was the wrong time, but she couldn't pounce on her and almost slipped into the fish barrel. Ning Xiuma was actually a little flustered. It would be fine if she transmigrated in M.O. Palace, but she transmigrated in the celestial prison. The ground was so cold. If she stayed here and couldn't go back, would her body on the other side be frozen into a lump of ice? She didn't know what would happen if the people who came to pick her up at night saw her dead and stiff body. Although she really wanted to see Shun Jili, this was really not a good time to transmigrate. Ning Xiuma even wanted to go back quickly. However, she didn't transmigrate by her own will, and she didn't go back by her own will either. She struggled a few times in the air, but she was pulled back to within 3 feet of little Xiuma. Therefore, after a long, fruitless struggle, she could only hug her arms in a corner and watch little Xiuma fishing in boredom. Then, she was surprised to find that little Xiuma changed her posture when she fished. She changed her posture every time she fished a fish. When Ning Xiuma first saw her, she was fishing in a squatting position. After she caught a fish, she changed to fishing in a golden rooster position. The last posture was leaning forward, which was a difficult posture like an airplane taking off. Ning Xiuma was dumbfounded. She didn't understand what was wrong with her. However, seeing that she had maintained the same posture for 2 hours without moving, she knew that little Xiuma had recovered a lot of her kung fu. Oh, right. When she left, Shun Jili promised that he would heal her in 10 days. Now, more than half a month had passed. Could it be that little Xiuma was fishing in such a strange position to recover her kung fu? Indeed, it was quite torturous. Ning Xiuma felt tired for little Xiuma. When the 10th fish was caught, little Xiuma shouted happily and threw the fish into the bucket. She lowered her head and rubbed her sore arms and legs. Then, she picked up the bucket and ran away. Ning Xiuma naturally followed behind her. Little Xiuma's kung fu had almost recovered. She lifted the bucket and flew straight to Shun Julie's study. "Julie, I've caught 10 fish," little Xiuma shouted before she entered the room. There was no movement in the room. Shun Julie always had the ability to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Even if he was in the room, he would not answer. Little Xiuma seemed to understand him deeply. After shouting, she pushed the door and went in. The study was quiet. Shun Julie was not in the study. Little Xiuma was stunned. Ning Xiuma also quickly glanced around the study. There were open books and notebooks on the desk. Shun Julie obviously went out in a hurry. The books and notebooks were open. Ning Xiuma first looked at the words on the notebooks. Her heart skipped a beat. The handwriting on the notebooks was a little messy. There were a few words. Time travel, future, past. Then she looked at the open book. There was some very advanced kung fu on it. They were all about space jumping and so on. Chapter 1995. Ning Xiuma clenched her fists. Could it be that Shun Julie in this life had realized that she was from the future, so he was studying this kind of technique? The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. Just as she was about to read the content of the book again, little Xiuma turned around and ran out. Ning Xiuma naturally couldn't help but follow her out. "Julie, Julie," little Xiuma shouted loudly. No one answered. Only little Xiuma's voice echoed in the vast Fantian palace. "Did he go out?" "No, he always tells me when he goes out." Little Xiuma frowned and muttered to herself. After thinking for a while, she simply searched the entire Fantian palace. After half an hour, little Xiuma finally found Shun Julie in a waterside pavilion. Seeing the waterside pavilion, Ning Xiuma couldn't help but sigh. 50,000 years later, that bastard Luo Jiuchen lived in this waterside pavilion, so she felt a little scared when she saw it now. The waterside pavilion was actually very elegant. It had light blue floating gauze, ebony structure, and cornices that were arched like swallows. The windows in the waterside pavilion were all open. Looking in from the window, they saw Shun Julie sitting upright beside a long table. His eyes were slightly closed as if he was meditating, but at the same time, he seemed to be lost in thought. There was wine on the long table, but there were no dishes. There were a few wine jars lying around him. Ning Xiuma was stunned. She had been in contact with Shun Julie for so long, and she had always seen him drinking tea. She had never seen him drinking wine, let alone so much. Ning Xiuma walked around him and looked at his slightly closed eyes. She was a little puzzled. Was he asleep or meditating? Also, did he drink all this wine? He didn't look drunk at all. "Julie?" Little Xiuma walked in with the bucket in her hand. Shun Julie, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. When he first opened his eyes, he looked a little confused. He looked at little Xiuma's face and looked at her without saying anything. "Julie, I've caught 10 fish today. Can you stew it for me now?" Little Xiuma sat down opposite him and rubbed her legs. "My legs are so sore." Shun Julie responded. His reaction was a little slow, and so was his thinking. His eyes fell on the bucket of fish again, but he didn't do anything. Ning Xiuma had never seen Shun Julie like this before. She widened her eyes in curiosity. Was he really drunk? Little Xiuma rubbed her legs for a while. When she raised her head, she saw that he was still staring at the bucket of fish. She was a little surprised and waved her little hand in front of his eyes. "Julie?" Her little hand was suddenly held by his hand. His eyes finally turned back to her face. His eyes were very calm, and there didn't seem to be much difference from usual. Even his waist was straight, and his sitting posture was upright, as if he was meditating. He stared at her little face and didn't respond for a long time. Little Xiuma was puzzled. She was scared by his stare. "Julie, what's wrong with you?" Shun Julie slowly raised one hand and gently brushed her hair. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Xiuma." He finally opened his mouth, and his voice was steady. "Why aren't you back yet?" Little Xiuma. Wasn't she right in front of him? "I've already started to restore your kung fu. Why aren't you back yet?" Little Xiuma hugged one of his arms. "I've always been in front of you." Julie, what's wrong with you? Shun Julie looked at her and then looked at the bucket of fish beside her feet. He whispered, I can't find a way. I can't find a way. Chapter 1996. Little Shuama was confused, but Ning Shuama's heart skipped a beat. Shun Julie was looking for her. I'm here. Ning Shuama was unable to possess little Shuama's body at the moment, so she simply flew in front of him and hovered in front of him. I'm here. Julie, I'm here. Unfortunately, Shun Julie could not see her. He sat there for a while, then suddenly walked out with little Shuama's bucket of fish. Little Shuama was speechless. She was afraid that he would release the fish she had caught, so she quickly followed him out. Julie, I want to eat all the fish you made. Shun Julie did not release her, but found the biggest fish in the bucket. He quickly scraped the scales and removed the internal organs. The fish was bloody. He shook it with his hand, then picked it up and looked at it. I need to wash it. Suddenly, he jumped into the water. Little Shuama was speechless. Ning Shuama was speechless. Now, she was sure that Shun Julie was really drunk. Even if he was drunk, he was so different. He looked normal, but the things he did were very different from usual. The moment Shun Julie jumped into the water, he sank to the bottom like a cannonball. Little Shuama waited anxiously by the shore for a while, but she did not see him emerge. She was worried and shouted at the lake a few times, but there was no movement from the lake. Even the ripples caused by him jumping into the water had disappeared. Oh no, did he drown at the bottom of the water? Ning Shuama turned around and jumped into the water without thinking. However, after she jumped into the water, she remembered that she was a spirit. She could only float on the water surface and could not go down at all. Splash! Little Shuama finally jumped into the water. Little Shuama was not good at swimming. She was probably too anxious, so her legs cramped not long after she jumped into the water. She struggled in the water and choked on a mouthful of water. Oh no! Little Shuama failed to save her and drowned again. Ning Shuama rushed over and tried to pull her away. However, the moment her fingers touched Shuama's body, Ning Shuama's vision went black. A moment later, she felt her nose and throat burning, and there was a buzzing sound in her head. It was obviously a symptom of choking. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her lips twitched. She had successfully possessed another body. Ning Shuama was a good swimmer. She rushed to the surface of the water in an instant. After taking a deep breath, she dived into the water. She quickly found Shun Julie at the bottom of the water. After seeing his condition, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shun Julie was actually sitting upright in the water, holding the fish that he had just slaughtered. His eyes were drooping, as if he was meditating or lost in thought. He probably heard the sound of water, so he looked up and saw her rushing down. He was a little puzzled. What are you doing here? His skill was high, so he could speak in the water. Ning Shuama had the urge to give him a slap. Why couldn't he meditate anywhere? Why did he come to the bottom of the water to meditate? She thought that he had fainted from choking. She went forward and pulled his sleeve, sending him a telepathic message. Follow me up. Shun Julie raised his sleeve and avoided her pulling. He frowned slightly. Let me be alone. You're too noisy. Ning Shuama was speechless. She swam to the opposite side of him and looked at him. His expression had been very calm, and his every move revealed a kind of innate elegance. He was really no different from usual. However, the things he did were a little silly. Ning Shuama, who was originally troubled, could not help but laugh. She simply waited for him at the bottom of the water to see how long he would stay there. Chapter 1997. She decided to stay at the bottom of the lake and wait for him. She wanted to see how long he would stay there. Shun Julie began to perform spells in the water. His fingers moved swiftly, changing his hand gestures from time to time. A white light emerged from his fingertips, stirring up whirlpools of various sizes in the water. Ning Shuama was almost swept away by the whirlpools of various sizes. She hurriedly reached out and grabbed his sleeve, trying to stabilize her body. Shun Julie felt that she was a burden. He waved his sleeve, and Ning Shuama flew out happily. Ning Shuama was speechless. She steadied herself and turned around to look at him. She saw Shun Julie sitting in the middle of the whirlpool. The big whirlpool, beside him was surrounded by small whirlpools. It looked a little strange. However, he was sitting there motionless, as firm as Mount Tai. What kind of kung fu was he practicing? The Divine Lord was a little strange these days. Ning Xiuma touched her chin and pondered. After she successfully possessed Xiuma, she received little Xiuma's memories for the past half a month. After knowing that she had left, Shun Juli realized that the person in his arms had changed. He was not very calm. For the past 2 days, he had been constantly probing her. From time to time, he would feel her pulse. Even at night, when the two of them slept in the same room, little Xiuma would occasionally wake up and find him standing in front of her bed, looking down at her. Every time she woke up, he would look at her for a while, as if he was trying to find something from her eyes. Then he sighed, rubbed little Xiuma's head, and said, "Go to sleep." Then he went back to his own bed. His abnormal behavior made little Xiuma puzzled, but even if she asked him, she wouldn't be able to get any answers. Therefore, little Xiuma attributed all these to the Divine Lord's recent divine path. 2 days later, the Divine Lord began to study something in his study room day and night. However, he kicked little Xiuma out to fish by the lake. Moreover, he was fishing in a fancy way. The number of fish that needed to be caught increased exponentially. If she caught 1 fish today, she would need to catch 2 the next day. Little Xiuma could not sit still. At first, she fished by the lake for a whole day, but she did not catch a single fish. If she could not catch anything, she would not eat. Little Xiuma had lost her psychokinesis, so she could not abstain from food. Although she was not as hungry as ordinary people, her stomach would still be hungry if she did not eat to eat for a day. Therefore, she was exceptionally well-behaved the next day. She forced herself to be patient and fished for half a day. Finally, she caught a palm-sized fish. She happily went to show it to Shun Juli. Shun Juli then used the fish to make a soup for her. Although little Xiuma was small, her appetite was not small. Such a small fish was not enough to fill the gaps between her teeth. She begged Shun Juli to find more food for her. However, once Shun Juli hardened his heart, he would not listen to her. Since he had said in advance that she would eat as many fish as she caught, he did not leave any room for negotiation. He did not even give her an extra fish bone. For the sake of her stomach, little Xiuma had to fish by the lake all day long. This Divine Lord had so many rules that it made people angry. When he asked little Xiuma to fish, she had to change several positions after catching a few fish. She could not be careless at all. Little Xiuma thought that he could not see her in the study room. She also thought that some of the positions were too difficult and tiring. Therefore, she played tricks a few times and used the most comfortable position to catch a few fish. She thought that she could get away with it. However, she did not expect that although Shun Juli was not watching her by the lake, it was as if he had installed a radar on her body. He could tell which fish she caught in troubled waters at a glance. Chapter 1998. Shun Juli's punishment for her sneaky behavior was horrible. If she played any tricks, he would release 2 more of them. There were 2 days when little Xiuma didn't eat any fish. Instead, she was punished with a few fish. After such a punishment, little Xiuma finally learned her lesson. She didn't dare to play any tricks in front of him. Fishing was really a way to train one's willpower. After being tortured by him for more than 10 days, little Xiuma became much quieter and more obedient. More importantly, the fish was very nutritious. Not only did it help her recover quickly, but it also helped her to recover her power. The only drawback was that it was too tiring to fish in different ways. Every day, her back would ache and her legs would cramp. If it wasn't for little Xiuma's leg cramping in the water, Ning Xiuma wouldn't have been able to possess the body successfully. Ning Xiuma remembered that before she left, Shun Juli promised her that he would help her recover her power in 10 days. He said that she would suffer a little. Could it be that this strange fishing method was a way to recover her power? Actually, it wasn't that bad. More importantly, little Xiuma was the one who suffered the most. After she arrived, little Xiuma's power of mind had recovered by half. She had gone a great deal. Ning Xiuma was absorbing little Xiuma's memory while she was thinking. She wanted to see when the Almighty would wake up. She had never seen Shun Juli drunk before. This was an eye-opener. She swam over slowly and approached the edge of the whirlpool. She transmitted her voice to him. Julie, what are you doing? Julie lowered his eyes slightly. His fingers were still forming a seal, as if he didn't hear her. There were more and more whirlpools around him. These whirlpools were in all kinds of shapes. There were whirlpools in the shape of tornadoes, mushrooms, and even six-petal flowers. Ning Xiaomo tilted her head and watched. She didn't quite understand why Julie had created so many whirlpools. Every time Julie created a new kind of vortex, he would reach out his finger to feel the vortex for a moment, then shake his head as if it was not the vortex he wanted. Then he would look down and think for a moment, then continue to create a new one. Ning Xiaomo had once studied the books in Julie's study room. Many of the books were personally written by Julie. In other words, a lot of his martial arts were self-created and not learned from others. Could it be that he was creating a new cultivation technique? Ning Xiaomo suddenly thought of the words he had written in his study: time travel, the past, the future, and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he was also researching ways to travel to the past and the future when he was drunk? Looking at those vortexes again, they looked a little like the space-time vortexes that one would see when traveling through space-time. She remembered that when she was with Julie, she seemed to have unintentionally mentioned space-time vortexes. His heart was actually still thinking about finding her, wasn't it? Ning Xiaomo's heart suddenly felt warm. She now understood that 50,000 years ago, the Almighty's feelings for little Xiaomo were more like the love an elder had for a younger generation. At the very least, he hadn't really fallen in love with her, but everything had changed. After she had traveled through time, Julie had fallen in love with her after she had traveled through time. That was why he couldn't forget her. It was obviously the same body and the same soul, but they had two different personalities. She didn't know if Julie thought that she had schizophrenia. He was actually able to distinguish between them so quickly, which was also a kind of ability. Ning Xiaomo looked at him with interest. It was rare to see a drunk Almighty. Let's do a small survey. What time do people usually read books? Roll around all kinds of tickets? Ha ha ha. Chapter 1999. Julie was so focused on creating the whirlpool that he even forgot about the fish that he had already slaughtered and threw it aside. The fish was swept out by the whirlpool and rushed to Ning Xiaomo's side. Ning Xiaomo caught it and looked at Julie, then looked at the fish in her hand and touched her rumbling stomach. She said decisively, "Guru, you practice here first. I'll go up and roast the fish and wait for you. Turn around and swim upstream." She had just swum up 2 or 3 meters, but before she could jump out of the water, she suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. Her waist was tightly held, and she fell into the arms of a person. Ning Xiaomo turned around and saw Julie's shining eyes. "What? Did you call me?" His voice was slightly hoarse. This person was drunk, but still so fast. Ning Xiaomo blinked her eyes, and her eyes were full of innocence. Julie. Julie's arms stiffened slightly, and the strength of holding her loosened a little. "No, what did you call me just now?" Ning Xiaomo blinked again. "Divine Lord?" Julie stared into her eyes, and Ning Xiaomo stared back at him curiously. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Finally, the light in Julie's eyes dimmed, and he slowly let go of her. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and whispered, "Was I hallucinating?" His voice was very soft, but Ning Xiaomo still heard it clearly. She sincerely explained to him, "I think you're drunk. It's not a hallucination." Julie frowned and returned to his indifferent look. "I'm not drunk. I never get drunk when I drink." Ning Xiaomo's heart skipped a beat. Generally, people who got drunk would never admit that they were drunk. This was common sense, so Ning Xiaomo automatically ignored his previous explanation. However, she was interested in the last sentence. People who were drunk often had to think in reverse. He said that he would never get drunk after drinking. Did that mean that he would get drunk every time he drank? Ning Xiaomo's eyes sparkled. Julie's body sank down again, as if he wanted to sink back into the water to meditate. Ning Xiaomo ignored him and continued to swim upstream. When she was about to reach the surface of the water, she turned back to look at him. He was slowly sinking. The great deity was indeed a great deity. Even in the water, he could sink as deep as a Buddha. The water was extremely clear. Ning Xiumo watched as he slowly sank, his clothes floating in the water. That scene was too beautiful to behold. Almighty, I deeply feel that your sinking water diagram can also be painted into a painting and framed for people to worship. Ning Xiumo could not help but tease him. She turned over and swam upstream again. Her kung fu had not recovered much. After staying in the water for so long, she felt a little suffocated. She had to come up to the surface to breathe in the fresh air. However, before her mouth and nose could come out of the water, her body was pulled by a huge force and suddenly sank down. Almost in the blink of an eye, her body was locked in an embrace again, and she could no longer move. Shun Julie looked down at her. His deep blue eyes seemed to be turbulent, but his face was calm. He slowly said, I heard it. It's not a hallucination. You call me Almighty. Ning Xiumo pretended to be confused. What's wrong with calling you Almighty? You're back, aren't you? Shun Julie held her body tightly. Haven't I always been here? Ning Xiumo blinked again. She resisted the urge to reach out and hug his neck. Every time she fell into his arms, she wanted to hug him back. Shun Julie did not say anything. He just kept looking at her. Chapter 2000. However, Xiumo didn't want to stay in the water with him. She was really suffocating to the point of panic. She could not help but struggle a little. Well, let go of me first. Let me go up and take a breath first. I'm suffocating. Shun Julie's eyes flashed again. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, making her swallow the rest of her words. Ning Xiumo's head buzzed. She had always been unable to resist Shun Julie's kisses, especially when they had not seen each other for half a month and had missed each other so much. She could not help but open her mouth slightly, wanting to respond to him. However, he took a breath first. That breath still had a faint smell of wine, but it was unusually refreshing. It went into her lungs and opened her lungs, which were a little lacking in oxygen because of suffocation. It was so comfortable. Ning Xiumo could not help but stick out the tip of her tongue to tap his teeth, wanting to get a little more from his mouth. Shun Julie's eyes darkened, and he directly kissed her deeply. Ning Xiumo did not know how many times he had kissed her in her life. Once he started, she automatically began to respond. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Their breaths and movements were incomparably familiar. It was as if they could ignite the fire in the deepest part of their hearts, making it burn automatically when their lips and tongues intertwined. A deep kiss was enough to make each other's blood boil. A deep kiss seemed to be able to soothe the uneasiness and anxiety in their hearts. During the deep kiss, Ning Xiumo could not help but wrap her arms around his neck. It was a familiar action, a familiar person, and a familiar desire. After the kiss, Ning Xiumo opened her eyes and saw Shun Julie's eyes that seemed to be able to drown people. At this moment, his eyes were shining. He had recognized her. He must have recognized her from this kiss. Little Xiumo was not as skilled as her, and her cooperation would not be so high. Damn it, he actually used this method to verify. Ning Xiumo raised her hand and saw that she did not grow older. She still looked like a 12 or 13-year-old. Hey, you molesting a young girl. Ning Xiumo accused him first. However, her emotions were still surging, so her voice was a little hoarse. It didn't sound like she was criticizing him, but more like she was acting coquettishly. Shun Julie didn't say anything, as if he was afraid that she would run away. His left arm was still around her, but his right hand flashed a ball of white light that enveloped her whole body. A moment later, he smirked. How about this? Ning Xiumo didn't need to look at herself to know that she had grown bigger again. She had become more suitable for him to do whatever he wanted. Although they were in the water, she could feel that his body was burning hot. The arm around her waist was so hot that it wanted to pull her into his body. His body temperature made her heart beat wildly. After all, they had done it so many times that she was already familiar with his body. He looked at her with a deep gaze, and his lips curled into a faint smile, like a child who had just pulled a prank. Ning Xiumo's heart skipped a beat. He was usually cold and arrogant. It was the first time she saw such an expression on the Almighty's face. Was he still drunk, or was he already sober? Ning Xiaoma was a little uncertain, so she deliberately provoked him. You're forcing me to mature. It doesn't count. My original body is that of a young lady, 1,200 years old, Xiaoma. Shun Julie touched her lips with his finger and said in a low voice, if you didn't eat that lousy flour, your child could be a soy sauce now. Ning Xiaoma was shocked. The Almighty also knew how to talk about soy sauce. Needless to say, the Almighty remembered those words that she used to whisper in his ear. Chapter 2001. Ning Xiaoma was shocked. The Almighty also knew how to talk about soy sauce. Needless to say, it was the phrase that she used to whisper in his ear, and the Almighty remembered it. In fact, their child was already old enough to talk about soy sauce. Unfortunately, she cannot bring it over. Ning Xiaoma thought of little Nianma, and her heart was burning with anxiety. After all, little Nianma was still too young. Even if she explained some of the strategies to him, he would not understand and would not know how to act. After Luo Jiuqin locked her up in the prison, he would definitely secretly observe little Nianma's movements to determine whether Ning Xiaoma had a conspiracy. Therefore, Ning Xiaoma did not tell little Nianma about her plan to be locked up this time. When she went to the meeting, she only told the child to wait patiently in Mo Palace, and that she might be a few days late. After she was locked up, based on Luo Jiuqin's personality, he would definitely secretly inform everyone in Mo Palace. Little Nianma might have already known about it, and she did not know how anxious he would be these few days. She thought that she would be able to get out tonight, but at such a critical time, she traveled to another world. She did not know how the people who came to pick her up would react when they saw that she was dead. Could they bring her body out of the prison? If she did not wake up, the rest of the plan could not be carried out. Sigh, this was really not a good time to travel. She was regretting, and suddenly her waist was tightened. How can you be distracted at this time? Ning Xiaoma finally woke up. Suddenly, she felt a chill between her eyebrows. Shun Julie pointed between her eyebrows with one of his fingers, and a white light appeared. It seemed like he was forming a kind of spell. What are you doing? Ning Xiaoma looked at him blankly. She could feel Shun Julie's power of telekinesis flowing in her body. I'm keeping you here. Shun Julie looked very serious. You can't run away again. After all, Ning Xiaoma had learned spells from him, so she could recognize that it was a spell to calm the soul. Usually, when someone was frightened or had lost their soul and was summoned back, they would use this technique to calm their soul and calm their mind. Even the worst disciple under Shun, Julie, could use this kind of magic. After Ning Xiaoma learned it, she even used this kind of magic to summon the soul of a child. She did not expect Shun Julie to use it on her today. It was a low-level spell. Did he think that her departure was an ordinary loss of soul? Ning Xiaoma watched as he earnestly cast one requiem incantation after another on her body. It was simply an encyclopedia of requiem incantations. He probably used all the requiem incantations he knew on her body, just so she wouldn't leave. Ning Xiaoma felt both sour and warm in her heart. She silently calculated. There was still more than 2 hours before the agreed time with the reinforcements. She still had time. When she didn't possess a body and was only a soul, she really couldn't go back. But now that the possession was successful, if she wanted to leave, she just had to tell the Almighty that she came from the future 50,000 years in the future, and she could return with a whoosh. It was rare to be reunited with him. Ning Xiaoma couldn't help but hug him tightly. Almighty! She even raised her head and kissed him on his smooth chin. Shun Julie was busy casting spells on her. Her kiss made his fingers tremble. Be good, he muttered under his breath, and cast another talisman. Ning Xiaoma knew that the spell couldn't be interrupted during the casting, or it would be easy to make the spell ineffective. Looking at his serious face, she suddenly had a mischievous idea. Not only was she not obedient, but she even reached out to touch his lips. Almighty, your lips are so beautiful. They're so perfect that I want to kiss them again and again. Chapter 2002. Shun Julie's fingers froze again. Both of his hands were busy, so he couldn't stop her. But the arm around her waist tightened. Be good, don't make trouble. He didn't want her to make trouble. but she wanted to. Ning Xuan narrowed her eyes and tiptoed to kiss his lips. Then she lowered her head to kiss his Adam's apple. She could clearly feel his heartbeat quickening and his breathing becoming heavier. Pulling down an otherworldly deity from the altar and letting him have the 7 emotions and 6 desires that an ordinary man should have was actually a kind of subjugation. Right now, Ning Xuan felt the pleasure of conquering him. Most of the time, he was the one who teased her. Now that she finally had the chance to tease him, she naturally wouldn't let it go. While he was busy, her little mouth was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water on his cheeks, nose, lips, Adam's apple, and collarbone. She was having fun, so she didn't know when Shun Julie had stopped casting the curse. It wasn't until he suddenly pressed her upper body against his and bit her earlobe that she came back to her senses and blurted out, "Why are you so fast?" She thought that he would need at least 30 minutes to cast this series of curse techniques. "Is it fast?" he whispered in her ear. Then, "Let's take it slow." Before Ning Xuan could react, he had already taken off her belt and peeled off her clothes from her shoulders. God, she had shot herself in the foot. She quickly reached out to stop him. "Great God, we're still in the water." Shun Julie held her hand and looked at her sideways. He said word by word. "I want to taste your taste in the water," he said it leisurely, but his actions were incomparably strong. He didn't give Ning Xuan any room to resist. Ning Xuan still wanted to say something, but his lips blocked her mouth and gave her another breath of air. He was a little out of breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Be good. Let me feel the real you." Ning Xuan, under his strong and skillful attacks, she was soon powerless to resist. He finally felt the real her. Of course, she also felt that the real him was incomparably real. The moon in the sky was moving to the west. Ning Xuan lay weakly on the shore, without any strength to struggle. Beneath her was a thick furry blanket, and on her body was a thin quilt. A breeze blew over, and she sneezed. She raised her hand to rub her nose, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Sure enough, a man couldn't be easily enlightened. Once there was a first time, the first thing he would think of when they met again would always be this. Her original intention was to tease him in the water, but she did not expect that he would happily roll her into the water sob. Her waist, her legs, and that inconvenient place were all sore and painful. What was even worse was that she had to pay a heavy price for saying the word quick. He had tormented her in the water for almost 6 hours. When she first entered the water, the sun was still high in the sky, but when she came out of the water, the moon was already in the west. She was so tired that she didn't even want to move a finger. She felt more tired than fighting. The worst thing was that Shun Julie didn't seem to have sobered up. After he carried her to the shore, he casually conjured a blanket to use as a bed and stuffed her into the quilt. Then, he crawled into the quilt and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her tightly and gently touched her eyes. "Be good, go to sleep." Chapter 2003. Sleeping outdoors? Although the time here was the same as the other world, the seasons were different. When Ning Xuan transmigrated here, it was late autumn there. But here it was early spring. It was easy to catch a cold sleeping by the lake. Although too much joy and too much passion made Ning Xuan's usually astute brain somewhat tied up, she still had this bit of common sense. She struggled in his arms. "Let's sleep in the house." Shun Julie was puzzled. "Aren't we in a house?" His gaze fell on a moon in the sky, and he frowned slightly. "The luminous pearl is too bright." He waved his sleeves in the direction of the moon. After a while, the moon was still the same moon, hanging there so brightly. Ning Xuan finally understood that the Almighty was still drunk and had not really woken up. It was probably the first time that the luminous pearl was so disobedient. Shun Julie waved his sleeves in the direction of the moon twice, and each time there was a white light. In the end, the moon hid behind the clouds and could not be seen anymore. She did not know if it was really frightened by the Almighty or if it felt that his actions were a little boring. Shun Julie was finally satisfied. He hugged her and said, "Good girl, let's sleep." Ning Xuan was speechless. "Almighty, how drunk are you? After so long, you are still so hot and cute." She was really tired, so tired that her brain could not function properly. Moreover, His embrace was so warm. She closed her eyes and vaguely thought that with a human furnace like him by her side, she would not catch a cold even if she slept by the lake for a night, right? So she snuggled into his arms again and fell asleep boldly, reassured. It was a dreamless night. When Ning Xiumal woke up, the sky was already bright and the sun shone through the window. Ning Xiumal was stunned for a moment under the blanket. She looked around and finally recognized that this was the waterside pavilion. The windows of the waterside pavilion were decorated with water plants, so Ning Xiumal could recognize it at a glance. She raised her head and rubbed her temples. The crazy scenes from last night flashed through her mind. She remembered that she had fallen asleep by the lake. When did she move into the waterside pavilion? Also, what about Shunjili? She lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She realized that she had already put on her clothes. Of course, it wasn't the usual one. Instead, it was a loose nightgown that was warm and comfortable. Needless to say, this was all thanks to Shunjili. Ning Xiumal stretched her arms and legs. Last night, when she fell asleep, she was clearly exhausted to the point of death. But now, it was as if she had been rejuvenated. Her whole body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. It seemed that he had massaged her again while she was asleep. What was even stranger was that she discovered that her skills seemed to have improved as well. Could it be that rolling around with the great god could increase one's power? Ning Xiumal was still wondering when she suddenly smelled a strange fragrance of food, which made her stomach rumble. She rubbed her stomach. That's right, this little body hasn't eaten anything for a whole day. Plus, it's been an intense exercise. It would be strange if she wasn't hungry. Wait a minute. One day, Ning Xiumal seemed to have thought of something, and it was like she had been struck by lightning. Not good. One day had already passed. The people who were waiting for her in that world should have already arrived. God, what would happen if they saw her die in the prison? Perhaps that bastard Luo Jiuchen would be alerted. She had to go back immediately. She subconsciously wanted to find Shun Juli and tell him the truth before going back. Chapter 2004. She knew that this was unfair to Shun Juli, but the timing of this transmigration was not right. She had to wear it back. She followed the smell of food and soon saw Shun Juli behind the waterside pavilion. He was watching over a row of pots, slowly cooking. Ning Xiumal paused. Shun Juli heard the movement and turned around. You're awake? Come and sit down. With a wave of his hand, there was a brocade stool beside him. Ning Xiumal walked over, sat down, and looked at the row of pots. There were frying pans, stir-frying pans, stewing pans, and even barbecuing pans on the table next to him. There were a few blue and white porcelain plates. There were a few kinds of fish on the plates. Stir-fried fish, fried fish, grilled fish, stewed fish. There was really a variety of fish to eat. What was more rare was that these fish looked, smelled, and tasted good. It showed that he was serious about making fish. Shun Jili was obviously in a good mood. There was even a slight smile on his lips. His eyes reflected the lake water not far away. The Almighty rarely showed his emotions. It was even rarer to see him in a good mood like today. Ning Xiumal naturally knew why he was happy. She felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. He was so happy because of her return. If he knew that she would go back soon, would he be disappointed? What was worse was that she didn't know when she would come back again after she left this time. Almighty. She coughed and prepared her opening speech. Are you hungry? You can eat whatever you want. Shun Juli conjured a pair of ivory chopsticks that looked like white jade and handed it to her. Ning Xiumal paused. Why don't we wait until we finish eating the fish? We can't let the fruits of his labor go to waste. She took the chopsticks and looked at him. Let's eat together. Shun Juli was preparing the last fish. Looking at his knife skills on the fish, it seemed like he was going to make squirrel fish. You eat first. I'll accompany you later. He did not look back and continued to busy himself. Ning Xiumal looked at him. It was obviously a very domestic action, but he did it smoothly. It did not seem like he was cooking, but like he was carving flowers in his free time. Her heart ached, and she could not help but hug his arm. She leaned her head on his shoulder. I'll wait for you. Shun Juli looked at her who was like a little bird and teased. I thought you would say you'll cook the last dish. Ning Shuima could not help but laugh. I'm not good at cooking. If you're not afraid that I'll spoil your fish, I'll cook this dish. You're in charge of eating, Shun Julie said decisively. He had already eaten her cooking a few times, and, at most, it was barely edible. She was now recovering. It was better to make more nutritious food so that she could eat more and recover faster. He was already very happy that she could wait for him. He waved his sleeves at the dishes that were already prepared. Each plate was covered with a transparent cover. This could not only keep the food warm, but also preserve the freshness of the food. Guru, what have you been researching in the study these days? Ning Shuima tried to find a topic. Researching a way to catch you. Shinjuli did not hide his purpose at all. Ning Shuima could not help but speak. However, before she could finish her sentence, Shinjuli put a finger on her lips and said, You don't have to say it. He cut her off. Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. The guru knew that as long as she told the truth about where she came from, she would be transported back. Chapter 2005. Shuima, I don't care where you are from. I just want you to stay. Shinjuli was straightforward. Ning Shuima was speechless. This topic seemed to be a little heavy. She could not stay. Otherwise, what would happen to little Nianma? She seemed to see little Nianma's big, teary eyes in front of her. Her heart ached. She did not want to continue this topic. She smiled and said, Master, how much did you drink last night? You were so drunk. The master looked so cute when he was drunk. He was a little dull, and his reaction was half a beat slower. However, he still felt that he was sober, and the things he did were amusing. If possible, she would like to make him drunk a few more times. Shinjuli's fingers froze. He pursed his lips and said, 10 jars. Was I drunk? Did she not know what he did after he was drunk? Of course, you were drunk. You washed the fish and jumped into the lake. You even meditated at the bottom of the lake and made a bunch of whirlpools. Ning Shuima told him what he did last night. Of course, she did not mention that he had sex with her in the water. She focused on the embarrassing incident where he treated the moon as a luminous pearl and wanted to extinguish it. She laughed and talked beside him. Although he could not remember most of it, he felt that his face was a little hot when he heard her talk. Shinjuli was rarely shy. When Ning Shuima said these things, she thought that he would blush. Even if his face was not red, his ears should be red. Usually, people who were cold on the outside would have ears red when they were shy. However, Shinjuli was obviously not an ordinary person. He did not blush at all. Instead, he seemed to be listening with great interest. After listening to her, he asked, Is there more? Ning Shuima was speechless. Almighty, don't you know what it means to be shy? She suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Last night, you used more than a dozen Requiem spells on me. I was almost glowing. Shinjuli looked at her sideways. How do you feel? How do you feel? After I used the Requiem spell on you, did you feel any other discomfort? Shinjuli was finally done with the last plate of fish. He put the fish down and cast a cleansing spell to freshen himself up. This time, he checked her pulse to see if it was effective. Ning Shuima shook her head. After being hit by the soul-pacifying incantation, before she could regain her senses, the great god had already pulled her onto the bed. However, she didn't seem to feel anything. Her movements were normal, and she even felt light and healthy. Even her bones seemed to have lightened by a few pounds. Shinjuli felt her pulse and was quite satisfied. You're recovering well. You should be able to reach your previous level in 2 days. All right, let's eat. The two of them sat facing each other as they ate. Ning Shuima thought that she would have to leave after finishing this meal. She was a little reluctant to part with him. Almighty, do you have any more wine? She wanted to drink a few cups with him. However, Shinjuli disagreed. Your current physique is not suitable for drinking alcohol. You can drink in a few days. I won't be here in a few days, Ning Shuima said in her heart. However, she couldn't say it out loud for the time being. She liked to eat grilled fish, so she reached out to take it. Shinjuli pushed a bowl of fish soup to her. Eat something soft first. It's not good for your health to eat grilled fish at the beginning. The Almighty was extraordinarily considerate. Ning Shuima felt warm and sour in her heart. If possible, she really didn't want to leave. However, after she arranged everything on the other side, she would definitely stay for a while when she transmigrated. Chapter 2006. It seemed that the Almighty had not gone out for more than half a month. How was the outside world? For some reason, Ning Shuama had a subconscious sense of avoidance towards the development of the outside world. She did not want to ask. She suddenly thought of Miao Fan. What did the Almighty do to Miao Fan? Did he rush back to the mortal world? It seemed that she did not disturb them these days. Almighty, your sister Miao Fan. She wanted to ask what happened to Miao Fan, but unexpectedly, the Almighty blocked her mouth with a piece of fish. Don't talk while eating. Well, it was a good tradition to not talk when sleeping or eating. She abided by it. Ning Shuama lowered her head and tried to eat all kinds of fish. The taste of these fish was different from ordinary fish. They were unusually fresh and smooth. She did not get tired of eating them. Shinjili did not move his chopsticks much. Most of the time, he looked at her eating. He seemed to be thinking about something. The Almighty's gaze seemed to have substance. Ning Shuama was a little scared by his gaze. She raised her hand and stuffed a piece of fish into his mouth. Are you hungry for this piece of fish in my hand? I'll give it to you. Her little hand was caught, and then her whole body fell into his arms. His voice was cold and magnetic, as if he was joking. What do you mean by this action? You're letting me eat you. Ning Shuan hurriedly struggled out of his arms and said sincerely, Almighty, you're thinking the wrong way. She was afraid that she would be caught and rolled in the sheets again, so she moved to the side. She and he were originally sitting on the edge of the waterside pavilion. Her movement was not a big deal, but she was caught off guard and suddenly lost her footing. With a cry of "I-oh," she fell into the water with a splash. She quickly paddled a few times and popped her head out of the water. A white light flashed in front of her eyes, and suddenly there was another person beside her. Shenjuli hugged her waist. His voice was slow, but the words he said were very annoying. You are addicted to the taste? Ning Shuama did not react at first. When she did, even her ears were hot. She had the urge to splash water on his face. Almighty, where's your cold image? She wanted to jump onto the shore, but Shenjuli wouldn't let her go. The two of them played around in the water for a while. During this time, Ning Shuama was taken advantage of several times. Only then did they both jump ashore. The weather in early spring was quite cold. Ning Shuama sneezed as soon as she came up. Shenjili waved his sleeves to dry her hair and clothes. He held her waist and said, Let's go in. He meant to enter the waterside pavilion. Ning Shuama's gaze fell on the waterside pavilion, and she felt uncomfortable. This was the place where she and Shun Juli used to sleep. 50,000 years later, it became Luo Jiochen's territory and his bedroom. She looked at the richly ornamented rafters and painted rafters again. The layout outside was the same as it was 50,000 years later. She suddenly had an idea and hugged Shinjuli's arm. Great God, I don't like this waterside pavilion. Can you tear it down? Shinjuli raised his eyebrows. This waterside pavilion was actually built very stylishly. It was also one of his favorite places. How could she not like it? Shinjuli thought for a while and finally remembered the dazzling pearl-like nest of the demon Lord Shuma. She seemed to like the splendid architecture and layout. His Fanteon Palace was in the cold style of ink painting. No wonder she didn't like it. What kind of waterside pavilion do you like? Shenjuli began to sketch a new layout in his mind. Ning Shuama looked at him. You want to renovate this place? I can renovate it to the style you like. Chapter 2007. I can change it to the style you like. Shenjuli touched her hair. He had to make her comfortable here so that she would be willing to stay for a long time. Ning Shuama was excited. Then I'll do it myself. She had recovered more than half of her power, so it was easy for her to make a building from the ground. She silently operated her magic and stretched her fingers a few times. 4 or 5 red lights flew toward the waterside pavilion. She wanted to tear it down first and make a water curtain cave here. She wanted to see if Luo Jiochin still dared to live here 50,000 years later. If he dared to live here, she would pour water on him. The red light she emitted was very powerful. Not to mention such a small waterside pavilion. Even a tall building with several floors would be shattered into pieces. After a while, Ning Shuama looked at the waterside pavilion that was still standing there and was a little stunned. Guru, what is this waterside pavilion made of? Why is it so sturdy? Shenjuli couldn't help but want to laugh. Stupid, this is where the gods live. If you want to change the building here, only I can do it. So that's it. Ning Xuema thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a problem. Now that Luo Jiuchen was the master of Fantian Palace, would that bastard tear down the whole Fantian Palace and rebuild it? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Guru, if there's a new master here, will the new master rebuild this place? Shun Juli's eyes deepened. He thought of her real identity, which should be from 50,000 years later. Then he thought of the first time she came here. She hugged his waist tightly, as if they were reuniting after death. His heart skipped a beat. Shun Juli's reasoning ability was not ordinary. Based on a few words, he could guess the general result. He was a born god. When he had no worries, he didn't care about life and death. Whether it was life or death, he let nature take its course. But now, he had someone he cared about. He wanted to be together with her forever, not just for 50,000 years in this world. There is only one person who could replace him, Luo Jiuchen. But a sub-god was a sub-god. It was not easy to replace the main god. Several conditions had to be met. Firstly, the sovereign had truly ascended. Secondly, the demigod needed to gain the trust of the people of the six realms. These two conditions were not easy to achieve, especially the last one, which was even more difficult. No matter how capable a person was, he might be able to control the people of the six realms through force and means, but he might not be able to gain their trust. Furthermore, it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. Even 100 or 80 years might not be enough. As for Luo Jiuchen, with his temperament, how could it be easy for him to gain the trust of the people of the six realms? Even if he spent his entire life, he might not be able to do it. Of course, only the heavenly axiom and the true core gods knew about these conditions to replace the core gods. Even Luo Jiuchen wouldn't know until he became a true overgod, no matter how much he coveted the position of overgod. Fantian Palace only recognized the Lord God. Once there was a new Lord God, it would automatically change its layout according to the aesthetic style of the Lord God. He thought for a moment and asked casually, Xuema, have you seen what Fantian Palace looks like after it was rebuilt? Ning Xuema shook her head. No, I feel that Fantian Palace has been the same for tens of thousands of years. When she left Fantian Palace, it was still the same. However, after she left, she wasn't sure if the layout of the buildings inside had changed or not. Anyway, according to the reports of the spies, there was no movement outside Fantian Palace. Chapter 2008. However, she wasn't sure if the layout of the building had changed after she left. Anyway, according to the report from the spies, there was no movement outside the Fantian Palace. Judging from the appearance, the Fantian Palace was still the Fantian Palace. Guru, I want to transform this place into the Water Curtain Cave. Ning Xuema began to design the blueprint. She also knew how to draw. Although she didn't draw as well as Shun Juli's, the things she drew were still very realistic. Shun Juli watched as Gu Shijio took out a ruler and a pair of compasses. She had all kinds of modern drawing tools. He did not say anything, but he hugged her waist even tighter. After a while, Ning Xuema drew a standard building blueprint. Shun Juli picked it up and looked at it, then looked at her again. I didn't know you had such a deep mind. Ning Xuema was proud. When she was an agent, one of the skills she learned was to draw various architectural renderings. Of course, it wasn't to design buildings, but to make it easier to steal things from buildings. Shun Juli looked at it for a while. Why do I feel that this special waterside pavilion of yours is not a place for people to live in, but a place with mechanisms? The guru is really smart. Well, she almost forgot that the guru was also a master of mechanisms. She immediately said, yes, I want to design this place as a special place with mechanisms. It will make the people living here suffer. Shenjili seemed to realize something and smiled. There are a few mechanisms here that are still too simple. Do you want me to help you improve it? Yes. So, Shenjili really helped her improve it. When Shenjili finished the last stroke, Ning Shuama stared at the blueprint and became more and more happy. How was this a waterside pavilion? It was simply a mechanism array. Guru, let's modify it according to this blueprint. Ning Shuama made the final decision. Shun Jili smiled. Look back again. Ning Shuama subconsciously turned around and was stunned. She didn't know when, but the waterside pavilion had disappeared, and the mechanical building that she had drawn on the blueprint had risen from the ground. There was not the slightest difference. Ning Shuama's eyes sparkled. God was indeed a god. He could build such a complex building in such a short time. Ah, she saw a new building here. Which one did that bastard Luo Jiuchen see? The moon was high in the sky, and Luo Jiuchen was tossing and turning in his room. That girl would give in, right? What kind of answer would she give him in 2 days? He didn't know why, but he felt uneasy tonight and couldn't fall asleep in the middle of the night. He closed his eyes. He couldn't be so impatient. Now that the initiative was in his hands, he wasn't afraid that the girl would come up with any new tricks. He did not fall asleep until dawn. He had too many things to deal with these days, so he was especially tired and slept very soundly. He didn't dream at first, but later he dreamed that he was walking in a heavy rain, and he couldn't avoid the rain even with his spells. He was drenched like a drowned rat. After a while, he felt as if he was immersed in cold water, and he was shivering from the cold. He shuddered and suddenly opened his eyes. Then he got a shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Before he fell asleep, he was lying on a soft bed, but now the soft bed was suddenly gone and replaced by an ice pool. The ice in the ice pool rippled, and cold air came out. What was even worse was that water that came out of nowhere was splashing down on his head. Chapter 2009. What was going on? He suddenly jumped out of the pool, drenched. But he didn't know what he stepped on, but with a cracking sound, a row of sharp arrows came out of nowhere and shot towards him. Luo Jiuchen frowned. He was a sub-god and had extraordinary skills. Naturally, he was not afraid of these small arrows. With a wave of his sleeve, a purple light was emitted and shrouded his body. Those sharp arrows hit his purple light barrier. Chi-chi. With several sounds, several sharp arrows actually pierced through his protective light screen and directly shot into his body. Luo Jiuchen opened his eyes in shock. In this world, other than Shun Jili, who had already immortalized, no one could penetrate his light barrier. How did these seemingly ordinary arrows do it? When the arrows hit his body, the tips of the arrows drilled into his flesh and blood spurted out. Even if he was a sub-god, he still knew pain. He could not help but groan. When the arrows entered his body, it was as if they had not pierced his body, but his soul. The arrows were still shooting wildly. This time, he did not dare to use his light barrier to block them. Instead, he pulled out his sword and formed a sword barrier around him. The arrows were like a torrential rain as they landed on his sword banner, clanging incessantly. The force of the arrows was so strong that his wrist was numb. The sword in his hand was almost knocked out of his hand. When the rain of arrows finally passed, his palm was already broken and his entire arm was numb. He stood in place, and his expression changed greatly. He was no stranger to this kind of arrow rain. 50,000 years ago, when he fought with that person, he had a taste of it. His gaze fell on the arrow that he had not pulled out in time. He gritted his teeth and pulled it out. The moment he saw the arrow, his fingers trembled. The arrow looked simple, but was extremely sharp. The arrow was flowing with psychokinesis, and it buzzed in his palm. Luo Jiuchen threw the arrow away, as if he had been stung by a scorpion. This arrow was Shun Jili's. The psychokinesis flowing on it was also Shun Jili's. Luo Jiuchen's face was pale. He could not help but look around. Only then did he realize that the entire layout of the place he was sleeping in had changed. It had become completely unfamiliar. There was a creaking sound coming from the ceiling and walls, as if some mechanism was being activated. This scene was too strange, and he didn't have time to think about it. Subconsciously, he felt that he couldn't stay in this room any longer. He leaped up and rushed toward the door. As he moved, he didn't know what mechanism was triggered, but a large net fell from above his head 2 hours later. Luo Jiuchen stood there in a daze. He didn't even know if he had made it out of that strange room. He only knew that after dodging round after round of attacks from the heavenly net, round after round of cold arrows, fire arrows, sharp knives, and heavenly fire, he finally jumped out of a window. Unexpectedly, he jumped into the clouds. Everywhere was a vast expanse of clouds, and from time to time, a string of lightning flashed across the sky. He could not see any place that seemed like a way out. His fingers were clenched tightly, but cold sweat seeped out of his palms. It was as if he had fallen into a trap, and he was no stranger to this trap. Many years ago, Shun Julie had used this trap to trap him. He had been in the trap for a long time, but had not been able to break out. Of course, he had broken through this trap once before. After studying it, it was not too difficult to break through it again. What made him break out in cold sweat was not the trap, but the person who set it up. Could it be that Shun Julie was not dead? He was back again, back to take back his things. Chapter 2010. Could it be that Shun Julie didn't die? He came back. Did he come back to take back his things? How could it be possible? If he didn't die, he couldn't have gotten the bell of heaven way. Besides, it was impossible for him to not die when he sealed Zisha. What was going on? Luo Jochin was thinking as he rushed left and right in the Matrix. But soon he couldn't think anymore, because he found that the Matrix looked the same as before, but several key points inside had changed. For example, the original gate of life had become the gate of death. There were countless traps and traps in the Matrix. Luo Jochin was so powerful, but he still found it difficult to move. He was even injured several times, and his purple clothes were stained with blood. He was full of anxiety and confusion, and the voice-transmitting spell on his waist suddenly lit up again. The light was light red, which meant that the other party was a spy he arranged in the prison. Did Shumal finally think it through and want to see me? Luo Jochin didn't know whether he was happy or nervous, so he quickly opened the voice-transmitting spell. After a while, he was disappointed. The voice-transmitting spell was full of busy tones, and he couldn't hear anyone talking at all. Obviously, the matrix he was in now blocked the signal of the voice-transmitting spell. As long as he couldn't break out of the matrix, he couldn't really get through the voice-transmitting spell to know what was going on over there. Luo Jochin was flustered and anxious, but he couldn't do anything in a short time. Ning Xuema squatted there and watched Shun Julie draw. He seemed to be addicted to drawing, and he modified and added from time to time. Ning Xuema had already seen that he was setting up a very complicated matrix, and the crisscross lines would make people dizzy if they didn't know how to draw. Guru, has anyone ever broken through your matrix? Will it be easier to break through next time? Ning Xuema asked. Shun Julie's pen paused, and he put her on his lap. Do you have any better ideas? Ning Xuema tilted her head and studied the matrix for a long time. Your matrix is a bit complicated, and I can't understand it at the moment. But if someone breaks through it, it's better to make some improvements and change the gate of life and death. Shun Julie's eyes flashed. That's a good idea. As he drew, he explained the array to Ning Xuema. After explaining, he handed the pen to her. Come, make the changes. Ning Xuema could see that the layout of the waterside pavilion was changed by Shun Julie's brush. This stroke of his was simply a divine brush. No, it was his hands that had this magical ability. It had nothing to do with this pen, because she had casually conjured this pen. Shun Julie had even praised her for the uniqueness of this pen. If she were to modify it, would she also have this function? Ning Xuema was also an expert in mechanical techniques, and her mechanical techniques were even mixed with some modern technology. She looked at the map and studied it for a long time. She pointed at a few places with her finger. I think we can modify these places. Normally, when people break through this matrix and fall into this matrix, they will have a kind of habitual thinking and will still follow the original path out. Why don't we do the opposite? What she said was clear and logical, and it was true that she had pushed through the old to bring out new ideas. There were some places that even Shun Julie did not expect, but once she said it, he felt enlightened. He looked at her in his arms, and she always surprised him. Guru, if I start writing, can I immediately change the real layout of the matrix? Shun Julie held her little hand. Come, this will do. Chapter 2011. His big palms were warm, and when he held her hand, she felt a warm current flowing from the back of her hand to her heart. She was really greedy for his embrace, and she really couldn't bear to leave him. Ning Xuema snuggled in his arms, and the two of them discussed and changed some places from time to time. Unknowingly, the array in the waterside pavilion had combined the wisdom of the two of them, and it could be said to be perfect. When Ning Xuema finished drawing the last stroke, she let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the drawing with satisfaction. Great deity, tell me, if someone who doesn't understand formations mistakenly enters this place, will it directly take their life? Shun Juli said, even if it doesn't kill him, it could trap him for a few days and make him lose a layer of skin. Ning Xuema's eyes sparkled. Is it possible to kill him directly? That would save her a lot of trouble. When she went back, she would find a way to lure that bastard Luo Jiuchen there. Shun Jili shook his head. After all, the array is dead. Yes, if it could trap Luo Jiuchen to death with an array, then he wouldn't be a sub-god anymore. He would be called a defective product. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat. By the way, Guru, that Luo Jiuchen is too despicable. I'm afraid that he will plot against us in the future. If you're not here, can you teach me how to deal with him? Shun Jili thought for a moment. He's a sub-god. Logically speaking, if he doesn't do something evil, he can't be completely sealed. Completely sealed? Can't he be completely killed? Ning Xuema raised her eyebrows. Even gods could be immortalized. How could a god not die this time? Shun Juli said lightly. The heavens make him inferior to the gods in everything, so he has to be given a special skill. Ning Xuema. Damn, that bastard Luo Jiuchen's special skill is immortality? This was too much of a pain in the ass. Then what about completely sealing him? Ning Xuema settled for the next best thing. Severely injure him, seal him in a place, and use a divine curse as a medium. As long as the god does not die, he will never be able to come out. However, the problem was that the Almighty was already dead in that world, and he was even immortalized. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get him back. It would be great if the great god also had an immortal body. Perhaps even if he was immortalized, he could be reborn in a very short period of time. Thinking of this, Ning Xuema suddenly had an idea. That year, little Xuema's curse technique was so effective. Then, could it be that her curse also had the same effect? Great God, can you use God's curse as you wish? Shinjili could not help but laugh. How could it be that easy? The god's curse can only be cast under certain conditions, and the god will have to pay a great price to cast this curse. So that's how it is. It seems that if I want to use this demonic curse, I have to pay a huge price. Perhaps I'll have to pay with my life. Great God, you've dealt with Luo Jiuchen so many times. What's his weakness? Shinjili shook his head slightly. I've only fought with him a few times. He's weak when it comes to arrays, and his martial arts are slightly worse than mine. However, he's immune to poison. Immune to poison? What about poison of heavenly water? Ning Xuema's heart sank as she blurted out. Don't tell me that the poison of heavenly water is useless. Because of it, I've been imprisoned once. Shun Juli raised his eyebrows. What poison of heavenly water? The great god doesn't know? Is it true that the poison of heavenly water is that bastard's nemesis? Ning Xuema's heart was beating like a drum. She made up her mind and said, I heard that the poison of heavenly water is Luo Jiuchen's nemesis. Great God, you seem to have refined and collected a bunch of herbs. Chapter 2012. Shun Juli looked at her, and after a moment, he carried her and stood up. Let's go to my medicine refinement room. Shun Juli was in a daze as he looked at the 49 herbs that Ning Xuema had written down from memory. Ning Xuema was also in a daze as she looked at him. These herbs. Shun Jili paused for a moment. I've never heard of more than half of them in this continent. Where did you get this prescription from? Mother Earth said. Shun Jili frowned. Even though this person is a little heartless, her words are always true. Ning Xuema let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as it's true, it's fine. Great God, you said you've never heard of more than half of the herbs here. Is it because the places where these herbs grow are more remote and not known by people? Shun Jili shook his head slightly. That's not the case. As long as these herbs grow on this continent, it's impossible for me not to know. How about this? I'll make a trip to Mother Earth in the next 2 days and ask where these herbs grow. That was the only way out of the situation. However, Ning Shuima's heart stirred. Maybe some of the herbs here weren't from this continent. Otherwise, with the great god's ability, it was impossible for him to not be able to gather them. 50,000 years later, the great god's special medicine refinement room had gathered 46 herbs. Maybe 20 of them were gathered by Shun Juli after he reincarnated in Heaven Bestow continent and had always been in his storage space. After he recovered his memories from 50,000 years ago, he put those herbs together. The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. She raised her head to look at the sky. It was time for her to go back. She coughed and steeled her heart. Great God. Actually, I'm not from this era. I'm from... A finger suddenly sealed her little mouth, and Shinjuli stopped her from continuing. You don't have to say, I know everything. Ning Shuimal was stunned. He already knew, but she had no choice but to say it. If she didn't say it, she wouldn't be able to wear it back. She grabbed Shun Juli's fingers and was about to speak again when Shun Juli interrupted her. Shuimal, do you want to be with me forever? Of course. Everything she did was for the sake of being with him forever. Ning Shuimal nodded. Yes. Shun Juli's lips curled into a smile as he ruffled her hair. That's it. Shuimal, don't leave. Stay by my side. Ning Shuimal was speechless. Why did she feel that Shun Juli seemed to be implying something? Forget it, I don't care. She had to leave. Goddess, in fact, I really want to stay by your side, but we still have Nianmal. He is still so young. According to his age, he is not even 6 months old. Ning Shuimal suddenly paused. Strange. She had said so many things about the future, but why did she still have no intention of leaving this body? Shinjili looked at her with his arms crossed. Nianma is our son? Less than 6 months old? Yes. Yes. Shun Juli slowly said, Shuima, you and I are now together. Your body will be fully recovered after 8 to 10 days of rest. As for the reason why you are not growing up, I've already found out. I am preparing the prescription now, and I believe that I can cure you within a year. Logically speaking, after you and I are married, it is impossible for us to wait for 50,000 years to have a child. This is unreasonable. Ning Shuima was speechless. It was indeed unreasonable. If she did not travel through time, she would not believe it either. However, Shuima, since you are from the future, you must know what happened in the past 50,000 years. Why don't you explain it to me? Chapter 2013. Ning Shuima felt that the situation was a bit strange. In the past, as long as she mentioned the things that happened 50,000 years later, she would travel back in time. Now, after discussing with the Almighty for so long, she did not have any intention to leave. She was still sitting there. Where did the accident happen? As for the things that happened in the past 50,000 years, could she tell the Almighty in advance? If the Almighty knew about the problem of Zisha in advance, he would definitely take precautions to prevent it from happening. In that case, history would be completely changed. Her little Nianma might really disappear. No, history had actually changed. At least, little Shuima did not become a demon. The one who suffered the inhuman torture was just a substitute. The substitute could not become a demon because of the resentment, right? Perhaps Zisha would not happen again. No, she still had the memories of Ning Shuima and Shui Yemo. It proved that the history of Zisha had not changed. Little Shuima would still be reincarnated. Could it be that the substitute was really that capable? Ning Shuima was a little confused at this moment. She sat there in a daze. Shun Jili hugged her in his arms. Shuima, are you afraid that if you say it, history will be completely changed and little Nianma will really disappear? The Almighty was indeed very careful. He actually guessed her concern so quickly. She shook her head. Not only Nianma will disappear, but many things will disappear. Shuima, it's okay if you don't want to say it. Don't worry. Since little Nianma will be born 50,000 years later, we can have a child 50,000 years later. Ning Shuima shook her head. How could things be so simple? She blurted out. If we continue like this, little Nianma may not be the same little Nianma after 50,000 years. She had already learned that the world she was in now and the world 50,000 years later were parallel. It was like a three-dimensional space and a five-dimensional space. Although it was unbelievable, it was true. If she had been living here for 50,000 years, the child she had would definitely not be the same little Nienma. Or perhaps, after she transmigrated and changed history, the original world would collapse and disappear completely. Perhaps she would also slowly disappear. After all, she had reincarnated twice before coming here. History had completely changed, and there would no longer be a special agent Ning Xuema in this world. Too many thoughts were entangled in her mind. She was momentarily confused and couldn't sort them out. Strange. She had already revealed so many secrets about the future world. Why didn't she have any intention of transmigrating back? Perhaps it was because Shun Julie had already guessed the contents, so it wasn't considered divulging heaven's secrets? Then she should say something more explosive. She took a deep breath and said, "Great God, 50,000 years later, you will die and never come back. I will search the heavens and the earth, but I won't be able to find a way to revive you." She paused. She had already revealed so much. Why didn't she have any intention of wearing it back? She suddenly remembered the Requiem spell that Shun Julie cast on her last night. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be the effect of those Requiem spells? Great God, what did you cast on me? Those Requiem spells. Ning Xiuma suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Shun Julie had been looking at her the whole time. One of his arms was wrapped around her waist. When he heard her question, he seemed to be suffocating. He lowered his eyes slightly and said, "Xiuma, those soul-pacifying incantations are not soul-pacifying incantations, but soul-locking incantations." Chapter 2014. Ning Xiuma looked at him with her eyes wide open, waiting for him to continue. Shun Julie closed his eyes and said, "You came and went so suddenly that I try my best to make you stay. That's why I came up with this idea, so that I could lock you up whenever you came back. It seems like I've succeeded." Ning Xiuma was speechless. Her breath was stuck in her chest, and she couldn't breathe. She could not go back. She could not go back. She could not go back. What about Nienma? He had lost his father, and now he had lost his mother. How would he cry? Would Luo Jiuchen bully him? Ning Xiuma's head was buzzing. She was really confused, and, at the same time, she was angry. She suddenly looked up and pushed Shun Julie's arm away. She took a few steps back. "Why did you use this method on me? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Did you consider my feelings when you acted on your own?" She asked a series of questions like a machine gun. The more she asked, the angrier she became. He had always been like this. He did not respect her opinion at all. He did not even discuss it with her in advance. Shun Julie's face was slightly pale. He saw her anger, and his heart felt like it was being cut by something. She kept saying that she loved him and got along well with him, but she did not want to stay with him for a long time. Did she want to go back to the world without him? He took a deep breath. "Xiuma, I thought you were very willing to stay. What if I stay with Nienma? Luo Jiuchen, that bastard will kill him. Xiuma, if you stay here, perhaps history will change. If history changes, Nienma will be born and grow up under our protection. No one can bully him. Don't worry, I will change everything. I will not let you experience the pain of losing your husband 50,000 years later. By then, we could still be reunited as a family." It was not like this. By then, Nienma might not be the same Nienma as before. If she and Shun Julie lived a smooth life for 50,000 years, there would be no Shuemo and Ning Xiuma. Her memories of the two lives would disappear. Would she still be the same person? Her mind was in a mess. She couldn't help but get angry at Shun Julie. "That's different. I want the old little Nienma, not his replacement." "Then you would rather stay in a future without me than a present where you could be with me?" Shun Julie's voice was still very calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. Ning Xiuma was stunned by his question. She took a deep breath and said, "I'm already thinking of ways to make you return." She thought of Xiaohe, who grew up in Mo Palace. "The person you like is me 50,000 years later, and not the me now?" Shun Julie asked again. His questions were getting sharper and sharper. Ning Xiuma was speechless. The great god was still the great god. His personality and appearance were the same. He did not even reincarnate. Regardless of whether history had changed or not, he would still live until 50,000 years later. The only difference was that the great god now did not have the memories of 50,000 years later. He did not know that he used to be called Han Shanhua. He did not know that he used to be the god of the Tianxi continent. He did not know that he had disciples, and he did not remember the past with her. Ning Xuema closed her eyes slightly. Yes, she was happy with him now, but, however, she always felt that she had lost a lot of the most important things in her life. Her life would become incomplete. Chapter 2015. She took a deep breath and suppressed the confusion in her heart. She said bitterly, "You've always been you, whether it's now or 50,000 years later. But since you love me, you shouldn't make such a big decision on your own. At least, you should ask for my permission first." Shunjili paused. "Xuema, I wanted to discuss it with you after you came back, but I was drunk last night." When he was drunk and she came back, his first thought was to make her stay in his ecstasy. He didn't think too much about it, so he immediately cast the soul-locking spell on her the moment he recognized her. He was so drunk last night that his actions were a little messy. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't even remember some things clearly. After he sobered up, he still remembered that he cast the soul-locking spell on her. He felt a little uneasy. He knew that she might be angry, but he didn't expect her to have such a big reaction. This made him a little uncomfortable. Was she so unwilling to stay with him? Ning Xuema seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly looked up. "Almighty, since you can cast this spell, you should be able to break it, right? Then you can break it for me." Shenjuli didn't look too good. He turned around and walked away. "There's no break." Ning Xuema was speechless. She chased after him. "You can't be so selfish." A figure flashed in front of her. Shenjuli grabbed her wrist and said in a deep voice, "Xuema, is it selfish for me to try to keep you? What are you?" Ning Xuema took a deep breath and said, "I can come back again, but this time I have to go back." She hugged Shun Julie's arm. "Almighty, can you help me undo it?" Her eyes were full of eagerness and desire, but in Shun Julie's eyes, it was a little dazzling. His arm was stiff. "There's really no break." Ning Xuema's heart sank. She was so angry that she blurted out, "If I knew you were so selfish, I wouldn't have come this time." Shun Julie, his expression changed, and he took a step back. He looked at her for a moment, and there seemed to be waves in his eyes. After Ning Xuema said those words, she somewhat regretted it. However, the words had already left her mouth, and she couldn't take them back. Besides, she was also angry. He looked at her, and she looked back at him, unwilling to admit defeat. After a long while, Shun Julie finally said slowly, "I will find a way to send you back." Ning Xuema heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. He was a god. If he wanted to think of a way, he should be able to figure it out, right? A smile finally appeared on her face as she subconsciously said, "Thank you." As soon as she said that, she realized that something was wrong. With their current relationship, saying those two words was obviously too polite and distant. Sure enough, Shun Julie's expression became even worse. He faintly said, "You don't have to be so polite with me." Then, he turned around and left. He walked too hurriedly and tripped on the door sill. He staggered slightly, but then he stood firm and strode away. Ning Xuema looked at his back as he left. She didn't know why, but she actually felt a sense of desolation from him. Her heart seemed to be pierced by something, and there was a slight pain in it. She knew that her words must have hurt him, but she also had her own difficulties. She would make it up to him in the future. Besides, he was the one at fault first. She shook her head and suppressed the strange feelings in her heart. She decided to just stay in his medicine refining room and practice her medicine refining skills. Unknowingly, a day passed. Chapter 2016. Ning Xuema was so engrossed in her alchemy that she forgot to eat and sleep. She even forgot to eat. When she woke up again, it was already dark outside. A few stars were scattered in the sky, as if she could reach out and pick them up. Perhaps it was because of the sumptuous fish feast. Ning Xuema didn't feel hungry even after a busy day in the alchemy room. When she came out, She remembered that Shun Juli hadn't come back since he left. Was he angry? In a fit of pique? Alchemy was not an easy job, especially high-level alchemy. She was so tired that her waist and back were aching. She stretched her arms, stretched her muscles and bones, and then walked to Shun Juli's study. If there was no accident, he should be in the study, studying the way to break the soul-locking spell. She wanted to see how his study was going. Thinking of this, she walked to the door of the study and unexpectedly found that the door was closed. It was dark inside, and there was no trace of anyone. So he wasn't in the study. Then where did he go? Ning Xiuema frowned slightly. She thought for a while and ran to the solitary peak. She had recovered most of her power now, so she flew to the solitary peak easily. There was no one on the solitary peak, and Shun Juli wasn't there either. Only the heavenly lost stone stood tall on the mountain peak, glowing faintly. Ning Xiuema stood in front of the heavenly stone and looked at it with a complicated feeling. Heavenly Tao, what was the heavenly Tao? But it could make people like Shun Juli protected. Was it fair? If it was fair, how could it let people like Luo Jiuchen be the sub-god? Why did it let her suffer so much? Even a relationship could be so successful, hovering between life and death. She was already angry, and now that she saw this stone, the fire in her heart burned even more. Heavenly Tao? What is the heavenly Tao? What are you? Can you control the life and death of the six realms? Ning Xiuema looked at the heavenly law stone and reprimanded it. On the heavenly law stone, there were countless characters that she couldn't understand. They were intertwined with each other and were spinning rapidly. If she looked at it for a little longer, Ning Xiuema would even feel a little dizzy. Hey, since you can get the great god to protect you, you should be stronger than him, right? Then can you undo the soul-locking curse he placed on me? No way, right? If you can't even do something like this, how can you call yourself the Heavenly Tao? Don't tell me you're an extraterrestrial meteorite. The Heavenly Tao is actually illusory, right? Perhaps you're very abstract, just like what we call Heaven's Will. Today, we know that Heaven's Will is heartless, and it's probably similar to you. Ning Xiuema decided to sit in front of the Heavenly Tao stone. She was in a mood for a long talk. If you really have spirituality, then show it in front of me, or take back that bastard Luo Jiuchen, and I'll believe that you're the Heavenly Tao. Or you can just send me back to 50,000 years in the future, and I'll believe you to, hey, say something. You can show me a few words, too. Don't tell me you're just a stone that makes people dizzy. Other than that, don't you have any other functions? The Heavenly Tao stone didn't seem to care about her. It just flashed as it should, and there was no change at all. Ning Xiuema sighed and rubbed her eyebrows. Why was she venting her anger on a broken stone? Perhaps the Heavenly Tao stone was just a kind of belief, and it didn't really have any miracles. She was about to stand up when a sentence suddenly appeared in her mind. Don't reveal the secrets of heaven. If you reveal them, it will change, and change will bring disaster. Chapter 2017. These words seemed to automatically echo in her mind, causing Ning Xiuema's entire body to stiffen. She abruptly turned her head to look at the Heavenly Tao stone. The Heavenly Tao stone was still the same. Were those words a warning from the Heavenly Tao stone? Did it show its power? Hey, you're quite intelligent. I don't want to reveal the secrets of the heavens. If you don't want me to reveal them, you can send me back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my mouth. Ning Xiuema took the opportunity to bargain with the Heavenly Tao stone. Suddenly, a sparkling and translucent white light flashed from the Heavenly Law stone, directly enveloping Ning Xiuema. Ning Xiuema's heart was filled with joy. Was this white light going to send her back? She didn't dodge. Just as her body was about to be enveloped by the white light, a hurricane suddenly rushed out and pushed Ning Xiuema back a few steps. That white light missed its target and brushed past the corner of Ning Xiuema's clothes. Ning Xiuema was stunned. She was not satisfied and wanted to rush over again. However, a white shadow flashed in front of her eyes. Then, her waist was tightened and she was lifted up into the air. After the white light from the Heavenly Law stone missed its target, it unexpectedly turned around and chased after Ning Xiuema. The white light looked ordinary, but it was extremely fast. When one looked at it carefully, it could even change in 7 colors. Ning Xiuma knew who saved her the moment she was in the man's arms. Her body stiffened and she struggled. "Hey, let go of me. I want to go back." It took her a lot of effort to make the heavenly Tao stone shoot out such a beautiful white light. This might be the way for her to travel back quickly. She was not willing to give up just like that. The man who hugged her was naturally Shanjioli. He held Ning Xiuma's waist tightly and didn't say anything. That white light chased after them too quickly. He didn't have time to say anything as he carried her and dodged in a zigzag pattern. His movements were as fast as lightning. The white light chased after them, refusing to let go. It seemed that if it didn't send Ning Xiuma back, it wouldn't give up. Shanjioli was so fast that it almost caught up with him a few times. It looked very dangerous. The white light suddenly spread out in a fan shape and covered the entire mountain in the blink of an eye. It was heading toward the 2 people who were flying around the mountain peak. Shanjioli's expression changed. He suddenly stopped. "Kill me first if you want to kill her." He hugged Ning Xiuma and used his back to block the white light. Swoosh. With a loud bang, the white light hit Shanjioli's back. Shanjioli's body trembled and he stumbled forward. Ning Xiuma was in his arms. Although she didn't come into direct contact with the white light, when the white light hit Shanjioli, she also felt as if she was hit by a strong current. She couldn't help but groan and almost vomit blood. The white light finally dissipated and the mountain peak returned to its usual calmness. Shanjioli didn't stop for a moment. The moment the white light dissipated, he flew down the mountain peak with Ning Xiuma in his arms. As soon as he landed, he threw Ning Xiuma to the ground and shouted angrily, "Do you want to die?" Ning Xiuma jumped up from the ground. Looking at his pale face, she was very unconvinced. "I just want to go back. That white light might be sending me back. Dream on. That white light is going to kill you. Once the white light touches you, your body and your soul will immediately break into millions of pieces and dissipate in the air." Ning Xiuma was speechless. She also knew that she was a little rash because she was too anxious to go back. Chapter 2018. She also knew that she was a little rash because she was too anxious to go back. However, what he said about being swept by the white light should be wrong, right? Didn't the white light hit him? Other than his face being a little pale, he didn't seem to be injured. Shanjioli seemed to understand her doubts and sneered. "I'm a god, the guardian of the heavenly axiom. Naturally, it won't take my life. But you're a demon." He suddenly stopped talking. "What's wrong with me being a demon?" Ning Xiuma felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. Shanjioli closed his eyes slightly. "Nothing. Forget it. It's my fault. I'll pay for it. Give me some time. I'll find a way to break this soul-locking curse on you." He didn't look at her anymore and turned to leave. His steps were a little staggered. He was hit by the white light of the heavenly axiom. Was he really injured? Ning Xiuma's heart tightened. She couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and asked dryly, "Are you injured?" Shanjioli's footsteps paused slightly, but he didn't turn back and left directly. He walked very quickly and disappeared in an instant. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. Ning Xiuma chased after him for a few steps, but she couldn't catch up. She stood in the same place for a moment. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. She sensed her body. She felt like she was hit by a strong electric current. Although her body was painful and numb, she didn't feel any other discomfort after that. That white light was actually more like a high-voltage electric current. Although she was in his arms and wasn't hit by the white light, according to the principle of conduction, she and Shanjioli should have been injured to the same extent. Since she was fine, he should be fine too. Moreover, he was the guardian of the heavenly axiom. The heavenly axiom naturally had to give him some face and wouldn't really hurt him. Just now, he left very quickly. It was as if he disappeared in the blink of an eye. His kung fu was so high, so even if he was injured, it shouldn't be serious. He left alone probably because he saw her trying to think of a way to go back and was hurt. Ning Xiuma simply sat down on a rock by the roadside to organize her thoughts. She was too impatient when she realized that she was locked in here by the soul lock spell. She said a few hurtful words to the Almighty and probably hurt him. "I'll have a good talk with him when I go back." She wanted him to understand that she had her reasons for insisting on leaving. It wasn't because she didn't love him. She had been in love with him for 3 lifetimes. How could she not love him? Everything she had done was for his sake. It was all for the reunion of the family of 3. She would go back and make some arrangements. When she transmigrated again, she would stay here for a while and accompany him. The Almighty only had the memory of this life and not the memories of the previous 2 lives. It was normal that he did not know about little Nienma. It was also normal that he did not care about little Nienma. Who would really care about a future child whom they had never met before and risk everything for the sake of this child? However, Gu Shizhou could not do that. She had little Nienma's existence in her memory. She had the memory of 2 lifetimes. It was undeniable that she loved the Almighty who had the memory of 2 lifetimes. She also loved and liked the current Almighty. However, she hoped that he could really return after 50,000 years and have the complete memory of 3 lifetimes. However, how should she explain it to him? Humans had a tendency to be lazy, just like Shunjuli now. He accepted the current world and hoped that the present world would be stable. Chapter 2019. If she told him that little Shuama would die in order to seal the purple evil spirit, and that he would have to go to the Tianxi continent to experience the lives of Shui Mo and Ning Shuama again, and finally return to the celestial devil continent to seal the purple evil spirit, she was afraid that he would not want it. And he would not want it. He would try to stop the purple evil spirit from happening in this life. He would stop everything that was about to happen. With his ability, if he knew everything in advance, he would definitely be able to stop it. If that was the case, the lives of little Nienma and herself would not exist. His memories of Ning Shuama's 2 lifetimes would also gradually disappear. The Almighty who once accepted her as his disciple and was entangled with her for 2 lives would also be like the moon in the water, the flower in the mirror. He never existed at all. Thinking about it gave her a headache. She could not help but raise her hand to rub her eyebrows. At the very least, if the Almighty agreed with her thoughts, could she tell him everything? The heavenly law said, "Do not reveal the secrets of heaven. If you reveal it, it will change. If you change it, it will bring disaster." It was not just to scare her. If she told him everything, she was afraid that things would develop in a worse direction. In the world 50,000 years later, there was a little lotus growing in her Mo palace. Perhaps the Almighty would be reborn in it. If she revealed the secrets of heaven here, the little lotus might disappear directly. Then the Almighty would have no hope of coming back. Therefore, there were some things that she could not say. She raised her hand to hit her temple. She just said that the Almighty was selfish and that he only wanted to stay in the present. In order to keep her, he would do anything. In fact, she was also selfish because she also wanted to stay in the present. She had the memories of 3 lives, the present with little Nienma, and the present with the Almighty for 3 lives. She did not want to lose the present. She sat there and thought. Unknowingly, she was lost in her thoughts. A gust of cold wind blew a few leaves on her body and brought her back to her senses. She stood up and looked up at the sky. The sky was a little gloomy, and there were dark clouds rolling quickly in the sky. The sky was going to change. She turned and ran in the direction of the bedroom. If she was not mistaken, Shunjili should be back there by now. It was better for her to talk to him calmly. She was very fast. In just a moment, she had arrived at the door of Shunjuli's palace. She looked up and saw that the palace was still dark. Shunjuli had not returned. Ning Shuama's feet paused for a moment. She had transmigrated here several times, and she would sleep here every night. This time, although she had a small conflict with Shunjuli, Ning Shuama did not want to sleep in another palace out of spite. She pushed the door. Not bad. The door opened easily. She walked in. There was a bed and a couch in the hall. Presumably, when Shunjuli and little Shuama were together, they slept separately even though they were in the same room. She paused for a moment before lying down on the small couch. It wasn't that she was putting on airs. After all, the 2 of them had just quarreled. If she slept on his bed again, she would lose too much face. Where would he go? Study room? Side hall? Medicine refining room? Would he not be angry and not come back? The wind outside was getting stronger and stronger. There was a big tree outside the window. It was swaying in the wind and reflected on the window like a ghost. Although there were alternating seasons in the Fanteon Palace, there were not many bad weather like wind and rain. Ning Xiuma had lived in the Fanteon Palace for a period of time. It was sunny almost every day. She did not expect that there would be such a strong wind here. Chapter 2020. Crack! There was another flash of lightning outside, which lit up the window and then dimmed again. Is it going to rain? Ning Xiuma sat up as if to answer her. After the flash of lightning, it started to rain outside. It was raining cats and dogs. Lightning, heavy rain, and strong wind were raging outside the window. The rain was like a whip hitting the windowsill, making a loud sound as if the sky had exploded. The heavy rain reminded her of the 3 days when Shun Juli had just immortalized. It was also raining cats and dogs, as if the whole world was crying for him. She had knelt in the heavy rain for 3 days and cried for 3 days. Since then, she had a natural aversion to heavy rain. Sometimes, she would even feel fear for no reason. The sound of the rain was like a whip on her heart, which made her nervous for no reason. He wouldn't come back in such a thunderstorm, right? However, he was a god. If he wanted to come back, this little bit of rain wouldn't be able to stop him, was he injured or not. She was staggering when she walked. Maybe he was hiding somewhere to heal himself? Usually, he would hide in a quiet room where no one could find him to heal himself after he got injured. He should be hiding somewhere to heal himself and wouldn't come back. Countless guesses spun around in her mind. She was extremely tired today, and at this moment, she was so sleepy that her eyelids were drooping. She wanted to have a good rest, so she closed her eyes. It was strange that she couldn't fall asleep even though she was so sleepy. She couldn't help but listen to the sound of the door. The door was creaking due to the wind and rain, as if it was opening and closing with the sound of the wind. Ning Xiuma then remembered that she didn't close the door when she came in. She jumped off the bed and ran around the screen to the outer room. She saw that the door was still open. The heavy rain had blown in, and a large patch of the door was wet. The rainwater was flowing in the hall. God, Shun Juli loved cleanliness. If he saw that his bedroom was soaked, he would be even more unhappy. Ning Xiuma knocked her head and scolded herself for being a pig. She ran to close the door. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, landing right beside Ning Xiuma's feet and exploding. If it wasn't for Ning Xiuma seeing that the situation wasn't good and immediately jumping to avoid it, the lightning would have struck her head. Her heart was beating wildly. That shouldn't be necessary, right? Struck by lightning? She didn't do anything evil. The heavenly Tao still wouldn't let her go. The doors of the hall were blown open and closed by the wind, as if they were haunted. The hall's door creaked as it was blown by the wind. It was quite annoying, so Ning Xiuma closed it again. Unexpectedly, before her hand could touch the door, another bolt of lightning struck down. Ning Xiuma was prepared this time and hurriedly dodged. Her head was full of black lines. This lightning really did strike her. Even if she was a devil master, she didn't need to receive such high-level treatment, right? The wind and rain outside were even heavier. Strangely enough, as long as Ning Xiuma had the intention to close the door, the lightning would strike her head. It worked every time. The heavy rain wanted to enter the great shrine unimpeded, so it didn't allow her to close the door? Or was it that as long as she left the protection of the bedroom, the lightning would come and be good with her? Ning Xiuma was also bored. She thought for a while and didn't close the door. Instead, she stood in front of the door. Thus, another bolt of lightning accurately struck her again. Ning Xiuma took a step back and rubbed her eyebrows in distress. Sure enough, it struck her again. It seemed that she had offended the heavenly law stone so much that it always wanted to strike her. Chapter 2021. Luckily, she was not outside. Otherwise, she would have been chased by the lightning. This lightning was not the same as the normal lightning during a rainy day in the mortal world. It was more like the lightning from a tribulation. Ning Xiuma had gone through a tribulation before, so she had an impression of it. Whether it was the brightness or the lethality, it was the same as the tribulation lightning. The only difference was that she could not avoid the tribulation lightning. This time, the lightning seemed to be afraid of Shun Julie's house. When the lightning struck, as long as she dodged in time, she would not be affected. Strangely enough, as long as Ning Xiaoma did not stand at the door, the lightning would not appear again. Only the heavy rain would not stop. If she went out now and was struck by the tribulation lightning, would she be able to go back? Ning Xiaoma could not help but think about this problem again. She took 2 steps towards the door and stopped. Forget it. Shun Julie was already thinking of a way. She did not need to take the risk to test this. If the lightning did not strike back and this body was damaged, it would not be good. She would also be sorry to Shun Julie. However, the flashing door was really a headache. Ning Xiaoma thought about it and decided to use a spell to close it. Red light emerged from her fingertips to push the door. Unexpectedly, as soon as the red light touched the door, another extremely bright bolt of lightning struck down. This time, the lightning was 10 times bigger than the previous ones. It was so bright that it almost blinded her eyes. What was even more frightening was that the lightning bolt was not aimed at Ning Xiaoma, who was behind the door, but at the red light at her fingertips. The red light was connected to her fingertips. Once it struck the red light, it would be transmitted directly to her body. Looking at the brightness, it was at least 1,000,000 volts. If she was struck by it, she would probably turn into a pile of ashes. Be careful! A figure flashed over and hit the red light on Ning Xiaoma's fingertips. Ning Xiaoma jumped in fright. Before she could react, that figure suddenly hugged her and rolled inwards. A series of claps of thunder resounded in her ears, exploding along with their rolling figures. The sound of thunder disappeared. The room fell into a short silence. Ning Xiaoma's heart was beating wildly. She was very familiar with Shun Julie, so she recognized him as soon as he hugged her. Although she was being hugged and rolled around in a sorry state, the first thing that rose in her heart was joy, but then she was a little surprised. Her ears were buzzing from the series of thunder, but she couldn't care less. She couldn't help but hug him. Almighty you, why are you so wet? Are you hurt? The red light she sent out earlier was to close the door, so she didn't use much strength. Although the bullet hit Shun Julie in the end, it shouldn't have hurt him. However, his body was too wet, as if he had been fished out of the water. When he hugged her and rolled on the floor just now, it was as if he was hugging an ice cube and rolling on the floor. An ominous premonition arose in her heart. As she spoke, she grabbed his wrist, wanting to see if he was injured. Shun Julie suddenly let go of her and rolled to the side to avoid her touch. He silently sat up. Ning Xiaoma naturally sat up as well. The luminous pearl in the room wasn't turned on, so it was a little dark. Ning Xiaoma could only see his general outline, but couldn't see his real face. Ning Xiaoma simply ran to the table and opened the clamshell that hid the luminous pearl. The room was finally filled with soft light, and Shun Julie's sorry state was revealed. His long hair was tied up, and the rainwater flowed down his lapel. Chapter 2022. His long hair was tied up, and the rain was flowing down his clothes. His clothes were sticking to his body, and there was a puddle of water where he was standing. Ning Xiaoma finally got a clear look at his face, and her heart suddenly sank. His face was blue, and even his lips were pale. It was very abnormal. He was really injured, and his injury was not light. Ning Xiaoma felt a sudden pain in her heart. It was as if someone had pricked her with a needle. It was probably the first time he was so embarrassed in front of her, and he stepped back into the shadows. However, Ning Xiaoma grabbed his wrist, causing his body to stiffen and stop. Ning Xiaoma checked his pulse for a while, and she was a little angry. You are so seriously injured, and it is raining so heavily. What are you doing here? Shun Julie's voice was cold. Why did you run to the door for no reason? I closed the door. The wind is making the door creak, and it is uncomfortable to listen to. Uncomfortable to listen to, but it is better than standing at the door and being struck by lightning, right? Shun Julie was speechless. Can't you be a little more quiet? Stay in the room? As he spoke, he went to close the door of the hall. He closed the door tightly, shutting out the wind and rain in the hall. When he turned around, he saw Ning Xiuma standing there and looking at him with her big eyes. He was stunned. You? She still hasn't given up? She still wants to go out and be struck by lightning? This is a tribulation lightning. If you are struck by it, you will lose your life. He explained to her in a low voice, not wanting to see her do something stupid again. I didn't want to go out and be struck by lightning. I just want to close the door. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but explain again. Shinjuli was silent for a moment, and he didn't say anything. Were you originally healing somewhere else, and you rushed back when you heard the thunder? Did you do it for me? Shinjuli paused and interrupted her coldly. I was just afraid that the hall would be flooded. He turned around and walked into the hall. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and followed him into the inner hall. The inner hall was the real bedroom. Ning Xiuma was also a little wet from the rain just now. The heavy rain this time was quite strange. When it first got wet, it was just a little cold, but it was still bearable. But now, for some reason, it was getting colder and colder. The parts that were drenched by the rain were as cold as ice. The coldness seemed to be able to seep into one's bones through one's wet clothes. She couldn't help but shudder. She had only gotten a little wet, and she was already so cold. What if he was completely drenched? Ning Xiuma's gaze landed on him again. He was originally dressed in white, but at this moment, there seemed to be a faint flash on his white clothes. It was like ice. Without another word, she used her magic power to cover his body, wanting to dry him first. However, he didn't expect a red light to cover him. After the red light dissipated, his body was still wet, and the water was still dripping down. How could this be? Logically speaking, if she used this cleansing spell, even if he just came out of the water, he would be refreshed in an instant. How could it not work? Could it be that her power had regressed? Ning Xiuma didn't give up. When she was about to use it again, Shinjili walked away. Don't bother. This rain can't be dried with magic. He walked towards the closet, where there were a few sets of clothes to change. It turned out that the rain in Fantion Palace could be so unique. Ning Xiuma was speechless. He was seriously injured, and he came here in the rain. He was so wet that he couldn't just change his clothes. Ning Xiuma waved her hand, and a big bathtub appeared. There was steam coming out of the bathtub. Chapter 2023. Don't be in a hurry to change your clothes. You should take a bath first to get rid of the cold. Ning Xiuma tugged at his sleeve. Shinjuli lifted his sleeve and quietly avoided her. He turned around to look at the steaming bathtub and then looked at her, who was staring at him. Finally, he said, "Thank you." He turned around and pulled the screen next to him and circled it around the bathtub. Then, he took out a set of robes from the closet and walked behind the screen. Ning Xiuma was speechless. She was somewhat stupefied by his words. She stood there for a moment and couldn't help but shake her head. Thank you was a nice word, but when used between lovers, it made people feel like they were distancing themselves from each other. It seemed that she was the one who said it first. Now that he had smashed it back, the damage was quite great. The screen was very thick and almost opaque. Behind the screen, there was a rustling sound. Obviously, Shinjili was taking off his clothes. Ning Xiuma sat on the small bed and looked at the screen in a daze. She had already lost count of how many times they had rolled in bed. He was especially nimble in taking off her clothes, often peeling off her clothes like a dumpling. She was also familiar with his body, and she could even remember clearly what his abs and abs looked like. Now, there were only the two of them in the hall. Was he afraid that she would peek when he was taking a bath? Or was he deliberately using this to distance himself from her? There was the sound of water splashing behind screen. Obviously, he had entered the water. Ning Xiuma's heart was in a mess. She lay on the small bed with her clothes on and listened to the sound of the wind and rain outside. When Shinjili didn't come back, she felt a little desolate lying alone and listening to the wind and rain. Now that he was behind the screen, she felt inexplicably at ease. She listened to his movements. His body was so cold that she was afraid that the hot water she put in would soon turn cold. Do you want me to heat up the water for you? After a while, Ning Xiuma spoke to the person behind the screen. There's no need. He answered with a nasal voice. Did he catch a cold? Ning Xiuma thought for a while and walked around the screen. Let me see. As she spoke, she had already seen the big bathtub. Naturally, she also saw the person in the bathtub. Shun Juli was soaking in it. Only his shoulders were exposed. His face was still pale, but his eyes were extremely deep. Seeing her walk in, his thin lips slightly pursed. "Get out." His voice was cold. Ning Xiuma didn't look at him and said, "Don't worry. I'm not here to take advantage of you." She stretched out her hand and waved it in the water. Sure enough, the water turned cold and almost turned into ice. Ning Xiuma was speechless. His gaze then fell on his face. His face was still extremely pale, and the skin exposed above the water was faintly green. She reached out to touch his shoulder, and her fingertips froze. His skin was as cold as a dead person's. Shun Juli's body shrank back slightly to avoid her wolf claws. It was probably the first time that he was looked at like this while soaking in a bath. His thin lips tightened. "Get out." His voice seemed to be filled with ice. She had only been in for a short while and had already been driven away by him twice. If Ning Xiuma was thin-skinned, she would probably have left. But now, she pretended that she didn't hear him. She withdrew her fingers from his body and then sat cross-legged in front of the bathtub. She pressed her palms on the bathtub and used her psyche power to heat the water in the bathtub. She lowered her eyes slightly. She looked calm on the surface, but her heart felt as if it had been pricked by a sharp needle. Chapter 2024. It seemed that Shun Juli was seriously injured this time. He could not even heat the water, and his body was so cold. The white light emitted by the heavenly law was also so rude to the guardian. "How is your injury?" Ning Xiuma finally heated the water in the bathtub and could not help but ask. "I will not die," Shun Juli replied with 3 words. Ning Xiuma choked. Did he have to talk to her like that? After all, she felt guilty toward him. Even if he was angry with her, she pretended not to see it. She tried to reason with him. "You may have misunderstood me. It is not that I don't want to stay by your side. It is that Nianma is in danger over there." She was about to tell him about Luo Jiochen's coercion and the tricks that she had used. Unexpectedly, her mind suddenly went blank, and she did not know how to continue. At the same time, the words appeared in her mind again. "Do not reveal the secrets of heaven. If you reveal them, it will change. If it changes, it will bring disaster." Ning Xiuma was speechless. She understood the meaning of the words very well. If she told him these things at this time, the development of these things would change, and it would only be worse. These things involved little Nianma. Naturally, she did not want to make the situation worse for her son, so she kept quiet. Luo Jiochin once promised that he would not do anything to hurt her and her son, but it did not mean that he would not send someone to do it. Little Nianma was still so young. How could he be the opponent of that old fox? She was afraid that he would be tortured to death in minutes. Thinking of this, she was anxious and could not wait to go back immediately. Unfortunately, she was locked in here and could not go back. "Did Luo Jiochin harm you and your son?" Shun Juli suddenly asked. Ning Xiuma paused for a moment. Just as she was about to answer with a yes, those words appeared again. "It appeared again," she answered vaguely. "That person is too evil." Then, "Xiuma, have you ever thought that in this era, we can take precautions before they happen?" Shun Juli spoke slowly. His gaze finally fell on her face. "You don't have to go back to that era. Since it will happen 50,000 years later, we have enough time to change everything. So much so that those disasters can't even happen in time, right?" Ning Xiuma closed her eyes. "It's different. You might not believe me, but the time there, she was just about to say time is synchronized, but unexpectedly, those words flashed in her mind again. Ning Xiuma. Tianji. Heavenly secret, you bastard. Shun Jili was still waiting for her to continue. "How's the time there?" Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and said, "Great God, the heavenly axiom on your side doesn't allow me to reveal the secrets of the heavens. Otherwise, it would only make things worse. Therefore, there are some things that I can't say. I didn't mean to hide it from you, Shun Jili." Although he was the guardian of the heavenly axiom, this was the first time he had encountered a situation like Ning Xiuma's. His gaze fell on her face. He was a little suspicious. "You received a hint from the heavenly axiom stone?" Logically speaking, the words on the heavenly axiom stone could only be obtained by the guardian of the heavenly axiom stone through a secret technique. No one else could get a hint from the heavenly axiom stone. However, Ning Xiuma actually said that she received it. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips. It's not a hint. It's a warning. All right, after all, she came from the future. She would definitely know a lot of things that would happen. It was understandable that the heavenly axiom prevented her from saying it. Chapter 2025. She grabbed his hand and looked at him. Almighty God, I really have my own difficulties. I can't leave little Nyinma. You loved him so much at that time. She felt like crying when she said this. The Almighty God in this world had no impression of little Nyinma. However, the Almighty God in the future loved little Nyinma so much that he arranged so many things for the child before he died. At that time, Shun Julie whispered, "Was it the me in the future?" Ning Xiuma was stunned and nodded. In fact, you still like the me in the future, right? Ning Xiuma was speechless. She could not deny it. After I immortalized 50,000 years later, I left you and the child behind. You wanted to find me, but in the end, you traveled to the past and met me in the present, right? Ning Xiuma was speechless. Yes. Then, if the me in the future did not exist, would you still like the me now? Shun Julie stared at her eyes and said something that was a little confusing. Ning Xiuma was speechless. If she did not have a grudge with the Shun Julie in the future for 2 lifetimes, she would look for him everywhere after he immortalized. Then, if she somehow traveled to 50,000 years ago and met him again, she would not give herself to him so quickly. Perhaps she would find a way to escape from him. She took a deep breath and said, "There is no such assumption. In fact, I knew you in the future first." Shun Julie's eyelashes drooped slightly. So, she loved him now because he took advantage of his future self in the future. In her mind, he was just a substitute of himself in the future. Shun Julie never thought that one day he would be jealous of himself. It was true. He had always been proud. Naturally, he did not want to be anyone's substitute. Even if he was to be his substitute in the future, he still felt very uncomfortable. He withdrew his hand that she had been holding tightly and closed his eyes slightly. "Get out." For a moment, Ning Xiuma couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She tried to explain, "Great deity, you have to find a way to send me back first. Once I'm done with the matters on the other side, I'll come back here for a while." She still had to find a way to change her fate, so she had to come back. "Is this transmigration something you could decide on your own?" Shun Julie's voice was slightly cold. Ning Xiuma. No, she didn't want to lie to him. Every time she transmigrated, it was out of her control. She didn't even know what was going on. "What if I can't transmigrate again after leaving this time? Can you bear to part with me?" Shun Julie's words became sharper and sharper. I don't think so. I've been transmigrating quite frequently recently. You offended the Heavenly Tao. In order to punish you, the Heavenly Tao might make you unable to transmigrate again. Then, you might not be able to see the current me again. Do you still insist on leaving? Ning Xiuma, she paused for a moment before saying, "I'll try my best to come back. Even if I can't come back, I'll try to resurrect you. The person you want to resurrect is me 50,000 years later, right?" Ning Xiuma pursed her lips and couldn't say anything. Shun Julie closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, his eyes were like a dark lake. He was calm. "If you leave again, you don't have to come back. I don't want to be anyone's substitute." Ning Xiuma, she felt a sourness in her chest that rushed to her eyes. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to explain something, but she didn't know where to start. Chapter 2026. After pausing for a moment, she finally found something to say. "Why are you jealous of yourself? No matter if it's you now or 50,000 years later, you're still you." Shun Julie opened his eyes. "Are you sure that I'll still be the same after 50,000 years? And not be reincarnated?" Ning Xiuma. She didn't know how Shun Julie left the mythical continent for the Tianxi continent after little Xiuma sealed Zisha. It was not easy to leave the mythical continent. The passages to other continents were all sealed, unlike the Tianxi continent, where one could go to other places through space jumps. The mythical continent was like a closed place. Once you entered, you would never be able to leave. Perhaps only by dying in the mythical continent and reincarnating could one be reborn in other continents. Therefore, she couldn't say for sure whether the Almighty in 50,000 years would still be the same Almighty now. Your appearance, style, and way of doing things haven't changed. She felt that Shunjuli had always been the same Shunjuli. He hadn't changed at all. Shunjuli closed his eyes. He was a god. If he reincarnated, he shouldn't have changed at all. Therefore, what Ning Xuema said couldn't prove that he would still be the same after 50,000 years. You can leave, Shunjuli said. His voice was colder than before. Your injury. Ning Xuema was worried. She kept one of her hands on the bathtub to warm it up for him. I know what I'm doing. Get out. Shunjuli simply asked her to leave. Ning Xuema, her eyes turned red. She couldn't tell what she was feeling in her heart. She took a deep breath and reached her hand into his bathtub to feel around. Shunjuli leaned back slightly. Ning Xuema said, What about you? You think I want to take advantage of you? I'm just testing the water temperature. The water temperature was hot enough. His face looked better than before. Obviously, he had warmed up. She was indeed not needed here, so she walked out in large strides. Shunjuli closed his eyes. His mind was in a mess, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. A moment later, footsteps sounded again. He subconsciously opened his eyes and frowned. Why did you come back? Ning Xuema put a change of clothes on the small table next to him. She didn't look at him. Don't worry, I don't mean to take advantage of you. I just want to give you a clean set of clothes. She turned around and walked out. Shunjuli, she looked at her small couch in the corner. Shunjuli didn't seem to want to see her. Should she continue to be an eyesore to him? It was raining heavily outside, and she would be struck by lightning the moment she went out. Naturally, she couldn't go out at this time. Therefore, after thinking for a while, she decided to go to the outer room and conjure up a bed before lying down. The outer room of the sleeping quarters was naturally not as airtight as the inner room. The wind outside could blow in through the cracks in the door. She lay on the bed and listened to the sound of the wind and rain outside. She was very sleepy, but she couldn't sleep. She didn't want to argue with him, but the sound of the rain outside was louder and fiercer. Her mind was as chaotic as the rain. This was the most difficult day since she came to this world. The wind was a little cold. She pulled the quilt closer to her body. Another day had passed. How was little Nyenma? Creak, creak, creak. A gust of wind blew past, and unexpectedly blew open the tightly shut palace door once again. A gust of wind mixed with the drizzle blew into the room, causing Ning Xuema to shiver under the blanket. Chapter 2027. She stared at the two open doors and was a little worried. If she went to close the door, she would be struck by lightning. If she didn't close it, she would be exposed to the cold wind for the whole night. Or should she move back to the inner room? Although it would be embarrassing and he might even laugh at her, it was better than being exposed to the cold wind for the whole night. Right? Forget it. She would move back. She got up and was about to take action. Ning Xuema. A shout suddenly came from the inner room. Before the voice died away, Shunjuli rushed out from the inner room. The outer hall was dark. Shunjuli saw the two open doors first. He thought that Ning Xuema had rushed out of the hall in a fit of anger again. The lightning tribulation was waiting for her outside. Maybe she would be struck immediately and her soul would scatter and disappear without a trace. His face was pale and his hands were cold. When he was about to chase after her, a voice came from behind him. I'm here. He suddenly turned around and saw the bed in the corner of the hall. Naturally, he also saw the person on the bed. Shunjuli was speechless. His hanging heart fell back into his stomach. Why did you run out? The bed inside can't accommodate you. Seeing that she was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the anger in his heart flared up again. Just now, when he came out from behind the screen and saw that there was no one on the two beds, his heart skipped a beat. Then, he heard the door open and thought that she had rushed out without a care. His tone was really not good. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was angry. His aura was already strong. Now that he was angry, his aura became even stronger. It almost made the temperature in the hall drop by a few degrees. He didn't get angry easily. Once he got angry, the people facing him would be scared to the point of kneeling down. He didn't expect that Ning Xuema didn't kneel down. Instead, She threw herself into his arms and almost made him stumble. You? His arms stiffened. For a moment, he didn't know whether to take advantage of the situation to hug her in his arms or push her out. Why did you run out to the outer room for no reason? His voice unconsciously softened by a few notes. You kept telling me to go out just now, so I thought you didn't want to see me anymore, so... Her little face was buried in his chest, and her voice sounded a little wronged. Shun, Julie. Just as he was about to pull her off his body, he suddenly felt something wet on his chest. Was she crying? His heart seemed to be pricked by something. He coldly said, "Why are you crying?" Although his voice was cold, his arms could not help but wrap around her and gently hug her. He felt that he should be the one crying. He knew that the other party was only using him as a substitute, but he couldn't let go. You took matters into your own hands and forced me to stay without discussing it with me. I threw a small tantrum, and you became fierce to me. She began to accuse him, her voice choked with sobs. Shun, Julie. This was indeed his fault. I was drunk at the time. He was powerless to explain again. If you weren't drunk, then you wouldn't have used this spell, right? Well, Shun Julie didn't know the answer to this question himself. Perhaps he would have used it. After all, he had studied this spell day and night for several days to come up with it. He had been waiting for her to come and use it as soon as she came. In the end, this thought became an obsession, and he didn't forget it even when he was drunk. You were fierce to me just now. You chased me away several times in a row, as if you were drawing a line between us. You didn't want me anymore. She continued to accuse him, her voice choking even more. Shun, Julie. He felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with a soldier. Chapter 2028. Shun, Julie. You've taken advantage of me so many times, and now you're turning against me just like that. You don't want me anymore, and you don't want me anymore. Why is my life so hard? How did I fall in love with you? She almost burst into tears. Her tears were warm, and they directly soaked his chest. Her tears seemed to have scalded his heart, and it tightened into a ball. At that moment, he had the illusion that he was about to be defeated. He just wanted to hold her in his arms and never let go. He lived in this world, and no matter what he wanted, he could get it with just a flick of his finger. Therefore, he didn't care about anyone, and no one could disturb his state of mind. However, this was the first time he was helpless in front of a woman, and it was also the first time he had the idea of getting someone by hook or by crook. He hugged her and walked into the room, and he couldn't help but argue with her. The person you love isn't me, but someone 50,000 years later. But that's all you. You've never changed. It's always been you. How can you be so unreasonable? She felt even more wronged, and she finally showed her little face, but her tears flowed down in both directions. She cried like this, and Shun Julie couldn't keep a straight face. At the same time, he deeply understood that when a woman was unreasonable, he would be shooting himself in the foot if he tried to reason with her. Forget it, it's my fault. Don't cry. He just wanted to stop her tears. Fortunately, although she cried, she still walked with him. She didn't throw a tantrum and stay outside. He half supported and half carried her to the bed. He looked at the small couch and then looked at his big bed. He couldn't decide where to put her. He stood between the two beds, and while he hesitated, Ning Xiuma, who was in his arms, seemed to be tripped by something and directly fell toward the big bed. Shun Julie was hugging her, and he did not have much strength left in his body. Naturally, Shun Julie was dragged onto the bed by her. Unfortunately, Shun Julie ended up on top of Shun Julie. She pinned him so tightly that he could barely move. Shun Julie, he pushed her. Get down. Ning Xiuma looked at him with teary eyes for a moment, and his heart tightened again. Ning Xiuma's eyes dimmed. You're sleeping in separate beds from me, right? Then I'll go down. She rolled off his body and staggered, almost falling off the bed. Shinjili almost subconsciously reached out and grabbed her. Thus, she was lying on top of him again. Her eyes lit up again. Are you going to sleep with me? Her eyes flickered in the dark night, making Shun Julie's heart skip a beat. He couldn't bring himself to refuse her. He had originally made up his mind to find a way to break the soul-locking curse on her, and then send her away. At the same time, he would forcefully withdraw his feelings and treat her like an ordinary person. But he couldn't do it. Even he himself did not understand why he would fall in love with someone so madly. Before this, he had only treated her as a child. Yes, his feelings for her had always been different, but it wasn't the kind of love that made people crazy like poppies. He had never cared so much about a person before. He wanted to tie her to his side every day, and he didn't want her to leave his side. This kind of care had become a kind of obsession, and this crazy obsession made him a little scared and a little confused. He didn't say anything, but he didn't push her away either. Chapter 2029. Ning Xuan knew that he was injured, but she was afraid that she would crush him. She rolled to the side and nestled in his arms. She reached out and hugged his waist. "Almighty, you still love me, don't you? Let's not quarrel anymore." She didn't transmigrate 50,000 years just to quarrel with him. Shun Julie, hugging her in his arms again, the feeling was not ordinary. It was as if he had found half of his heart. Hugging her like this, he actually felt incomparably at ease. However, he was still concerned about one thing. "You call him Almighty?" Ning Xuan knew that the him he was referring to was the Shun Julie 50,000 years later. Being jealous of her own future, she felt a little troubled. She nudged her head into his arms. "I'm not calling him. I'm calling you. It's always been you." She started to beat around the bush. She rubbed her eyes again and said in a pitiful voice, "Almighty, I'm sleepy." Her eyes were still watery and her nose was still red. Shun Julie's heart softened. He accepted his fate and pulled her into his arms. "Go to sleep. Don't torment yourself anymore." "Okay, Almighty. Good night." Ning Xuema kissed him gently on the cheek. Then, she hugged him and fell asleep contentedly. Her lips were like a butterfly. It was only a light touch on his cheek, but it made Shun Julie's heart skip a beat. Looking at her beside him, he had the urge to press her down and kiss her until the world turned dark. However, it was a good thing that he controlled himself in time. His current body did not allow him to do so. He was also extremely tired. Now that he had her in his arms, his heart finally calmed down. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. He didn't know when Ning Xuema had opened her eyes. She looked at him who had his eyes closed and was in deep sleep. Then, she gently pressed her palm against his chest. He was severely injured when he was struck by the heavenly Tao. Ning Xuema felt it when she hugged him just now. That was why she shamelessly climbed into his bed, just to be close to him and help him heal his injuries. Although Ning Xuema's medical skills were not as good as Shun Julie's, she could not be underestimated. She had created a kind of recovery technique which was very good. Even if a person's organs were broken, she could use this method to quickly heal them. Shun Julie's current injuries were just right for her. However, the first time this method was used, it had to be done when the patient was asleep and his mind was completely peaceful. Therefore, she had been waiting for this opportunity. Now that Shun Julie had finally fallen asleep, she had no more scruples. Her palms gradually emitted a faint green light, and waves of it surged towards Shun Julie's injured organs. Ning Xuema didn't know how long she had been in this state. Seeing that the sky outside had turned white, Ning Xuema finally stopped. She then felt his pulse and was relieved to find that his injuries had mostly healed. She heaved a sigh of relief, and her lips curled into a smug smile. Her medical skills were really not to be underestimated. It was just that he was usually too strong, so her medical skills were overshadowed. This set of techniques was very tiring. Ning Xuema had been busy for half the night, and it was even more tiring than fighting. She snuggled into his arms. After thinking for a while, she moved his arm to the side to prevent her from using it as a pillow. He was still injured, and if his arm was used as a pillow, his blood vessels would not flow properly. After everything was done, she finally fell asleep. Shun Julie had a super strong biological clock. No matter how late he slept, he would definitely wake up at that time. Chapter 2030. When he opened his eyes, the first ray of sunlight shone on the windowsill. It was as if the storm last night had never happened. He looked at Gu Shijiu, who was in his arms. She was sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes, and her eyelids were a little pale. Obviously, she was very tired last night. There were dark circles under her eyes. He subconsciously reached out to touch her eyelids to wipe away the dark circles. However, he remembered that it was not suitable for him to use any more telekinesis. He sighed softly and was about to withdraw his arm when he suddenly felt that his injuries had inexplicably healed by more than half. He was stunned. He knew his own injury very well. When he was attacked by the heavenly Tao, his internal organs were almost displaced. Several of his internal organs were cracked. This kind of injury could not be treated with ordinary medicine. It needed to be treated with telekinesis. However, after he was hit by the lightning, his telekinesis was almost depleted. It was difficult for him to heal himself. Initially, after he left Ning Xiuma, he hid in a quiet room to heal himself. When he heard the thunder, he rushed back to his bedroom regardless of the pain. What he did last night had worsened his injury. That was why Ning Xiuma could easily push him to the ground. This kind of injury could not be healed automatically with rest. It had to be treated. Now, he had only slept for a while, and he was almost healed. His gaze fell on Ning Xiuma's pale face. What did she do to him last night? Did she heal him? He slowly touched her pulse and sensed her body. Her telekinesis was not reduced, but her physical strength was exhausted. When he was about to sleep, he saw that her lips were still pink. However, at this moment, they were a little pale. This was obviously a symptom of excessive exhaustion. Nyema, Ning Xiuma, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly murmured. Shun Julie's fingers that were holding her wrist tightened slightly. She was actually still worried about the child. A half-year-old child. Shun Julie was usually too arrogant and did not talk to ordinary people. Therefore, he did not understand the situation of a half-year-old child. When he was half a year old, he had already started to roam the 6 realms and was already famous. As for Xiuma, when Xiuma was half a year old, she had already become a little overlord on a small mountain in the demon realm. She had even decorated her own nest with sparkling pearls that could blind people's eyes. She proudly pulled him to look at it. He and Xiuma were both orphans, so he couldn't understand what it was like for a child to lose their parents' protection. That kid should be able to become independent now, right? It wasn't good for him to keep pestering his mother. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely teach that brat a good lesson and let him learn to be independent. Shinjili thought unkindly. He originally wanted to get up and cultivate, but looking at her in his arms, he didn't want to move. I'm so hungry, Ning Xiuma mumbled again, frowning slightly. It was only then that Shun Julie remembered that she hadn't eaten anything the entire day yesterday. Ning Xiuma slept until late in the morning before she woke up. When she woke up, she found Shun Julie sitting next to her and cultivating. He seemed to have sensed her movement and opened his eyes. You're awake? Let's go eat if you're awake. In fact, Ning Xiuma smelled the aroma of food when she woke up. She smiled and squinted her eyes. Needless to say, the Almighty had already prepared breakfast for her. She rushed to him, hugged his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. Almighty, kiss me. After the kiss, she jumped out of bed and went to wash up. Shun Julie touched the part of his body that was kissed by her. There was a kind of warmth bubbling in the depths of his heart like spring water.